Just one good day. hard to resist now. Everything is fading. Was never meant to be this way. Everything is fading. It's hard to remember just one good day. Everything is fading. Was never meant to be this way. It's hard to remember. Just one good day. Everything is fading. It's fading. Fading, 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 fading. And so are you. So are you.
get a phone call from the queen with 100 heads. She says that they're all dead. She tried the last one on, couldn't speak, fell off, and now she just wanders a hall, thinking nothing at all. Once there was a man who had a little too much time on his hand and never stopped to think that he was getting older. But when his night came to an end, he tried to grasp for his last friend and pretend that he could wish himself health on a four-leaf clover.
wanna be inside of you when the sun goes down. As long as I'm gonna be around you when the sun goes down, yeah. Inside of you when the sun goes down. As long as I'm gonna be around you when the sun goes down, yeah, 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 yeah,
Hailed as an accident by developers, on a moon orbiting the gas giant Crusader in the Stanton's system sat a small structure with a single trading terminal. This single structure introduced Stanton to the drug trade. Becoming Stanton's first black market power resource with huge financial upside, the community went to war. The year to follow, some of the bloodiest, laggiest, controversial, and organic gameplay came to life in Star Citizen. The objective: control Jumptown.
This fire.
Arrow. Boom! Got Jolly. Jolly's down. Yep.
Oh my god. What all of this. Got him. Woo! See ya, you fucking cheating bitch. Gotta go.
There's a forward contact. There's a forward contact I'm seeing.
Here we go.
Oh shit! Oh my fucking god! See you later, dude. I'm hiding. Okay, I'm hiding in here. Yup, it's fine. Let him come in. Let him come the fuck in.
What?
You've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Self-destruct this bitch. I think we get the fuck out! We get the fuck out! Get out of your chairs! Get the fuck out of your chairs! We're running! We're running! We're running! Fucking leave! Just get out of here! Run, team! Fucking run! I'm fucking stuck! I'm fucking stuck!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I'm getting the fuck out! Fucking out! We gotta get the abandoned ship! Abandoned ship! No! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh my god! Yeah, get the fuck out! Open the damn door! Get out! Get the fuck out!
I'm going down with the ship.
Get out! Oh shit! Oh yes! Yes! This is so good for us!
Attention, I have been authorized to scan your vehicle for contraband. Please halt and stand by.
Welcome to the deep dive of Stanton's Citizen. Unlike any of those silly podcasts you've been watching that regurgitate weekly videos from CIG marketing discussing the curvature of their favorite ship, how pretty the new terrain looks while the trees blossom in the breeze, or the artwork on your subscriber flare of the month, instead you're about to be taken on a journey through the thoughts and minds of the people that matter. The people inside the game making an impact on Stanton for the good, or the bad. What you hear today or see does not reflect the collective perspective or position but is specific to each individual's own opinion. So without further ado, welcome to the show.
And then 2. Okay, perfect. I think we're all set up. I think we're all in. Let me just double check this. Okay, perfect. So let's just make sure you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome everyone to the third episode of the Deep Dive podcast. I know we've marketed the shit out of this one. Thanks Noodle for the raid and everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed the intro. Like I mentioned with all the other episodes, you know, we try to do an intro for each one and add a bit of significance to each episode. So I hope you guys like that little kind of tribute to Jumptown. You know, it was funny because as we were going through those clips, it was really sad to see like just how fun the game used to be when it had that King of the Hill aspect, and you know, it brought up a lot of laughs in Discord and stuff. And you know, it was really good going through everybody's streams and finding these clips. I wanted to get more clips, but a lot of these other streams were 720p, which ruined the video and stuff. So, but there was a lot of good stuff out there, and I'd really encourage you guys to go looking for that, because my God, if there wasn't some funny times if you just saw Star Citizen through its clips. But
Rest in peace.
Yeah, exactly. Let's start moving towards where we were going with this episode. So, like I mentioned, JP, John Pritchett, he's in here. We'll be introducing him once we start moving towards his work as we kind of backtrack. Our plan for the show, as you can see in the topics, is we'll do an introduction to kind of what this is, which is exactly what we're doing now. We'll then proceed into the definitions, which is kind of like the abbreviations and the definitions of the lingo or the terms that we'll be using throughout the show. And you guys will need to reference back to that if you ever feel like you fall behind because of some of our wording, okay? Then we'll look at the 3.5 to the 3.9 flight analysis, which is kind of like where the game is at now when it comes to dogfighting and flying in the game. And then we'll pull in some experts to start looking at JP's work, along with Snake Eyes, who's been a huge help when it comes to putting a lot of this together. So I guess first off, let's just ask you guys, you know, before I do this though, I just want to make sure that in the chat today, you know, the common goal for this entire podcast is to help bring good feedback to the table, is to really discuss and essentially deep dive into these topics. It's not for personal attacks. It's not to just shit on CIG or anything like that. Okay, guys. So just make sure that, you know, you're somewhat respectable, and not ridiculous in the chat. Okay. That's all. But, let's start while being honest and, you know, exactly that, while being honest with your opinion on the flight model. I'm going to go through you guys one by one. Okay, so let's start with Red Lear first. Red Lear, where do you sit at when it comes to the current state of flight in general? Hey, did you purposely have a voice mod?
Hello? Hello?
Is he serious?
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Wow. Sorry about that.
It's like, how did we not pick up on this in the last 2 hours? Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, ever since, I guess the current flight model, I guess it hasn't really changed since 3.5. It's very slow, sluggish. I think what really comes down to is there's just no more positional combat. There's no more G-forces. The G-forces are there. There's just not enough acceleration in ships to actually get those G-forces to come out. There's no acceleration on smaller ships to capitalize on mistakes on bigger ships. It's just very boring.
Yeah,
honestly.
That's the real. It's like at the end of the day, that's the best way to describe it. If you're gonna describe it before anything, it's not that fun or entertaining, is it?
It's like a big slow. It either devolves into a slow, wide, fast circle strafe or a back strafe. DPS race essentially with auto gimbals. That's really all that's left in the game at this point.
Right. And let's go with Snake. What's your current standpoint on what it's like to fly this flight model and what you think of it?
I think that in attempting to add complexity to your decisions while flying, they've flattened everything out. I think they tried to change too much at the same time, and as a result, just deleted. We'll get into it, but they basically have made it so that only one gun was usable. Only 3 ships were usable, and in general, flying is not as competitive. It just doesn't feel competitive, and I think as a result, it's like this horrible chain reaction where like the flight model is unfulfilling, and so fewer people fly, and they encounter fewer people, and then they encounter fewer people, and now it's just like you can't find a good fight anywhere unless it's your mates. You know what I mean? And it's just not it doesn't exist anymore, really.
The problem is, I completely understand with what you're saying, and I completely agree too, is dogfighting and combat in spaceships in what's literally a spaceship-centric game is really lacklusting right now, isn't it? We're a niche part of the community that try to be elite in PvP and flying our ships, and it shouldn't be that way. It should almost be like, I don't know what percentages we should be saying it is, but it really feels like there should be a lot more people that we're PvPing against, that we're playing against in general, that just enjoy shooting their spaceships. And yeah, it's really hurting right now. I'll leave you next Sunday. So, what do you think? Current state, go.
I mean, I think we can kind of trace this back all the way back to the 1.x days, where a lot of vets will say that probably the pinnacle of both having a consistent and kind of coherent flight model, which was based on the fact that we didn't have the issue of having to mesh everything into the PU, was back in like the 1.3, 1.4 days. Back then, the technology was at a level where you weren't trying to push stuff into this grand scheme of a game. So you had a lot more focused mechanics and a lot more mechanics that just worked more smoothly and consistently with the IFCS model that John Pritchett had designed and implemented. So I think every step since 1.3, 1.4 has been a movement away from player control of their ships. And that's kind of the most important thing, that as somebody who wants to be good at dogfighting in a spaceship shooting game, is that everybody's looking for the ultimate level of player control of their ship, so that every decision that you make regarding the control of your ship has an outcome that you're trying to achieve. Right now, I mean, we went from 1.3, 1.4, which everything was pretty smooth. Ships were zippy. You had limits so that you could only, your ship was capable of certain maneuvers, but as a pilot in that ship, you had to balance certain maneuvers against each other and certain tactics depending on what your opponent was doing, plus also what the G limits allowed your ship to do, what your boost limits allowed your ship to do. Ever since then, once 2.0 came about, and they started adding drift. Chris came up with this idea of having a World War II kind of fighter in space. Every successive patch has taken control away from the pilots in the game, which has done two things. It's made ships less fun to fly, and it's made people who are good at the game relatively good at the game compared to everybody else. And that really irritates the people that are hardcore combat pilots, because the whole purpose of getting good at the game is to go in and kick people's faces in over and over and over and over. That's what you play the game to do. So when you're not able to do that, it becomes essentially why play this game anymore. And so then once we got 3.0 and especially 3.5, which was just an entire essentially reversal of everything that made 1.3, 1.4 good. I think that's probably, the addition of auto gimbals and all that, that's a whole nother discussion. But I think that the way flight has just gotten less and less precise and less meaningful control inputs from players, it's just been downhill the whole time.
And that's a problem with game developing in general. And it's funny because I find myself watching a lot of game development videos on YouTube, documentaries and stuff, and those are principles that are super important to video games, right? And I'll reference Blizzard here. They used to discuss about how they needed to tune down crowd control to a gigantic degree, because the reality is in player testing and everything, and video games in general, taking control away from the player is a bad move. Nobody's going to enjoy loss of control over the video game they're playing, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. The wording that I would describe the current flight model is, it feels like you're flying a space game with 2000 ping and you're roller skating at the same time. You're drifting uncontrollably. Yeah, and it's I don't even think it's just input lag. It's the way they've designed the flight model. It's you decide to make a left turn, you want to wrap around an asteroid or something, you can't achieve this with the flight model. A lot of it's got to do with where the flight model landed and how people are playing it, aside from the design intent, which we'll get to when it comes to cruise speed and combat maneuvering speeds and stuff like that. But the
I
drama...
guess we should clarify, when people we all kind of use the words flight model, but I guess what we really mean is the tuning within the flight model, right? It's the tunings that are really the issue, not necessarily the flight model per se.
Yeah, I mean, the route that you go to, a flight model is just a generic term for container that is the code that dictates, how something feels. But the bottom line is you could use PS4's flight model, that you build in the PS4 to make a good feeling experience in a ship or an airplane. It's just about what decisions they've made to make it feel the way it does in terms of inputs.
But it's my main thing is what defines essentially the post 3.5 era for me, and that's circle strafing and pip scuffing, and that's that is PvP at the highest level these days, right? That's it. You're screwing with your pip, or you're just doing endless circle strafes, because the game doesn't provide any option now to break out of circle strafes, given the limitations that are essentially artificially put on the ships after the 3.5 kind of I don't know even what to call it, the restructured the way flight worked, away from simulation. It has essentially made it incentivize player behaviors that are not tactical, they're not interesting, and they're not based on how you would actually dogfight an opponent positionally in an actual fight. It's all based on either using some kind of exploit like pip scuffing, or it's based on just endless circle strafing because there are no other options.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that, the whole cheese factory scene, which I've got, and you guys are going to enjoy that. We've got a lot of data, a lot of information to put down this stream's throat, but I think the drum I really want to beat on, especially in the introduction, is the fact that player combat in spaceships is not replayable. I mean, it's replayable, but it's not enjoyable to that degree. I don't think there's many players, if any, that are truly enjoying hopping into their ship and going and doing ECN missions, or going into AC and farming Vandal Swarm, or going even into Arena Commander. I do know of the few that are kind of enjoy trying to be the best at a video game from a competitive aspect, but I don't think that when it comes to true just flight and dogfighting, I don't think the combat there, I don't think the gameplay is there. And I guess what's concerning is that it used to be there. And it used to be there several different times. Yes, each flight tuning / flight model has its own problems and had its own problems in the past. But when it comes to replayability, at least that was there. And the problem is we've got to enjoy this game for its combat. That's the spine of the game. And I don't want to offend any of the traders and stuff. You know, flight, everything ties into it. The shields you have on your ship tie into it. The weapons you have on your ship tie into it. Flight is the spine of the game, and it's got to be enjoyable. And, you know, if you follow Spectrum, you follow the CIG marketing and stuff, the wording they use all the time is, you know, real physics and wanting you to feel immersed in your ship. But the problem is the price we've paid for that is not enjoyable combat. And I think I speak for most of the community when it comes to that. I've actually got Devil in the chat right now who's going to be posting a poll that we'll look at by the end of the show. I really want you guys all to fill it out. It's just a yes or a no to, are you enjoying the current state of flight in the game, okay? I'll get you guys to spam it. Some of the other mods could spam it, please. But I really want us to look at that poll towards the end. But I guess we can start moving in this direction now that we've all talked about how desperately, you know, the combat and the flight needs to change to be more of a game and more enjoyable, and away from what you would describe it now as simulation, but maybe it just hasn't landed the mark there. But you know, you're not going to find, I don't like to be the one just, you know, bashing the current state of it, but I don't think there's parts of this community that are really enjoying themselves right now when it comes to flying their ships. And if they are, I'd love to talk to them. I really would. But yeah, it's a real struggle.
I think part of it is to, you know, we try to put our heads in the mindsets, you know, realistically of developers that are making choices, or, you know, art directors or whoever it is that's making choices on exactly what the flight model feels like. And, you know, what it seems like is the baseline is like big ships or heavy ships, and then they walk it back from there, which unfortunately I think it's very easy to make a big ship feel like a big ship because you just make it sluggish, you make it slow to respond, and now you've got this, you know, faux mass that you feel like you've got this huge ship to contend with at the controls. But fighters are a lot more sensitive than that, and there's a lot more of them. The combat ship spectrum, you know, is much deeper, or at least was at one point. But to create that depth, that granularity between the ships, you have to really dial it carefully, tune it carefully. Whereas I don't think you have to tune big ships all that carefully, right? You know, you just need to give it some sluggishness, and boom, you got big ship performance. So I'm not sure that's exactly what happened, but it feels like people who are enjoying the flight model or don't feel like it's a problem aren't really flying. They're flying forgiving ships. They're flying ships that don't need to, you know,
aren't flight based. Yeah, they're not flight centric like a Vanguard or something that's throwing its weight around. And that's the thing too, is when we start pouring into this data, I want you guys to know that we're not including ships like the Hammerhead and the Constellation that aren't focused on a flight experience. We're talking about dogfighting ships that are strictly for combat. If you've got storage on your ship, you likely weren't included in the data. Okay, now that's, and our complaints.
I would put racers in there too, because I mean, there's a whole racing community. I don't know where they are anymore, but
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, we didn't put the racing ships in there just because some of the data ties in with shields and weapons too, which we'll mention in different slides. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, we didn't include that.
It's related, right? The differences between racing ships is gonna be marginal, not vast, right? And so if they're not properly tuned, there's either gonna be no difference between them, which there probably isn't at this stage, if I were to guess, and the way the flight model treats performance ships, makes them feel like they're not performance ships. So I would imagine that would be devastating to a racing community as well.
Yeah. Now, so I'm gonna, like I said, I was gonna transition into the definitions so that you guys don't fall behind. The whole goal of this podcast was to make sure that anyone that didn't even know Star Citizen could understand exactly what we're talking about. So we'll lead into that next. But just quickly, I want a single digit number between 1 and 10 on how fun it is to fly from all three of you. Take your turn. 1 to 10. How fun, replayable is flight and combat right now? Be honest too.
I mean, I guess a 2 if I don't get pad rimmed. Let's go with that.
Like 3, I guess. I mean, because they still have, things sound cool and, I guess a 3.
1 being bad, of course.
5, horrible, right? But I mean,
so
the audio is really good. I can't
3?
argue with that. The audio team is doing
yeah.
a
There's
job.
some, and that's one thing I wanted to do too. Like the showing the intro and everything. Some of these guys, their art department and stuff are knocking this out of the park. Like, but it's that flight and combat, man. So what was your final answer? Sorry, Snake.
I'd say a 2 or 3.
Yeah.
3
Sunday?
if I'm being generous.
Yeah. Sunday?
2 with sledges as they were last patch. 1 without sledges. So.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Keep going.
That's it. No, I mean 2.
Yeah.
A 2 without sledges.
I don't.
A 2 with the sledges they were last patch, and now it's a 1. Like, like any fight now, it's impossible to kill any ship. Unless they sit there and just let you do it.
But I just want to make sure that we're not just hounding on the fact that this is just combat. This is flight and combat in general. And,
right,
but they tie into each other, don't they?
Right, being able to use a weapon that would incentivize at least or allow for certain flight gameplay that makes it marginally more fun than what it is, right?
Yeah.
So I'm on 1.
And I think that's someone just put in, Scorpion put in chat that flight and combat are different things. I completely disagree with that, by the way. Like, and you'll see this in a lot of the data that we're pulling is at the end of the day, a flight model and the flight tuning is so significant to with the objective that you're trying to accomplish in the game. If you're racing, you need a racing ship. You're not thinking about weapons and stuff. So you're designing this race ship based off of flight alone. But when you're designing, 3/4 of the ships that are in this game based off of combat, which is shooting your weapons at another ship and trying to be evasive or defensive as possible while being shot at, combat has gigantic implications on the flight model. And I don't think that we should be separating them at all. I think that when someone goes to approach the balanced tuning of flight, I think that they need to account combat into it entirely. You need to be thinking about weapons, missiles, chaffs.
I wouldn't say that they're the same thing, but I would say they're indelibly linked.
Yeah.
You cannot separate the two in an ecosystem that even big ships, the reason they fly bigly is partially to feel like they're a big ship, but also partially because if they flew like a fighter, you'd be using big ships to fight everything because they have the biggest guns. So it's all linked around that ecosystem, which is why even, I'm not sure if there's any ships that don't have guns on them, even if they're superfluous size 1s, they put them on there, right? So.
And that's got to come into the scaling of it, right? Like if you look at the Hornet ships, they need to be sluggish and they need to be heavier because they're supplied with more armor and they have more weapons than every other ship. So there has to be a trade and it has to get accounted into it. So let's move on to the next scene. Oh, by the way, my numbers are 2 too. I don't want to be kind of group thinky, make you guys think you had any impact on my number, but it would have been a 2 as well. So, but either way, that's kind of what we're just trying to communicate is that, and I hope it didn't get lost there, is that when you're designing these ships and the tuning that goes behind them, you have to account for, the damage they do, the kind of defense, the amount of shields they have. For example, it's the reason the arrow got nerfed, right? The arrow got a shield taken away from it because it was far too maneuverable and it was a tiny little ship. So having 2 shields on it didn't make sense. So that's kind of where I'm just trying to tie into the fact that combat meets flight in the balance tuning side of things. But I want to move on to the definitions now before we start looking at some 3.9 data and some 3.8 data. But let's start cracking into that. So I'll read these out for you guys. And these are some of the definitions and the abbreviations we'll be using, okay? Now, these definitions aren't what you're going to Google as a definition. It's how we relate to this podcast, okay? So first one is inertia and drift, which is your residual movement in the direction of your previous vector after giving new thruster inputs. So this is that slide you feel, that drift you feel, that loss of control when you're trying to change a direction, which usually happens when you go above the combat speed, which is your limiter, right? Which is usually around the 300, 400, 500 mark. That is your inertia and drift. There's small amounts of it when you're maneuvering at combat speeds, and it should be there, but to the degree that it's there, as soon as you leave those other speeds, yeah, that's to be debated for. The cruise and cruise speed. So when we talk about cruise and cruise speed, we're talking about travel speeds used to reach a destination that don't require directional maneuvering. So by that we mean, and it's a problem with the meta right now, is that when I believe when they were designing this, they planned for everybody to be dogfighting around the 200-300 mark. And the problem is that there's no reason to fly at the 200-300 mark unless you're purposely slowing yourself down. So, and that's an issue I would describe with the 3.9 meta, is that we're using these cruise speeds and these travel speeds to dogfight in, which is ridiculous. And that's why the slide is so uncontrollable.
Which is interesting. We should come back to that during the later discussion, because when 2.6.0 came out, we had that in the universe, and they tried to fix it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and there's
and we're right back to where we started. So
yeah, exactly. And so like I can see them putting in the game design. I don't want to be on, like, actually let's just keep moving forward and we'll loop back on that. But we've got MAVs, which are thrusters used for maneuvering on the lateral, vertical, and rotational axes. Okay, so that's maneuvering thrusters. We've got cheese, okay? Cheese, which is flight and combat model indiscrepancies that lead to unintended player flight behavior, okay? And then we've got the meta, which is the combination of the most effective loadouts and tactics in a PvP scenario. We have Sixtoff, which is just 6 degrees of freedom, which is the freedom of movement in a 3D space, X, Y, and Z, okay?
Can we go back to cheese real quick? I feel like that probably could use some expansion. You know, it's basically when mechanics in a game are discovered that aren't exactly cheating, it's just the way the game works, and those are leveraged to get better at the game. An example is the way that people are using the way pips work to improve their defense. It's not like designed into the game to be like, you know, the defense in the game is supposed to be maneuvering to avoid people's shots and your defenses being on the shields, but they don't really design into the game to be like, the player should think about what their inputs are doing to the engine, predicting the pip for the other player behind them, chasing them. You know, that's not really what they're going after, but people do that anyway. Things like what are you calling it this right now? It was bathtub rolling before.
Yeah, the whole so point now it's the pip vibrating. Yeah. So
does the cheese require me to buy a macro keyboard so I can have it?
Literally.
Right? The idea is that you because you understand how things work. It's not exactly breaking rules, but it is driving how you fly, which wasn't really what the idea was in the first place.
And it tends to be immersion breaking. So, for example, in 3.4 and also 3 to 3.4, the meta or cheese meta was to do the rainbow roll, which was to rock your ship back to forth and try to fluke shot your enemy while being almost impossible to shoot at. The networking code, the ESP, couldn't keep up with it. So what you would do is you'd run into these dogfight scenarios and you'd see someone doing this dorky roll that looked like they were rocking and they were just shooting. Yeah, and it was it was super lame, right? And you know, the problem was in like if you were to watch a ship doing that in Star Wars, you'd start laughing. So the point is, it's a bit immersion breaking. It's not to the intent of the flight model, right?
Right. It's not that it's not a valid technique in the sense that all gamers are going to seek the most effective way to be competitive within the bounds of the game. It's just that wasn't really the idea. You know, you know what I mean?
And we don't blame anyone for doing it. Hell, I have to do it now if I want to be competitive. But the point is and it's usually like, you know, just holes in the current state of the tuning and to which need to be worked on by CIG. It's strictly CIG's responsibility to look at these and correct them anyway, which I believe some of this has been tweaked for 3.9 anyway, so that's good to hear. But yeah, so that's cheese, right? Is exactly that. Now there's TTK, which is time to kill. So the lower the time to kill, the shorter the engagement, the longer the engagement. Then there's arcade and arcady, which we use a fair bit in the show, which is the flight and combat experience that sacrifices the fidelity of simulation for gameplay and objectives. Tends to be faster paced and more accessible. Now, when people talk really loosely about the earlier flight models, they always use the terms, it's Fortnite-y, it's arcadey, it's like a shooter, it's flick aim shots, and it's not too based off of flight, or not even flight, but it's not too much based off of simulation. It's just a fun experience. Something I really miss about this game, to be honest, is the fact that the combat isn't arcadey, because if the combat's arcadey, at least there's a focus on fun in there. And then the last one is impulse boosting. So that's thruster boosting that immediately changes a ship's vector with minimal residual inertia carried over. So that's being able to actually control your ship using these impulse thrusters and maneuver correctly, right? So those are the terms we're going to use. There might be a couple more, but we'll make sure that we describe them. But for anyone that's watching this on YouTube tomorrow or watching it now, you'll be able to refer back to this if you ever fall behind on some of the lingo we're using, okay? So I will go back to the podcast and let's hit back on that red layer first before we go into some of these pie charts that we've put together. Like there's a gigantic issue right now with the feedback that CIG get from the flight model and stuff because of travel/cruise speed, isn't there? Cruise is being, like, let's be real, there's not, outside of Arena Commander, because Arena Commander has these walls that trap you in, that avoid you from climbing up to a certain speed, or I can guarantee you're going to lose control and not be able to avoid hitting the edges of the arena. But there's a huge problem in combat community right now that people are using these cruise speeds in combat, isn't there? And which then creates drift and jousting and all the consequences we're feeling right now. So let's continue.
It also enables larger ships to, you know, come at you, decouple, go back in reverse, and obtain those speeds, and essentially turn into a fighter that's DPS racing you like face to face, right? You don't have the acceleration. And I mean, like 2.5, like you have to think of the history of when they first tried to fix this. Like in the early 2X patches, nobody was really PvPing in the PU because the frame rates were really bad. So abusing cruise was not a thing because it didn't exist in Arena Commander. Then slowly, like people were starting to be able to get 25 frames, 30 at best in the PU, and there was sort of this little bit of outcry to get rid of this cruise jousting that was happening, and they brought in AB2, which was 260, and that was sort of the start of it, to try to get rid of it. But of course, it affected Arena Commander as well. Because you could now basically turn on your afterburner and go crazy in Arena Commander. So yeah, it's weird that we're back into the same position again, because this whole roundabout changing of flight models and tunings all sort of started there to get rid of cruise jousting. Now, again, like you saw on the early 3.9 roadmap, they had the high speed combat feature, which is essentially this. They pushed it to 4.0, I think. But it's essentially to address this again. Like, we don't know what the feature is going to be, but it's essentially to stop people from being able to do combat.
That's what scares me.
Speed.
Like, if they call it high speed combat, I'm sitting there thinking, God, they got to slow things down, if anything. Like,
well, they're going to try to lock people into SCM at some point, or at least make you make a choice as to what that effect is going to be. Nobody knows yet until they implement it. But
yeah, and I hope it. Sorry, keep going. I always do this.
No, I was just going to say they announced it on the roadmap, so I mean it's something that's.
And that was supposed to be 3.9, pushed back to 4.0, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. So
it's supposed to be consequences for high speed combat, right? Not
which is something we were excited about, right?
Right.
And
right. I mean, I would rather just high speed combat not be a thing.
Yeah, not exist
at all versus consequences. I mean, just make it not a thing.
Yeah.
Make it go away.
The consequences would have to be so severe because the problem is when we first saw these patch notes, they were talking about this new feature to encourage us to slow down our ships was that you can't fire missiles at speed. That ain't going to stop a single person from flying at that speed. It's got to be so consequential to fly up there, or you just have to put a ceiling. Just bring that ceiling straight down. Otherwise, these consequences need to be absolutely unbearable. Because the problem is, and if you look at the flight balancing, you pull apart these actual spreadsheets, and you can see some attempt at balancing in there. But the problem is that these ships have these personalities that got described to us at SitCon, and that's in the combat speeds to which no one is flying anyway. Like,
well, I just don't know if they know for sure what they want the combat to look like. Because if they're going off of a reference, then it would look a lot more like whatever that reference is. And when I think about like speeds and the consequences, I always default back to, like DCS or actual aircraft dogfighting, where the speed choices you're making are pretty granular. Like, you're not talking about going from 100 to 500. You're talking about the difference between 100 and 150 could be a difference maker. Your platform usually has an ideal speed at which it turns at best rate, but you also have the general geometry of the faster you fly, the bigger your circle is. So just flying faster doesn't give you an advantage. It might be a disadvantage, in fact. In fact, sometimes people race to their airspeed floors to be able to turn tighter on people, right? So it's dynamics like that, mechanics like that I wish that they would, either go off of a flight sim and then space it up, or sci-fi it up some, or find some other reference that seems to be in a good spot in general, and then walk it away from that toward a Star Citizen goal from there. But when they try to just sort of contemplate, on a mountaintop what they think it should feel like, it doesn't seem like they're hitting any marks, and it gets really, really binary. It's like you either do or don't fly like this. You either choose this speed or don't choose the speed. You either use this gun or don't use this gun. It's like everything is super binary, and it's not very fleshed out,
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair though, we do know there is a vehicle experience team that has been and is looking at this stuff actively, right now, and obviously is probably working on stuff. Like, we're probably not going to see the fruits of that for some time, but we can't just sit here and obviously there's problems, but CIG knows, right? They know people aren't happy. They're investigating. They're going to work on it, but it's just one of those things.
That's what scares me. That's what scares me from a project management standpoint, though, is that this came out in 3.5, and the feedback almost immediately was entirely negative. Like, just the responses they got from that thread. I know of at least 200 people that walked out right then and there. A lot of to which are probably watching. And I don't think that waiting it's been little over a year now, probably longer, to start working on it is a bit scary. Like, this is, and I use this always as a reference all the time. I've used it in Twerk's stream a few times too, is that God of War had its combat down in grey phase. Like, before they started adding color to the game, they knew how this thing was going to play. They had ironed it in. And we are 4-6 years maybe into the development of this, and this flight model has been reworked each time and time again. And as far as playability and just enjoyment, we're at the worst it's ever been. Probably ever. For the longest period of time.
I mean, I don't disagree, but at least for the first time, we actually have an actual team dedicated to the experience.
Yep.
And like publicly, they have announced it that they had a summit. There's a group of them. We don't know who they all are, but there is a decent size of them. They all went and had a summit, and hashed through all the feedback they've been collecting over the year. And their task is to sit down and make flight great again, essentially. So, or tune it.
Yeah.
I guess it's probably like in the sense that they have the ideas of what each ship role is going to be, and probably want to sort of light fighters versus medium fighters versus heavy fighters, and whatever the paper rock scissors in a 1v1 versus maybe a multi-crew battle scenario, and how to make these ships fly to sort of achieve it. Because it's like right now you can take a light fighter and go up against something that's even like a 600i, and you literally have a hard time getting positional combat. You shouldn't be able to kill the thing, but you should be able to get behind it. And now that's not even realistic, and I don't think that's in line with how a light fighter would behave against a ship of 600i size kind of thing. So I think they're going in and trying to figure all that stuff out. And weapon balance and all that stuff. Obviously, there's other things to fly, but if we talk about just positional combat,
yes,
that's the biggest thing they need to solve first.
Yep. And to what Next Side Dave said, I have a hard time reading chat, guys, so forgive me, but what Next Side Dave said, I do agree. I think there needs to be some more visibility into what this team is doing, what they recognize are problems that they're trying to solve, and at least some ideas of what could be solutions before this gets dropped in a patch. Because the reality is if they come with solutions that create different or bigger problems, that's it. That's the nail in the coffin for so many of the players that feel like they've been burned. I'm not one of them. I still play Star Citizen all the time, not to the degree I did, but I'm still here. I'm still a backer. I'm still exactly as much as invested in the game, literally money-wise out of my pocket as I was back when it was great to fly. So I have full faith that they'll get there, but I just hope that they get there the right way. That the feedback is good. I hope that they start discussing and debating it with the community and just be honest about what they can't give up and what they are trying to accomplish, and then have a middle ground between fun and replayability and then what they're looking for, which Chris Roberts describes as the expanse, and it's hard to crack that open, but the point is I think some visibility needs to be there and some discussions had, and I hope they are. I get told behind closed doors that there is a scenario to which that's happening in private, but I hope it becomes more public, and maybe even their marketing team start getting involved in it. But
I mean, typically there's a player test loop, right? Especially when it comes to a competitive gameplay. It's one thing to have people testing whether you get stuck in a chair or some shit, but it's another thing entirely to make sure there's a core group of playtesters that tell you at the end of a specific patch or at the beginning of a specific patch, is it FUN?
Yeah, and
Are
that's
you having fun
gotta be the core
right now. And if not, now that's why we're paying you as a playtester, so that you can articulate why the fuck it's not fun, not just be like, fire all the devs, get new devs, LOL, GTFO. It's like, that's not really helpful. It's one of the reasons we're having a discussion like this and being as granular as possible, because we don't know for sure if the playtesters that they rely upon for things like the flight model and ship-to-ship combat are being this granular with the devs, but they need to be, because you can't just be like, it's all right, not bad. I can land on a pad, it works. Be like, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to know whether this is going to be a fun game to play from a ship. you need to get more specific than that, and you need to do more work than that in terms of dialing it in. The way I look at it, there's two ways. One's a positive way, and one's a negative way. You can look at kind of where they're at with 3.9. One is that they've broken 2 other flight models before, so historically speaking, this one will either break or never get there either. But if I wanted to be more positive about it, it technically took between 4 and 6 patches for them to dial in the previous 2 fun flight models. And where we are there right now is we are in 4 patches. so hopefully between now and the next 2 patches, they will hit another place in the flight model and the combat tuning that we just love. And people have said in chat, and they're right, we shit on the previous flight model in a lot of ways. We would complain, all that stuff. But the idea is that, feedback on the things that are broken, you look back on those flight models and there was a lot of fun replayability. Just the straight player participation statistics play out on that and demonstrate that. But it doesn't mean that, you can't just continue to give feedback on something. It's in development. This is the time to give feedback on it.
Yeah. And I just think that before they make these changes and these huge decisions, you've got to look at the basic ways of game testing. Like when God of War released, and I watched that documentary 4 times. I tried to get Snake and Sunday to watch it. But they just pulled 10 gamers off the streets and they put them in front of combat and they watched their facial expressions. They just asked them general questions. Hey, did you have fun? That being the core of this. And the problem is as much as God of War doesn't apply here, it almost does, because Squadron 42 is the game that they hit the wider market with. That's the game that they kick the AAA door down and advertise to everybody across other games. That's the one that they have to hit the home run with. They cannot hit a home run with the current state of combat. If you fly anything like this in that campaign, any random player is going to pick that up and go, wow, this is bad.
But here's where it gets dangerous, right? You're talking about a traditional kind of developer-publisher relationship with consumers, right?
Yep.
Who is the client? Who is the consumer for this product? For all these products that SIG's making?
Yep.
Who is it? It's Chris Roberts. He's the internal client. The entire project, the scope of the project is not about satisfying consumers who have been giving essentially what is no strings attached money to the project for the past, 8 years, right? Those people are not the people that the game is being made for. So don't mistake that. This is made for an internal client. Yeah. So the issue is how much of your feedback, how much of anybody's feedback is really going to be incorporated for a client that's essentially a whole departure away from everybody else who's actually playing the game. I don't know if Chris Roberts is playing the game. I don't know if he enjoys combat. I don't know if the model of combat that they're shooting for is even going to be anything like what we want it to be, because we're not inside his head. Every decision that's been made as far as combat goes has 2 considerations. Is it technically feasible? That's 1. Number 2, is it something that Chris Roberts wants? That's the other one, right? There's no other input into this combat model. I think you can see that though. 1.x, you take away player choice, you take away player control of their ships every single patch since 1.4, and that's where you get to now. And the players have been kicking and screaming the entire way, and they keep going. And it's the same pattern, and it's the only consistent pattern with this entire game. Mm-hmm. So, you tell me, is this going to be any kind of impact based on player input that we've been giving them for the past 3 major patches? Mm-hmm. I don't know. So that's kind of where I am on it, is that we haven't gotten any kind of clear communication from anybody in the project regarding what is the end goal of combat in this game.
Yeah.
Is it going to be, and I just like to hear it, because it would help to understand where they're coming from. Right?
Yeah. And it needs to be a bigger part of their marketing too. We're looking at these new ships and stuff and how they look, but we're not looking at how they perform or anything like that. We're just, it's it's a whole nother argument or it's a whole nother debate, but I completely agree. And that's the problem, is there needs to be some visibility, and we really need to look at that. But let's start moving on to the pie charts, okay? So this is something that myself and Sunday worked on. We were going to include some more, but we didn't want to drown you guys in data. But I want to show you guys first 3.4, and yes, we're going to bring on JP pretty shortly. We just wanted to make sure that we were criticizing the current work before we brought in JP and Snake Eyes to really help deliver the earlier flight model, so they'll be on shortly. But let's hammer this this last 3.5 to 3.9 flight model, really pull it apart before we pull these guys on. So I want to show you guys the first spreadsheet, okay? This is 3.4 capable dogfighting ships, okay?
And this is entirely like, what, opinion, right? This is based on, and everybody's going to disagree, but it's a general kind of theme, I think, as far as what
I'm just glad the
looks
Reliant is crossed out, dude, because I'd have to leave if I saw the core on there.
I mean, if anybody wants to challenge what capable means on any of those ships, they're happy to try.
It doesn't mean meta, right? It means ships that are capable of basic combat maneuvering in a very, at least basic way. It's not that this ship is the best performing, it can do anything, and you're going to use it to kill every other ship.
Yeah, and this is 3.4 data too. I want to home in on those. I'm just starting to realize I forgot a scene, but oh well. These ships on the left in blue are all capable from both flight perspectives and a combat perspective. If you were flying in 3.4 and you were being competitive in combat, in flight, you were in any of these blue ships, and those orange ships were not flight centric. They weren't focused on flight. This is how playable it used to be, in a sense. And I want to show you guys this. I mean, I'm sure you guys miss the good old Vandal Glaive, the good old Vandal Scythe, the good old Vandal Blade. Flying around the Super Hornet. God, I miss the Saber Raven too.
To qualify all this, by the way, a lot of these were part of a rock, paper, scissors type of a relationship. So, the Hornet may not be the meta ship per se, or it may, depending on where it is, but it may be a response to another ship. So if you've got arrows, which were a meta ship in a big way for a long time. One of the responses that were found to dealing with arrows was the I thought tremendously balanced EMP meta. A lot of people just start crying salty tears because they get EMP, but the reality is in 3.4 the EMP meta was extremely well balanced because you had multiple ships with different pluses and minuses. They could friendly fire. There were all kinds of things that complicated your employment of an EMP, and the EMP was a good response to the arrow because it was so maneuverable, so difficult to kill, had strong enough weapons to be relevant, that one of the best ways to deal with it was to disable it, and that is a great rock paper scissors relationship to have, where maybe a Hawk or a Saber Raven doesn't have a lot of relevancy in combat because they're toothless more or less, but when you have to respond to a different ship, now they have relevancy, which is something that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and
but I mean, we're also talking none of that has anything to do with positional combat, though, right? Now we're getting into
this is competitive and flight, but yeah, this was basic. This was based off basic combat maneuvering. This list,
but EMPs were 100% positional because you could easily turn off your own people. So when and where you activate it had entirely to do with where you were, not in just relation to your target, but the entire hairball over jump count.
Sure, yeah, it was fleet positioning. But when we're talking about positional combat, we're talking about a single ship versus another single ship. In the context of what CIG is looking at,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we're talking about Mavs and that type of thing. But right now,
because I mean, there's a whole other ball of wax with fleet warfare for sure.
Yeah,
but it still all is tied to flying and dogfighting.
Did we hit on the Did we hit on the term positional combat? I was gone for a second. Sorry.
No, not yet. We'll go back and talk about that soon. Just hold on to that, and I'll remember to do it. So but I just want to emphasize, all the ships in blue are completely capable of flight, and if they were more sluggish than the other, it was because they had good combat reasons, and they were capable still. Like, if you were to compare this to the current state, all of those are out the window, which I'll show you right here. This is the problem with 3.9 and the flight tuning. Now, I want to harp on what you were saying earlier, Redley, when you opened up the podcast, is we need to make sure that we separate a consequence to a flight model and the flight tuning. This is a flight tuning problem, isn't it? We don't have a problem with physics when it comes to this. It's all to do with the tuning of the thrusters and the maneuverability and the weight of these ships. Now, if you want to fly right now a ship that is capable of positional combat maneuvering, etc., you need to be in one of these blue ships or you're out. Now, I know some of you guys are in chat of mentioning ships that we didn't put ships in that aren't clearly based off flight. So the Gladiator is a torp ship. It is not there to be maneuvering. It's the same with the Eclipse. It's the same with the Hammer. It's the same with the Connie, okay? There's ships like that we didn't include. We include just the fighters, which is why we wanted to make sure it's transparent and show you guys the list of ships. Now,
I mean, this is also in the context of auto gimbal.
Yes.
Because
the auto gimbal.
There isn't enough rotational acceleration for fixed weapons to even be relevant in this. So
exactly. But the problem is too, though, is to all of these ships in orange are, to our standard or to anyone's standard, really not flyable. Like, yeah, you can fly them around, but you're going to be falling laps and laps behind all of these other ships, and are therefore not competitive. The Vanguard you can fly right now because it's not flight centric, so which is why you have such a huge weapon loadout. But the real data that we need to pull from these two pie graphs is that this is how playable it is now. This is how playable it used to be. Okay.
And the Vanguard is one that I can go back on that one. I think the Warden right now is in a good place.
Yeah, I would describe it too.
For a heavy fighter, I feel like is a good balance of being able to, the maneuverability feels fine, non-boosting. And then what they did is they added a lot of overhead for heat boosting, which makes it able to keep up with some of the medium and lighter fighters in terms of at least getting guns on target for a partial amount of time, which is what a heavy fighter should be able to do.
Yep.
I mean, you should be able to defeat light and medium fighters through a combination of attrition plus missile loadout, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point.
Yep.
And I would say the Vanguard on 3.9 is capable of basic combat maneuvering. We talked about it.
Yeah.
I think that you can go back and forth on it, but I think that maybe that's one of them that I would have put is capable relative to 3.4 when I would say the Vanguard was not capable. That ship was just getting absolutely...
Yeah, it's kind of weird where the Vanguard landed. Yeah, I completely
that's
agree.
The only ship I feel like the flight model has improved for.
Yeah.
And everything else has been generally down.
And that's the difference, right? Is that when there's ships that are purely there from a defensive juggernaut perspective, the flight controls only need to be to a certain degree, and then because what's carrying the Vanguard is its big bulky defenses with its huge weapons loadout, which is why we can be happy with this thing. And if it was even more maneuverable, the Vanguard right now, I'd be screaming and kicking my desk. Because it's a really powerful ship right now. So from a combat perspective, it's great, but it's not great because of its flight, is it? It's great because of other reasons, which was the entire design intent.
Flight, right?
Yeah,
the flight feels appropriate for
the ship
tankiness.
Yep.
Yeah, for the ship and its role
and its design intent. Yep, perfect. Yep, completely agree with that. But any of these ships in orange, you're not going to win a race in that. You're not going to compete in a race in that. Like, these ships, and for the most part, are pretty miserable to fly when it comes to a combat perspective. So, like, again, harp on it again, how playable and amazing this was. And I'm not trying to beat the 3.4 drum. I'm just trying to beat the drum that flight has a huge impact on these things, and this is how playable it was before. If you wanted to go out from Port LSR, head to Jumptown, head to Grimhex, head to any PvP, you could pick this gigantic wide selection of ships. You can't do it here. And I know we mentioned the auto gimbal too, and we could have dedicated a whole podcast to it. Maybe we will one day. It has its problems. We all agree with that. Fixed weapons
We can dedicate a podcast to the size 9 torpedo too. I think.
Yeah, literally. So the problem is though, and what would you describe as the reasoning as to why they can't do fixed? I'm going to switch back to the podcast scene and pray to God the fact that Sonny didn't kick his router over. It hasn't fucked over the cam. So no, we're good. All right. So what's stopping us from having fixed weapons right now, aside from networking? Is it to do with the flight? Is it the speeds? Do you think?
Like the defink and the networking is number one.
Do you think it's purely that? Do you think it's also to do with the speeds?
It's not purely that, but that's like the baseline, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on top of that, you have things like ESP, and that's going to rely on that baseline.
Yep.
Thirdly, and probably pretty important to combat, is being able to actually aim with the nose of your ship in a timely manner and not have it feel like there's 300-400 milliseconds of input lag on your mouse or your joystick or whatever. You literally cannot track a target with the nose of your ship. It's just not. It's not possible. You have to overturn, underturn, oversteer.
And that's the problem, right? It's a maneuvering.
It's not accurate.
Yeah.
My understanding was when they changed over to 3.5, the entire idea was to realize a vision of Chris's, which was to get closer to this cat and mouse dogfight look that some have said Star Wars, some have said
World War II in space.
Here's the irony with that though. Like in 263, whether or not you loved 263 or didn't love it, every 1v1 situation ended up in a very 360, rotational fur ball of everybody within 500 to 400 meters of each other, up close and personal. And we kind of had that combat, but it was in 6 degrees of freedom because you had meaningful accelerations and meaningful G-forces. And if you did not roll off those G-forces, you passed out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, fast forward to the patch you guys really love on this panel is 3.4. It was actually very close to 263, but ESP was broken because JP was no longer around to fix it. He had kind of fixed it in 3.1. 2, G-forces were completely removed. So you ended up with this huge circle strafing nightmare. And that's what drove them to get to 3.5 and say, we want to bring it close again. All they had to do was turn on the G-forces and they would have solved their problem. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, when they shifted to 3.5, they were completely changing their paradigm around what they wanted everything to look like, which is why they completely burned down weapon balance. They completely burned down the old flight model, and they added auto gimbals. All these things, I'm pretty sure, were to try to accomplish a ship-to-ship combat scenario where you've got like one guy, on the tail of another guy, chain gunning into his shields, and they're trying to fly around asteroids or whatever the animated clips show. But that's all theory, right? That they didn't play test all that stuff before they flipped over to 3.5. They just threw down and were like, we'll see where we're at this point.
And they dropped auto gimbal and auto aim on fixed weapons at the end of it too, and it's like, surprise.
It's also a time to kill issue too, right? Because if you recall back to 1.3 and then back to 2.6.3 and then even 3.4, I could load out a ship with cannons. I could 1 or 2 shot half the light fighters in the game, right? And then you get now to 3.9 where ships have so much. When I'm fighting, so I was fighting, we were doing testing just to test the auto gimbals, which thankfully that bug got reverted, so I'm not tracking 90% of your screen. But we went back, and so now that sledges are nerfed, I no longer have a weapon that can kill somebody who doesn't want to fight to the death. And that's the problem. When somebody can disengage at any point in time within a 12-minute combat period, where it takes me literally that much time to get enough damage through their shield of a light fighter, it's like, what is the point of combat in this game? Like, I was fighting Lucky the other day, and we're both using like neutron repeaters and like maybe attritions or whatever, auto gimbaled, so we're not like missing a whole lot. So we're just smashing each other's faces in with these overclock shields, and there's no damage going. And like he'll just pull off to 1.5 clicks, regen his shield the whole, and come back. I'll fly off a click, regen my shield, come back in, and it's like the Sandlot of dogfighting. It's a game that never freaking ends. It doesn't make any sense. Like
so, like,
you know,
we discussed this in Discord like before, and like I don't really have like it's not like I'm weighing one way or the other. But I think the problem they have is like as they built this game, they had like an arena mode where time to kill. Obviously, you needed to be pretty fast because you're playing like an arena arcade mode almost kind of thing. Whereas once we go into the universe, you've got the whole death of a spaceman thing kicking in. So if people are dying in like 2 or 3 seconds to one shot, what does that mean for the whole death of a spaceman thing, right? Like, so I don't know where they're gonna land on this subject, but it's like all over the place.
And the problem is you'll get a lot of the normal alpha guys go, this is just an alpha guy. Excuses. Well, ships are supposed to be disabled instead of destroyed, and that opens up a whole nother can of worms. But that's what's I completely agree with Sunday, and people complain about the mass drivers being OP, and yeah, like I completely agree. But for a lot of the community that was playing 3.8 competitively, it was some of the only weapons that were keeping Vanguards in check. Like it was some of the only weapons that would stop the Vanguard from ever dying, and that's a consequence that like we could have gone combat balancing with this podcast, and that's another 5-hour podcast for another month. Yeah. But
just as an example, and this is like the most ridiculous one, right? Like I can barely kill a Cutlass Red with the I'll fly my Gladius, I won't get hit by the Cutlass Red, and I cannot kill it before my Scorpions on my Gladius run out of ammunition. It's a freaking medical ambulance, dude. Like, why can't I kill this ship?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And it's not, and I'm not saying, and like to connect all this, right? So this is all connected to the flight model, right? How is this connected? In this game, you do not have to make a meaningful decision between offensive and defensive actions. None of your energy, none of your capabilities are tied together in a coherent fashion. I can sit there and shoot my guns overclocked for essentially as long as I want. I can boost and fly and none of them are tied together in a way that makes you have to make a decision about how you're going to tactically engage another ship. Yep. And that is a problem because somebody else can sit there and slam me on the face, and I can sit there and slam them on the face, and we both have as much health and defense as we would have had otherwise.
You're not switching between two methods or anything. You're just,
Right. And so what that does is it lowers the skill cap. It lowers all the kind of decision-making process that give a player control of their combat experience. And that's the largest problem with the game, just lack of control in combat.
Yep. No, I agree. I completely agree. Now, I've got one more scene to show us before we introduce JP and Snake Eyes. Now, this next scene's called The Cheese Factory. This is what the meta looks like when it comes to Gladius, okay? Like, if you're flying a Gladius in AC, you look as cheesy as this. Okay, now this is how you create it. So the cheese factory is what we call it. The Gladius right now, it doesn't have a limitation on boost. As long as you keep below the bar, which is the combat maneuvering bar, you can boost the entire time. There's nothing convincing you to boost at all. To stop boosting at all. There's no overheating or anything. You can hold it. My friend who's in my org, Easy One, he's got his boost on the entire time. Now, to scuff your pip like this, right, you're strafing in a pattern with momentum, and you're never fighting against inertia by thrusting against the previous strafe, meaning you're never going left to right. You can be going corner to corner, but you're never going up against the strafe that you were using. You're always carrying momentum. And you're changing direction. So this could look like a circle. I was using a circle in this form, but you can do figure eights, stuff like that. But it's also combining 3 strafes. So whether it's forward, upwards, and to the right strafe, or if it's backwards, to the left and down, or any combination of those 3 strafes, as long as they're not against each other or they're on the same direction, then you're fine. And this is how you scuff your pip. So this is an ESP problem. This is an auto gimbal problem. And this is what PvP looks like, which is miserable. You guys saw the intro. It looked a lot better than this. So this is the sad state of competitive dogfighting right now. And it's easily accomplished. Anyone can do this. And this is kind of to that definition we were describing, which is, this is the bathtub roll of 3.9 that was in 3.4. This is what the meta looks like.
As a side note, this has been since nerf.
Yes. Yeah. You can't do it.
But how did they do it? They took away even more player control, right? So they nerfed the lat acceleration on the ship so that you can no longer stuff the pip like this. So
they
every
made it
solution
incremental.
they have to a gameplay issue is always let's take away more pilot control of the vehicle they're in. It's just a totally backwards way of designing a complete combat system. I don't know.
There's nothing there's nothing strategic about this. Now, a lot of people talk about macros and stuff. This is completely macroable. There's no strategy. There's no asteroids that we're needing to fly in between. This is just sticking, a vibrator next to my joystick and letting it go wild. Okay, like there's nothing planned out besides trying to make my pip move around, which is so miserable.
Is it CIG branded?
Yeah, which is so miserable for the PvP experience, and a huge problem with what we're doing. So I just wanted to show you guys what the bathtub roll looks like. I apologize to anyone in AC who was farming people using this, but yeah, it's the sad state of things. And what Sunday mentioned too is they nerfed incremental changes of strafe, right? So you go left to right and you're incremental getting that thrust back. So it nerfs changing your direction as much, which is not the answer to this, is it? Because what they needed to do was buff other areas instead of take even further more control and add more what Redley described as input lag to flying. It's their approach to problem solving when it comes to these things is really scary. But I wanted to show you guys what this looks like. Go take this out into AC. You won't be targetable. I keep getting hit here because I recorded this late last night before I went to bed, but this is what it looks like. And it's pretty miserable being an AC. Now, listen, we've probably wrapped up the current state of things, right? Like, we're all in agreement. It's just not that fun. There's some gigantic problems. There's a huge amount of loss of control. There's way too much inertia. There's people using cruise speed for combat speeds. The planned changes to breaching the combat speed ceiling is not nearly significant or scary enough, and here's the hoping that it will be. Is there anything else anyone wants to deliver on the current state of things before we introduce our new guests to really serve some of those alt fighter models some justice? You guys all good?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's a discussion around the flight model. Really, it's hard to talk about the flight model in isolation relative to overall combat in this game, because there's just so many different considerations and things that influence player behavior once you start layering other both systems and kind of tuning on top of it. Because you've got, I mean, in addition to the flight, then you have the defensive, so being like the shield tuning, you have the hull tuning, you have the weapon tuning, projectile speeds, you have all these different things. You have server performance on top of that. You have auto gimbal mechanics, manual gimbal mechanics, fixed mechanics, all on top of that, ESP, all the other kind of flight control systems that are either automated or can be turned off. So trying to talk about flight in isolation, everybody's going to constantly be like, well, now you're talking about whatever. Well, right. Kind of, yeah, but I mean, really making the flight component of the game, flying your ship, that should be the most fun thing to do in the game, right? Because everything in this game is built on top of that one experience. Whether you're a trader, you're a miner, you're whatever the hell you're going to do in this game, everything is going to be built off of the flight experience. So that's, I think, why it's most important to me to get that right, is because it's going to influence everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a good test is definitely, is flying fun without combat? Does it feel like you are strapped into a thrill ride, or does it feel like you're just, on a set of rails going from point A to point B? that would definitely be a good place to start. But you know, they've achieved balance to a lesser or greater degree. Not that they were done with tuning, but they did achieve balance several times in the history of the game. And so I think that's, once you've done that, now all the things that we always asked for when we were complaining at the time were tuning factors, not completely dismantling everything, burning it to the ground, and starting it brand new again.
Yep.
So I think that the idea is they themselves burnt everything to the ground. So the fundamentals now have to be returned to, and it's not that anybody's ignoring the linkage that these things have to other game loops or to, you know, the balance between one platform and another platform. It's just that you've got to, you know, even multi-ship combat, like some people are saying in chat, it's like we're not ignoring any of that, but because of the state of things and how badly they dismantled it and basically destroyed all the tuning in the other areas, you just have to go back to one spot, get it to a place that you know it's solid, and then build out from that. You can't change it all at the same time. It's going to be a snake eating its tail, and you'll just be, you know, maybe by luck get it to some place that's nice. But, you know, we're trying to give more specific routes to the end state than just keep changing things, and eventually maybe we find a balance, you know.
Yep. And what's scary about it too is the whole design mythology that they've got, which is to knock the house down and build it back up brick by brick, running into new problems. A lot of these earlier versions could have had changes made to them to fix their own problems and to reach somewhere where the community was happy with and enjoyed playing, rather than knocking it down and rebuilding it every damn time this late into the game, which is scary. And
right now we're trying to work with what CIG's got, right? We're not saying roll back to 3.4 because we know that's not going to happen. We know that's not a viable direction for CIG to go. We're trying to work with what they've implemented now. This is where we're at. This is the flight model we've got. What can we do to bring in some of those victories from previous models, which is why we've got experts who built those models to kind of give some feedback on what can be done to bring those positive qualities to the current model.
And the problems that we're having to should be noted, it's flight tuning, isn't it? Because like Coulson described when, you know, he introduced the flight model, was the flight model is the system that he can change these attributes and these knobs he can turn to tweak and balance these ships. Great. I don't think those knobs have ever even been turned since, and they should be getting turned pretty drastically. But it's a balance issue, isn't it? It's not necessarily the flight model we're complaining with, it's the attributes they've put on these ships. You know, all of this is fixable. This is some easy work that can be done, and hopefully this podcast really delivers with that. Now if any of you guys don't have any objections, let's bring on JP and Snake Eyes. Yeah, we good with that?
Yep.
All right, so let's bring them in. I'm going to drag them in. JP and Snake Eyes, and I'm gonna do this and this. John and Snake Eyes, welcome to the show. Hopefully we can hear John. Hi. Looks like John, we can't hear you, I don't think. I think we can hear Snake.
I think he's muted on this.
Oh, you have to hit the mute button, John.
Am I in?
No, you're in. No, sorry, you're in on Zoom. Can you do it on Discord? Is that okay?
Muted on Discord.
Got it now?
Yeah, there we go. All right, welcome. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Saying, I completely lost track.
No, you're fine. So, welcome, John, and I want everybody to welcome JP. You know, in our Discord and you know the SC4 Discord, a lot of them they really worship this man. And you know, I want to thank you obviously for all the work you've put into this game. To which a lot of us do miss, and think you did an absolute great job on previously. So I want to welcome you, and also Snake Eyes, also who's helped me so much putting together some of these scenes that we're going to be going through, and really, you know, helped us out with the show in regards to a lot of this stuff. So welcome you too.
Thank you.
And
yeah, my bank account doesn't thank JP though, because I mean, when I found Star Citizen back like late 2015, I bought in heavily based on, you know, that thrilling experience. So damn you, JP.
Yeah,
catfished.
It's great to be on.
Oh, JP, no sound. Do we?
No, we.
What? You're not getting me now?
Hey,
Oh,
can you go
we-
ahead and crank him in Discord, Verge?
Is that it? Let me see.
Just click on his name and drag his volume.
There. Is that good? Are you guys? Let me just
we good?
double check.
We good?
Can you guys hear him? Just crank it up. They can hear him. I needed to turn you up. I turned you up 50%, so that's probably about as high as I can get it. But regardless, maybe you could get a little louder on yourself. There's an echo, is there?
Is there for me?
He's fine. He's good.
Okay, good. Let me just make sure.
Okay.
I'll just mute Zoom
I
in
know
case.
I haven't muted my mic.
Hey, nice to see you, Virgil, Sunday. Snake.
Yes.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, no problem.
Redler, it's been quite some time.
And I believe Snake
and I'm
Eyes.
glad to see Mr. Pritchett around.
Snake Eyes, you're on another podcast tomorrow, is it? Are you on one? Or you're helping out with that one?
Yeah, podcast tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Spanish-speaking community.
Yeah, we
podcast.
can
Dude,
plug
you
that.
getting paid
to the
for
end.
this or what? What's going on?
No,
He should be.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm not getting paid yet, but I'll think about it soon.
Well, I'll split these 5 subs I got from you after we're done with the show. Maybe we can get an ice cream. But let's start cracking this forward. So the point is let's go back to before. So right now we're looking to be at around the 3x margin. To which let's talk about first IFCS. Or is it ICFS? No, IFCS.
Intelligent Flight Control System.
Yes, Intelligent Flight Control System. JP, let's know. Actually, Redley, how about you describe it to your knowledge first?
That's
and then we'll go.
flight control systems, right?
I don't know.
Yes. Let's. Your interpretation of it, Redley, is
I mean,
what?
it's like my understanding from a layman's perspective is like I have a joystick, I have a ship, that has all kinds of thrusters on it and gimbal things and and I just wanted to go in that direction, so I pushed the stick in that direction. That thing translates my input into what the ship needs to do for that to happen. And the bare bones of it.
And just for the record, I got a 15-page document which I couldn't get to in time. I was too busy with doing all these scenes and stuff. So we'll leave JP to kind of discuss exactly what it is, where he came up with it from, etc., etc. And I wanted to mention too, I want to thank these guys because in the last 2 weeks that we've been planning this show, we link up in Discord to test microphones and test webcams, and you can't shut these guys up. That we accidentally end up talking about flight models, other video games for hours on hours. I wake up and I have 10 paragraphs, the Lord of the Rings sequel from JP to read through, which is just like some really high quality stuff. And it's the same. Yeah. And we like the amount of feedback, the amount of insight and knowledge to how this is from a developer perspective. And all the questions we get to bounce off you, not even for your CIG ties, but just for your developer knowledge, is so amazing, man. And it's really exciting to have you on the show. I really appreciate you going out on a limb to come and talk about this stuff, and it's going to be really great. So let's start with IFCS. To me, a normal person who's got no idea, I play a game, I pick it up, I understand the feel of it, but I don't do so much research. What is IFCS, and from where did it start with you? How did you come up with it? Where was it born, and what is it?
Okay. Well, I think Redler really gave a pretty good definition of it. Because it's interesting. A lot of people, when they talk about IFCS, they really see that as being synonymous to the flight model. And, it's important to have distinctions about that. Because when I came to work at CIG, it was specifically flight mechanics. My goal was to get in there and find a way to like Regular said, start translating the input to ship flight in such a way that it's physically realistic, full Newtonian model, and so yeah. Sorry.
What is Newtonian for anyone who doesn't understand?
Yeah. So Newtonian just means basically acceleration based, right? So when things are moved, they're being moved by accelerations, and So, and that's obviously a big factor in our games here. In the game here is how much acceleration are we applying, and that's such a huge factor in how the flight model feels. So, but at the base for me, it was just a matter of when you have stick input, how are you going to translate that into in general, our flight model, especially early on, was velocity control. There are a few different things you could do. You can do direct acceleration control. It's just a raw model where your stick input just translates directly to an amount of acceleration on. It's like lunar lander or whatever, right? Velocity control takes a little bit of that complexity out of the hands of the pilot, and you can say, okay, I want to have a throttle of 100, and IFCS then calculates how much acceleration does it need to generate in order to get from 0 to 100. And of course, the tuning tells you how much acceleration is available to use as well. So that's where each ship feels different. And then you can even go beyond that to a positional flight control system where you say I want to move from point A to point B, and it's like a waypoint system. You take all of that complexity out of the hands of the pilot, and it's up to IFCS to calculate the accelerations that it needs to get to a certain cruise velocity, hold that cruise velocity, figure out at what point you need to start slowing back down to your final velocity, maybe to 0, whatever. And so that's really the job of the flight mechanics of a flight control system, IFCS. And there are very different ways that you can accomplish something as simple as delta V, change in velocity. You say, I want to go from 0 to 100 meters per second. Well, you can do that with an instantaneous change in velocity. That's first order. What's common in a lot of space combat simulations is second order, where basically you have instantaneous change in acceleration, but then linear change in velocity. So you're just going to ramp up to your final velocity. And I knew from the very beginning that because we were hoping to have fairly high accelerations on our ships, or we planned to, I didn't want to go with linear velocity. I wanted to go with curved velocity because when you jump from 0 to 10 Gs, for example, on acceleration, that change is too abrupt. It's too stiff, and it reads as very fake. So I always tried to have curved velocity, which is that's a lot of people heard the term jerk, the idea that there's a non-infinite rate of change of acceleration in the system. And early on with the earliest version I did, that was a model that I had developed. It was based on exponential, and so that's infinitely high. Every level you go, every level of the physics you go, that's curved. It's curve jerk, curve jounce on up. So and that was a nice system. After that, that's when I at 2.0, I can speak about the reason for this later, but that's where I switched to a third order system where the jerk is.
And what's the difference between
constant, right?
What's the difference between a first, a second, and third order system?
Yeah, so that's in the polynomial that describes the equation of motion, right? So like the equation of motion for velocity with a second order system is the initial velocity plus the acceleration times time, right? So that's going to be a linear change because the t, which is time, is to the power of 1.
Yep.
And they call it a second order system. So
okay.
Yeah, and as you go up, it's it's either instantaneous change, linear change, quadratic change, cubic change, right? Based on the power of, and it just determines the curvature, and you feel that, you really feel that in the way a ship behaves, right? And so typical games tend to be instantaneous acceleration change, and if you're writing a game, where you're going to have 1G or 2G, that's fine, right? I felt early on that we needed to have more smoothness in our model for that, and so that was the decision at that point. So anyway, bringing all this up to say that there are a lot of different ways to affect a change in velocity, which is the primary thing that you were doing in the flight model. And in the end, it was always my expectation that we would have a variety of different algorithms available to plug in based on the ship and the the intentions for that ship, the role of the ship, and that sort of thing as well. So by the time I left at 3.2, we had the ability to plug in a few different versions, and I think that they've continued on with that as well.
Yep. And now,
I don't know, does that answer the question?
Yeah, for certain. For certain. Now, just quickly, because I kind of want to get through some development questions that some of the other guys might have, not in particular to a flight model, but to the project entirely. And then we start doing, as we discussed, we start backtracking. But first off, what was your background before you came on to CIG? Now, you came in the early stages. I think you were in the first 15 employees, right?
Yeah, it was November 2013.
Which is really early in there. And
it's just for Dogfighting Module 1.0.
Yep, and which is before Star Citizen was even promised to become an MMO, wasn't it? You were in there when it was just going to be Arena Commander, wasn't it?
I thought we were developing just a space combat simulation.
Yeah, and then
have any concept of the scope that it was going to.
Yeah, and then it reaches X 100 million. Yeah, so understandable. Now, when you first came to the company, what was your prior experience with flight? So what was your background before you came into the company? Yep.
That comes entirely from my degree in college. I have a degree in, it was basically an engineering physics degree, but it was basically a combination of physics with robotics. So I did a lot of control system development. And so when I saw the opportunity for, they were hiring a physics programmer to work on the flight model on, Chris's game, I immediately thought that there was an opportunity for me to apply my experience as a control systems engineer to it. And that's not something I felt like you really saw a lot in other games. So I approached it more like I was writing a control system simulation, not just simulating, Newtonian physics for how's a ship going to move, but a layer above that, I'm actually simulating what a real world control system would be like. And, you can find a lot of the detail about that in that document that I put out just before I left CIG.
Yep. And we'll put that document in the video and stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah. As a video game developer, I've been an indie developer since the early '90s, but it's all small stuff, indie stuff. So.
You were in another space game though, correct?
I have an old classic Space Trader that I co-wrote called Trade Wars.
Oh, that's
and that was
Trade
actually
Wars.
Instrumental. Yep. That was instrumental to me actually getting the job here. One of the developers at the time, Pete Mackey, had said that it was influencing him and his work on the economy at the time. So and I got wind of that, and I was like, wow, they're hiring. So here we go.
Good stuff. And a lot of us are really thankful that you ended up going on board anyways. Now, let's just quickly, before I let Sunday Snake and Red Lear start peppering you with questions, hopefully not in particular to each flight model. I see some of you guys are asking questions. That's definitely the way to do it. Ask us questions in chat, we'll get there, but try to ask questions based off where we're at with the podcast. For example, the development of video games and space flight models in general, and we can approach those. But if it's based on a pure flight model, let's wait for that. And I appreciate Devil putting in that document. Now, you guys can all read that, and what we'll do is we might open up a channel on Discord after the show, a text one where people can ask JP some questions and stuff like that, and he can answer them as he sees fit. Because I can tell you what, JP loves to talk about this stuff. Flight model and the physics is his jam. It's his passion, and it's so obvious in the previous state of flight and his future projects and in all of his discussions. Now, I just want to ask you one more question, JP, just from a wider perspective, because it goes across all flight models. What is ESP, and what was your handling of it?
Okay. All right. So ESP stands for Enhanced Stick Precision, and the original goal there was just to find a way for the game to, quite frankly, interpret what the pilot is trying to do. In the way they're moving and controlling the ship in a way that we don't feel like we're taking anything away from the pilot. Like we should never be doing anything for the pilot. That was the high level goal. And way back at the very beginning when we put that in, basically we had, this is 1.3, I think, we had, a good portion of the system working, the flight model and the combat and everything, and we could fly around, but it was amazing how difficult it was to actually keep your pip on a target, even if that they weren't maneuvering. So there was something that needed to be done there. I'm still at this point not 100% sure what the underlying problem was, but we tried a few things, and I came up with this approach basically where ESP reads your inputs, what you're trying to do. It looks at sort of an optimal closing solution for how to put your pip on the target. And then it compares your solution to that solution. And the closer your solution is, the more it weights toward the perfect solution. So the more you're trying to do something, the easier it will be. But if you're not trying to do it, it's never going to force you in that direction. And that was the basic, goal of ESP. I think it worked pretty well at a few points, but it has flaws. I'm not even convinced that it was ever going to work perfectly for every ship, because I don't think we got to a point where you could look at every ship in the way it's tuned and say, this tuning of this ship has no effect on ESP. I mean, I was always wondering, especially early on when we had 3 ships, how much does the tuning of a ship affect how ESP performs? And then you start bringing in other things like networking and things like that. And Redler had said something, I don't know if it was Sunday, maybe, who said that they couldn't fix ESP after I was gone because I wasn't there. The fact of the matter is I couldn't fix ESP at that point while I was there. And the reason for that, I think, is because so many things had changed at 3.0. I spent probably a good 3 weeks, and I'm an optimist. I really thought I'm going to get it. But, after 3 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks of doing that, I ran out of time and I just couldn't get it done. So I think what they have in there now, they continue to call ESP, but it has, I think, evolved quite a bit. And I don't know how much of the core system was in there. I saw in the chat that somebody said that it was, it was a mess, definitely, but somebody said that it was a huge number of lines. It was really only about 100 lines. It's not that big, but
yeah, it's definitely not the same system, but I think the challenge for them is the fact that there's so many broken things underneath, like desync and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not something they can really.
In layman terms,
fix
what
right
is the design intent to ESP? Because I hear people say it's to help joystick users catch up to mouse users, etc. Is that the best?
Controller balance.
It actually wasn't originally implemented with that in mind. It was just, if you're using, first of all, hopefully if you're using a precise enough device, then you won't need it. But if you're using a device where there's some discrepancy in, some lack of precision in your input, you're struggling to actually get the level of control, the fine level of control that you want when you're aiming for a ship. It was supposed to kind of bridge that gap. And it ended up actually being used more as a way, I think, to balance different devices.
Spectrum has had threads where you can see that there's been work put into it, and there's been quite some time put into evolving ESP since we can say the JP days.
Okay. So now, but the core system that I put in was about 1.3, and when I was working on it 3.2, I actually started going back into the code and seeing at what points did it change, and it changed twice between 1.3 and 3.1 when I was working on it. So not a lot of changes went on there. There was some tuning that went on, but even that, there wasn't a lot of tuning that went on. So I think there were other factors that would kind of tend to throw it off and throw it out of tune. So it was a difficult system to maintain.
I remember in 3.4 there was kind of this magnet feeling, like as you got closer to the ship, it would move your nose almost into the pip, and then you could fall off it like off a cliff. As soon as you were out of that magnet pull, your ship would whip, and there were issues. And I think that was 3.4 specifically. I have a hard time remembering what it was like
ESP
wrestling
did not
with
work
it. But
before, and that was one of the major things.
It was like a magnet, though, wasn't it? It was like this, and then you just fall off a cliff, and it would.
The only time there was like, I can't remember what patch it was, JP. I think 3.12, 3.13. There was sort of like a band-aid solution. I think IFCS was still broken at that point, and there was some band-aid put on to make it. We had like one small patch where things were kind of like fun again. It wasn't 2.6.3 exactly, but it was, it was ballpark, and we were having a good time with it. But after that, it kind of just all fell apart. So.
And it's interesting to find out that it was so sophisticated. Like, there's this flight model based off of physics with tuning on each ship, and it's so interesting to find out that ESP was the tough nut to crack out of all of that. That was what was causing you the most heartache.
I mean, when we talked before, I talked about dividing up flight model into different categories, and one of them was low-level mechanics that I just talked about, and the next one up really is the systems that you develop for that flight system, and that included things like ESP and boost and afterburner, and so those aren't really part of the low level mechanics that drive the way ships move, but I mean it has a very large effect on what the feel of the flight model is, and so ESP really it should always be something that's optional, something like that. It's not really part of the flight model. I don't really see it as being part of the flight model, but unfortunately, as it was, something was needed.
Yep. Now,
so I have a question, I guess, relating to the conversation earlier about when you're trying to get a flight model to a fun place, a place that players respond well to. Do you guys have like a feedback loop? Because you're basing most of your work on tuning for a sense of reality. But if you were to be told as a developer of that model, players are getting frustrated with, things are either feeling sluggish or things are, they're just saying it's not fun. They're having a hard time, doing X, Y, or Z. Do you guys then would you have a conversation about, okay, so we want to add more of this quality or whatever it is into the flight model? How do we go about that in a way that is congruent with our approach? Or was there not really a feedback loop for whether your work specifically was fun to experience, which obviously there are plenty of instances where it was, but also issues?
Right. Well, I think to answer that, I kind of need to go back to what I was discussing about, what is a flight mechanics. And, that part of it, when I came to CIG, that was my whole focus. We weren't getting into any of the higher level systems at that point. It was just, let's build a system that we can use to tune ships and start flying ships. And so
what would you do if a player were, if like a player focus group was to say, this feature, like we don't have enough acceleration or something like that. Is that just a simple matter of you rotating the dial like Virgil likes to say, or is there a more difficult approach you have to take to try to figure out how to implement that into your model?
Right. Okay, so I was going back to the beginning, but basically what I was trying to say was that my role at that point was to build a highly customizable, highly tunable system, like you were saying before, and like David's talking about, a lot of variables that you can adjust. So I don't make any assumptions about the way a ship is going to actually perform. It can be anywhere from hyper maneuverable to extreme inertia. That the flight model core that I built doesn't define any of that. There are definitely things that matter in terms of how does it feel for you when you fly, but like I said before, there are a lot of different ways to achieve a change in velocity, but ultimately it's the limit in velocity that matters, and it's the acceleration level that matters, and even the limit on jerk, because we allowed that to be limited as well. And that was an important tuning point, was how much are we limiting the rate of change of acceleration, and are we allowing enough immediate feedback in when you move the joystick and you start moving the ship a different direction or whatever. So if I did everything properly, the flight model should not define any of that. It should just be highly customizable. It should do everything that we can conceive that the designers will ever want to do, anywhere from hyper maneuverable space fighters to massive cargo ships that have like a half a G acceleration. And so my goal going into that was, make it as stable as possible. I mean, that's the challenge, right? If you want to support insane levels of acceleration, stability is a big issue. And so a lot of the work went into making a stable model that could handle those levels of acceleration, but that doesn't mean that the designers have to use that level of acceleration. So those are the kinds of decisions that I made. So yeah, the bottom line is, if they came, talking about something like that, that's tuning. So
that would be taken care of by, say, a ship team or something like that, because you're providing the framework, and then a ship team would be the one pulling that feedback and trying to make their, say, Aegis ships behave in a way that players enjoy.
Right. I mean, there are certainly things that they could point to and say, okay, that's something we need to go talk to John about. You know, ESP was one of them. But yeah, you know, and so basically, I look at it as 3 layers of a flight model. There's the low-level mechanics that I've spoken about. Then there are the systems that you develop.
I have a scene for this too.
Flagship.
Maybe we should go to that now.
Yeah, we can go that later. Well, whatever.
Well, let's do it right now because you're going to go there, and I was thinking about how we're going to fit that in. So perfect. So this is JP. Just quickly too, JP. I want to mention when you were working there up until 3.2, you had full control over the flight models, didn't you? The design. You weren't. People didn't come knocking on your door saying, "Hey, we need this." 3.2, like when you left.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually say that I was blessed to have a good deal of authority over the flight model up to around 2.6, and then after that, it started to become more of a team effort.
Which I know I can see Redley smiling here because, and we mentioned this in the next scenes, that was arguably the best time of Star Citizen combat, and I think that's a widely shared opinion. Is how well of a job you had done, and it kind of started to have issues after that, which is kind of interesting. You are the man responsible for the most enjoyable, flyable experience in this game, to which we all commend you.
Appreciate that feedback, but I mean, there's really a lot more that goes into it. Like I said, you know, from that early time when I started working on it, I was building a system that was very flexible, and in fact, I was on site at CIG for the first year in LA. I was at the studio. I agreed to spend a year there, but I was never able to relocate to join them. Right, so the rest of the time I was working remotely from my home here, and so I always kind of approached the system like I was building like middleware. I wanted it to be something that it could be a black box and highly tunable, and you know, almost like the physics engine itself. But this is a layer for the flight model, and that was my approach there. But there's so many things. Once you have that element, there's so many things that go into what we're calling a flight model and the flight experience. You know, beyond that, especially now, but even in the early days when we only had a couple of ships and there weren't nearly as many weapons and all of that. You know, so up to about 2.6, I was blessed to have design and implementation authority over IFCS, and so that allowed me to work on things like ESP and boost and afterburner and things like that. But you know, then from there, it went to the tuning team, and you know, I felt like Calix. I don't know if anybody remembers Calix. Hopefully, he's still there, but you know, it was primarily his responsibility to do a lot of the tuning at the time.
Oh,
but there was a team of guys.
I want to kiss his feet. That guy did such a great job. He really did.
A lot of the responsibility. For those who liked those versions, a lot of the responsibility goes to them. I hope that the system that I developed, you know, gave them the tools that they needed to make a good, you know, flight experience. But it was made or broken by the way they used it, and the same is true today. It was definitely true up through all, you know, the versions that I was involved in, and now they have a new version, but I'm sure it's very much the same. I'm sure David Coulson has approached it the same way. So, you know, a lot of it is tuning.
I mean, I had my favorite, you know, like 263 has a special place in my heart. You know, a lot of people enjoy it, but like I came into SC, I think very, very early 2X, and I mean, I had a blast with all the flight models up through there. I know people, you know, in the 1X days say the same thing. There's definitely some favorites along the way, right? It wasn't just one, like, you know, Jesus patch 263 that was the best. And I mean, the 263 was really good for 6 degrees of freedom, really close up dogfighting, you know, within 400 or 500 meters, rolling off G's. But the key thing we have to remember about 263 is you really had to hold down boost for it to be that fun, right?
It was unfinished. It was unfinished.
Yeah.
And we're just. Go ahead. We do plan on going into much detail the 2X and 1X flight models, to which Snake Eyes will kind of hold our hands for. So just didn't want to beat too much on the 2.6 drum yet, because we're going to have a lot of time to talk about that coming up soon. But
if I can real quick, I want to point out that, you know, with what I'm saying about the flight model and about how it's it's important that it's flexible and it shouldn't make any assumptions about how the ships perform or whatever. There's no reason for that flight model to not be used to create the flight combat experience that you guys talk about at various points in early versions, that you love, and then the more inertia and the kind of flight model that works better for larger ships, that other people love. I mean, they're very different factions that go to war about what's the best flight model. Well, there doesn't really have to be a best flight model. The flight mechanics should be able to support a wide range of tunings for different ships and different classes and different roles. And I think there's been a tendency as we've gone through the evolution to just try this thing and try that thing across the board. But ultimately, I really think in the end, CIG will be able to create a game that has enough flight experiences to make everyone happy.
I think you're right. I mean, I don't think anybody sits down, like any developer, any team responsible for a combat experience, game experience, sits down and wants to make something that people don't like.
Obviously.
For sure, CIG is out there taking heed of podcasts like these and taking in information and figuring, okay, what do they want the ships to do and the roles? And I don't think they're going to make any knee-jerk, like in the past we've seen knee-jerk changes. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to sit down and hammer it out, and when it's ready, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we get something that is more in the ballpark with what we remember.
Well, and they're also. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, it's a huge project. There's a lot of features, and there's a finite amount of resources, right? So I guess it depends on who the people at the top are at any given time during the previous years dictate what feature has that priority and what resources are on it. There may have not been people to actually work on it, as much as we disagree with that, and I'm not saying that's the case, but
I guess that's my question about the overall philosophy of CIG. I wonder, people always give us the argument that not everybody wants to dogfight, this is not everybody's game loop, which is totally true. But all games, even MMOs, have a core gameplay that they build off of, and WoW, it's whacking something with a stick or slinging a wand bolt at something. That's at the foundation of whether your resource gains, all these things, right, from a game mechanic standpoint. So my question, I guess, always is does CIG look at it that way? Do they see the flight model? Because I understand that dogfighting isn't everybody's main priority, including developers. I wonder though if the core of the game is viewed as being the flight model or viewed as flying ships, because I kind of feel like you have to have a core. You can't be like, well, there is no core to the game. There's infinite possibilities. It's like, you got to build out from somewhere, right? And I just wonder what they consider that to be.
It's got to be flight, right? Flight and combat, like flight and combat, probably touch the most systems, right? Like salvaging, trading, mining, all of these things, they all touch flight and combat. So it's got to be that. I mean, and that's up to interpretation. Some people are probably going to strongly disagree with that, but I think it's safe to say if it isn't already, it should have been.
This is a space sim, not GTA in space.
Exactly.
So
wait, it's the
but
best,
you got to be
best
careful.
space game ever now.
Yeah, that definition's changed a little over time. That title is morphed,
Yeah. So
they changed the sim to game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem too, is like, I think what a lot of us have with the flight model is, I think what was communicated to us by their marketing was that, it's great, your ship's got personality, it's got weight, it's got inertia to the size and the weight of your ship, and the problem is that's come at the cost of what people would consider arcadey, which is translation fun. And hopefully where we try to get to in the future with this flight model when it comes to the work that's being done by the flight experience team is somewhere in between where they were going for, which was this simulated gravity and personality of ships, and something Arcadian fun replayable, because That's got to be where you land. If you want to sell this game to more than 1,000 players, you know, it's got to be fun and replayable. People need to enjoy going out and doing an ECN mission. They need to enjoy going into Arena Commander and shooting at Vandal ships. That's the core of it, right? It just has to be FUN. Right. And that's scary. But let's move on to what makes a flight model. Now, I quoted you and I asked for your definitions on this, JP, and I'll let you talk to it. So here it is coming up on everybody's screen.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've covered the first two pretty well. I mean, I think people probably understand pretty well what I mean by systems. You know, it's interesting because you can, you know, when people talk about flight models, they talk about that like game wide, but the only thing that's really game wide is the underlying core mechanics. And like I said, the whole point of those core mechanics is to create a system that allows you to be flexible enough that you can have a wide variety of flight behaviors for different ships. So it doesn't feel like every ship is flying the same way, or, you know, even in fiction using the same control system, you know, and different ships would have different control systems based on their purpose. So, so the systems themselves aren't even like game-wide systems. Like you might have, the theory was, you know, you wouldn't necessarily have the PRESCM, CRU type system on every ship. That's just, we're developing it right now to kind of get a feel for how, you know, combat works, you know, and we really started off, I think, with combat and racing, because that, I think, is your hardest experience to get right. And once you do that, then you can kind of achieve other things, you know, by evolving from that. But that's the hardest thing to do. So anyway, you have those systems. They're not key to any particular, you know, flight experience in the way a ship flies. And then on top of that, you have tuning. And obviously that's what defines how any particular ship flies. That's your, you know, how quick does acceleration change? What's the maximum acceleration you can have on any axis? What's the maximum velocity that you can achieve on any axis, or, you know, for rotations or for linear velocity? And there are a number of other things that you can tune for ships. And there's a lot of things that were in the system that you could tune that never actually even saw the light of day, as far as, you know, what you played. You know, but it was all about, you know, bringing character to the ships. And then once you take all of those things and you add that with weapons and shields and all these different, you know, components that you can add to ships and stuff, that's when you actually start getting to a coherent flight model. And that's why it's so difficult to get that right and to identify what the problems are. It's so hard to look at something in an earlier version and say, we really like that. What was it about that we really liked, you know? So that's why I think, you know, a conversation like this is valuable to try to isolate, because there's so many parts, so many factors that go into what the quote flight model is.
Perfect. All right, let's move back to this other scene. And I guess what we can do is, do any of you guys have any questions on... Actually, I've got another question, okay? Now, what you designed was the flight model, which is flight physics and how these ships interact with them, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Now, when you were... called it flight mechanics and control. Yeah, so and you were building these from start to finish, it was with AC in mind, wasn't it? Did you ever have to make changes, subtract away from it, or push it in a direction that would be more compatible with an MMO environment?
No, I mean, even though we only worked, you know, on AC early on, like 1.3 is what I'm talking about, because the core of my flight mechanics system was in at 1.3. You know, we always knew that there would be larger ships and we would be dealing with cargo ships and different things like that. And so the goal from the beginning was to support the entire spectrum. And yeah, I mean, there are things that decisions we made as far as like, how much acceleration are you going to have as you're moving around in dogfighting? And that's not necessarily the same thing that you would want when you were landing, for example. And so there were definitely things about that system that we developed at that time that weren't ready to translate to other types of ships. And so, in fact, 2.0 to me, the main change to the flight model was preparing for supporting those larger ships. In terms of having a predictable algorithm for velocity change and things like that, because my initial version worked really well, for dynamic flight, where the player's saying, I want to change this velocity, that velocity, and it was very stable, and all that's great, but it wasn't a solution that you could easily calculate, a positional, much less, or a velocity, much less a positional calculation for AI and waypoint systems and things like that. So that was the main justification for that change between 1.x and 2.x.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and and it's interesting because with your sophisticated knowledge towards physics, and we talked about this off the show, is how exactly these objects move in space and how that isn't usually created in games and stuff like that. With the sophistication of your model, do you think it was a concern of CIG's that it was that sophisticated and that it needed to be calculated on both the user and the server's end so frequently with so many ships in the future? Do you think that was a concern?
Yeah, I definitely think it was. When I first started working, there wasn't a lot of thought given to how are we going to do this with 1,000 players, on a server. Mm-hmm. It was like, how can we get the most fidelity in our, flight experience? Mm-hmm. And, I don't know the details about those limitations, what they could and couldn't do. I know we had a pretty big struggle early on. I think it was 1.x days getting the networking to actually work for faster ships, because we're essentially working with FPS networking at the time. So that was a fun time trying to figure that out. But at some point we did get to the point where those early ships were able to have a fairly cohesive networking at speeds up around 300. I can't even imagine. Now, back then I was doing a lot of the networking, but now they've got the experts doing it. So,
and with your project that you're doing, which I won't reference, or what you're working on as a hobby, we won't go any further than that. But is that, unless you'd like to, but is that when you're designing your physics, your flight model, and these ships and how they're going to perform? Do you have to? Is that coming at a cost? Is there a consequence to the level of detail that you want to program something like this in?
It definitely does.
Since leaving, have you had to make those sacrifices? Been like, okay, I want this kind of flight. I want it to be this detailed, but it's costing me this. Because that's what a lot of us are worried about, right? And any player would be concerned of.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll just throw out there, basically, for the last year, I've in my spare time just kind of been rebuilding my flight model in my own little indie game, and just a small thing. I don't really expect anything to be marketable, but just kind of having fun with it. So, but it's been a lot of fun to kind of go back in there and look at what I learned at CIG and kind of rebuild that model, and also do things that I'd wanted to do that really weren't compatible or appropriate to what we were doing there. But my approach now is I have a certain vision for what I want the system to do, and I have the luxury of not caring whether or not anybody actually plays the game.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to say, from what you showed us, we were fucking impressed.
Well, I hope people will play the game, but my idea is that I'm going to focus on the quality of the flight experience first, and then that will determine how many people can we support in multiplayer, and other types of decisions. And CIG's not in a position to take that approach. I think we did maybe a little bit early on, but it was short-sighted, because once you start. Actually, early on, we didn't even know necessarily where all this was going. So once you start factoring in all the things that they're doing now, those sorts of
they don't have the freedom of designing something, without consequences. Yeah,
right. And people throw 300 million at your game. You got to do more than make an arena. So
and using, I think you're using Unity, right? I don't know. Yeah, and with Unity, we've seen other games that run on Unity. Tarkov, for example, Snake, has consequences to trying to have maps that are too big or player counts that are too high, and they're constantly wrestling with it.
Sure.
Now,
without making, without having to go and customize the engine itself, which is a huge undertaking by itself. You know, you have those limitations depending on the engine. Some engines are better at some things than others, and they have trade-offs, I guess.
Sure. Right. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely a factor. I don't know the extent to which that was. What happened?
Oh, so they're making a poll. It says, "Does John Pritchett drop his indie game right now for everyone to play?"
Consider it just market testing.
And everyone's saying yes.
You'll know how in demand your next project is.
So, yeah, I'm not in a position to really understand, to know to what extent that was the motivation for the changes that they made between, I think the last version that had my system, predominantly my system, was 3.4, and then 3.5. There was a big change that took place there, and you know, I don't know how much of that was based on limitations, but I do know they know a lot more now about what their limitations are. So
Yep. No, I follow. It's really interesting because that's like, I mean, I'm sold. Like, right, I'm invested this deep in it. I expect what they say is going to happen, but it's just interesting to me where I look at all these other games and these developers that are, you know, really transparent with the sacrifices they had to make for the game to get to the point that they want to, and that's just probably my biggest concern with the project in general, is that Star Citizen just does never talk about limitations. That's the cold hard reality of, you know, where the future of this game is going is something as sophisticated and detailed as this deliverable on such a large scale and without consequences, to which, you know, they talk about they have a clear path forward to go to, and we'll see where that goes. But it's really interesting to see, you know, and find out your approach to developing your game, which is gameplay, physics, experience first, and then you start making the tough choices, which is completely polar opposite to the path all 240 of us are on, which is, we know what this is already like, but we don't know if the sacrifices are coming later, or if we're just going to keep trying to break through that barrier. So it's really interesting.
That's the nature of this type of a project. It's really been an unprecedented project, you know.
And it's not something that you can just easily fold to the consequences to when we've already sold the product, or they've already sold the product. To which
it's also hard to, when they've got a track record, right? Like they've shown us that they can hit a good, solid, fun mark. It's not like we're still just theorizing if they can produce a good, fun flight model and a good weapon, shield, like offense, defense tuning. We've seen it. We've played it. We know they're capable of it. It's just, you know, where you know, if their priority really is, if everybody agrees and they think that their core is flight model and ship-to-ship combat, is their resource prioritization reflecting that, you know, is most of their stuff going toward that or not?
Where's the decision to, like, it'd be good to talk to JP about this, but, like, of course we don't know what their decision is lately, but where is the decision to say, we got to knock this thing down and start scratch? Who's behind that decision? Is it the community that was pushing that through negative feedback? Is it management? Is it the man himself, Chris, that watched the first episode of The Expanse and came in with it all 4 hours early into the office with The Expanse written on the whiteboard? Like, or to what? And he had drawn all the characters and everything, and photoshopped some photos with him in hugging the cast. But the point is like, we need to know who's the responsible for rebuilding it. Now, when you had to rebuild from 1 to 2, John, so you had to transition from 1 to 2. What was the driving force behind that? What was the driving force?
Sure. It was just realizing that, you know, in the future I needed to have more predictability from the algorithms, the core, you know, equations for motion of the system. I mean, it was nice to have a particular feel to it, but if you don't have a closed form equation, you can't solve for X, right? So, you know, I wanted to have something that was going to be efficient enough for us to use and all that. So next best thing to me seemed to be to go to the third order system, which was commonly used in robotics for motion control. And I had a lot of experience with that in my robotics work. So that's really the main change that I made. But as you know, that was a huge change in the way the game felt. And then when you change something that fundamental, it goes up from there. The tuning has to change, and the whole thing changes, right? And that's kind of where they are right now at starting at 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
They started with a completely new, even more of a change of the core flight mechanics than what I had at 1.3 to 2.6. So
what about 2?
So many things changed. I'm sorry.
What about the 2x to 3x? What was the impetus for that full rework?
Oh, well, first of all, let me speak to 2.6.0 because that was a big change. Okay. So you've got the pre 2.6, then you've got 2.6, and then you've got post 2.6. So basically, I think from 2.60 on, basically with the new flight mechanics that I had plugged in and the tuning, and they were just tweaking things, and we were playing around with new, the systems as well. I think that's where we brought in PRESCM, CRU for managing speeds and things in combat. And then at a certain point, internally, there were a lot of talks about slowing things down and just wanting to kind of achieve a change in the flight system where they could get more of a cinematic feel to it, or whatnot. I wasn't actually even involved, I think, in a lot of those decisions. But when they were ready to actually do that, they brought me in, and I explained that this is all tuning, what you want to do, and kind of told them they have complete freedom in the way the ships are going to perform, and have at it. And so basically that's what they did. Completely re-rolled things. Actually, prior to 2.6, the methods of tuning ships, Calyx was a beast for doing this because it was so labor intensive. I mean, at a certain point, you were actually defining the amount of thrust on each thruster in order to achieve the amount of acceleration that you wanted to have on each axis, right? Mm-hmm. So by the time we got to the 2.6, I had actually implemented an auto-tuning system where I could take a lot of that difficulty out of the hands of the designers and let them focus on what they really should be focusing on, which is how fast does this ship go from 0 to maximum velocity on each axis or whatever. So at that point, we had the ability to just kind of plug in a series of numbers into an XML, and my auto tuner would use those numbers to calculate all of the thrusts for all the different thrusters in order to achieve that, the speed that they requested to a reasonable accuracy. And so by that point, they had the ability to really start going in there and making wide scale changes. And the idea wasn't, we're going to just throw out this model and that's the end. The idea was now we can start trying different things more quickly and iterating on that more quickly. So yeah, slowing things down was the impetus behind the 2.6.0. That didn't play well, got a lot of negative feedback. So almost immediately after that, they started tweaking and iterating and kind of trying to restore it to a point where people were happy. And I think that's what brought us to 2.6.3, where we stood for a while. Mm-hmm. Now, 3.0, what happened with 3.0 is it was I call it a year in hell, right? 3.0 was a massive rewrite of so many parts of the game and just putting in place all this tech.
And that was OCS to which you're referring to, was it?
No, I'm talking about the whole game.
Okay.
My part during that process, I did very little actual work on IFCS. IFCS didn't really need changes for all these other things that were going on. Mm-hmm. What I was doing is I spent a lot of my time. Well, I think that's when I wrote the atmospheric simulation that we had while I was there, and I was also working on the ability for cinematics teams to utilize the flight control system for doing cutscenes and things like that. Mm-hmm. I was working on building an AI system so that the AI team could use all the same flight mechanics and flight tuning and everything for their ships.
And that was interesting, right? Is that the AI were going to actually use your flight model to the same limitations as these players?
And as far as I know, that's still their intention. Mm-hmm. But I mean, that was always our intention from the beginning, was that AI is using the same flight system that the players are, and not cheating.
Yeah, and
Anyway,
not
so
cutting
but-
corners with it. Yep. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So all of those changes, I mean, that were going on during that year that we were bringing out 3.0, weren't it actually meant to impact IFCS, but they did. In particular, changes like building a system for threading to kind of get optimizations and bring the physics to a point where it's not running too much of a load. You've got different job threads running and things like that. IFCS got shifted into a sort of a lazy update from really being hard linked to the physics update. So early on I had direct immediate access to the state of the ships in the same thread immediately after the physics update. And and after all the changes to the game engine when 3.0 came out, I didn't have that. So that's where all the instability of IFCS came into play. And so I didn't even realize that was going to happen because I wasn't playing on, a lot of the latest versions. And anyway, my testing at the time wasn't as intense as you would get from like Valkyrie testing, right? So so I didn't even realize the extent to which the model was destabilized at that point. So immediately after 3.0 dropped, I set out to completely write IFCS, and that would be the third major version of the flight model. And the whole point of that was to get the low-level physics interaction where, high-level stuff where IFCS is calculating what you're going to do and taking player input and, managing all these different systems. That could stay in a lazy thread, but the low-level stuff needed to be back in a direct thread with the physics engine. And so that was the main change.
That was the immediate requirement. Okay, understandable.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you and Redlit, just quickly, I think you and Redlit should fire some questions, and then I've got some chat questions. Now listen, for the guys in chat, put brackets question. My guys are going to filter them in. I'm only going to read out questions to JP, which I think he's capable of answering, knowing since he spoke to us about what he's comfortable with, talk about what he isn't. I'll read out those questions to him. If you have those other questions, I will put them in a doc. I'll feed them to JP, and he can talk to you on Discord in the text channels after the show.
Backup, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. So I'll read up a couple of those after. Yeah, just if you've got a question, put it in brackets in question, and then we'll let Redley and Sunday take it away for now. Go for it, Sunday.
Yeah, I think one thing I think is interesting to kind of draw, and we talked about this prior, we were kind of getting more familiar with your role at SIG, is the difference between what's a system and controls designer versus a gameplay kind of developer. Right. In your experience, how much flight and combat direct experience did gameplay developers have with the system that you had essentially built? Were gameplay developers experiencing that the same way a player might in a lot of testing, or was that mostly relegated to Avocati to do that?
Okay. Well, I think it's always difficult for us as developers to come close to the kind of experience that you as players are having when you're testing the game and playing the game. Like I said, I personally, when I'm testing things, I tended to just use a gamepad, and I was more focused on making sure the numbers all line up and not so much on the way it feels, because that's the job of the tuners, right? I really can't speak to how much I'm going to say it's the tuners really more than the gameplay programmers that matter here. I can't speak to how much they are playing games like that, and we're playing our game to get a feel for it, especially after tuning went to the UK in the 2.x days. I know Calix played a lot, and but that was 3 ships. It was a lot easier task back then. So I don't know.
So there's a specific role in there for tuner versus gameplay dev or system and controls dev.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's interesting. I didn't know there was another distinction there where.
Yeah, but if that's I don't know if that's the current state, because I don't think that.
Right.
If they they can't be.
It's not really It's not really a fair question because I mean we don't know how they run the show. Right
Yeah, they
now.
might have repurposed that guy.
In the previous iterations of that, I was more interested in just what that pipeline kind of looks like between systems design, gameplay design, and then tuning of the actual essentially values within that system.
Because we need some goddamn tuning guys.
I mean, I guess from our perspective, we would love to see like fast iteration on gameplay balance and like the fun of it being honed and focused a lot faster, which is interesting just because, you know, CIG has always been about building the tools to allow them to work faster and more efficiently. That's always what they say, and that's what you were doing, John, is creating this tool that helped the designers make changes quickly with precision and not have to like peck away at it, you know. And so I guess it's interesting that it didn't happen more often like that, you know, that you didn't see more fast moving adjustments being made even to individual ships, much less the entire sort of balance of things, because they could have, right? You had the tool to do those changes.
I think now they have more people devoted to it, and I think you'll see more of that maybe. But like I said, I'm not in a position to know.
Yeah, sure,
I mean, they've already publicly stated they have the vehicle experience team, you know, and they've gone on a summit, and it's stuff they're looking at. I don't know whether we'll see it in, you know, iterative patches or how they're going to deliver stuff. I don't know. But
and that's what's frustrating for me.
Move quickly, right? If it takes 6 patches for them to get out a result, it seems like what's the point of that?
That's
right? Like, what's the point of that?
And that's where the frustration comes in for me, is because I've watched Todd Pappy on every every interview he's done with Disco talk about, hey, I repurposed these guys from the Vanguard team to balancing and tuning, and it never comes. That was 9 months worth of patches. And now for the first time, I think it was a month ago, we actually saw some faces to some people that were there. But like, you know, Todd was talking about this for the past 9 months. To which I sit here in my Discord with my organization going, hey guys, balance patch is this patch. Todd Pappy told me so. Get ready. We're going into AC. We're going to go after AOTW. Those guys are terrible. And like every single time we would do it, nothing would change. Like not even the mass driver. So that was the problem, right? Is that we keep getting told there's a tuning incoming, and it never ends up coming. Now I do have some probably, you know, off the cut some intel that says it's actually happening now, but I hope that's the case. Now I'll leave you guys to give JP a couple more questions, and I'll start filtering through some of this stuff, and we'll shoot up a couple questions from chat. And then we'll start giving Snake Air some more airtime and moving towards the previous flight models. So you guys, if any of you guys have any other questions, ask JP, and I'll start reading through this.
Hey, before we jump into a new question, I just wanted to say, you know, I talked about all those big inflection points of the flight model, and those were caused by big changes that that were taking place at various times. And you look at what's happening today with my model at 3.0. We never really got that back to a point where everybody was happy with it. You know, 3.4, I hear some people were happy with that, but you know, almost immediately after that, they move away from my core flight mechanics system. As far as I know, I don't know how much of that's still involved, but you know, that's changing it at the most basic level, and everything has to be re-rolled from that point up. You know, so what? And with all of the ships that are involved in all these things, I mean, what they're dealing with right now is worse than any point that we've had in the past. And we had the same issues at every point that we made changes like that in the past, where we struggle and, you know, we're trying to find the right tunings, right? But when you get to the point where it's just the tunings, that's the easy part. And that seems like pretty close to where you are. I think there might be some disagreement over what systems are what. And there actually have been some discussions even going back to, for dogfighting in particular, where there's some flight mechanics, like original algorithms that worked better. And I've spoken to Krian a little bit about that. And I know he's taken that to CIG to kind of promote the idea of having a different acceleration model, similar to the one I had, because you know, I don't think they can use the one that I had for the same reasons I couldn't use it in 2.0. But so, but when they get to the tuning point, that's when it's just iteration and it's just time, and the feedback that you guys give them, that's going to be valuable. And I really think that they'll get back to a high point. And it seems like with the team and all of the changes that they made, this is probably the last major change. I mean, I can't say.
God,
for
I
sure,
hope
but
so.
hopefully that will not be the case, and it's going to get good. So.
Yeah, it's just, and that's what's important to know too, is right, is like a player isn't necessarily going to have a lot of visibility on the flight model. The flight model's behind the scenes. It's the tuning that's super obvious to the player there, and the flight model is the systems like the boost, cruise, all this stuff that make it up, but it's the tuning that we're interacting with the most. To lean back on your definition, go for it.
Do you mind me just chiming in on
far away.
what JP just said? Regardless of ups and downs and the eternal curse of bugs that we've always had, we've always had like a sense of progression. But but that sense of progression had many directions were taken, and seasoned players or testers also sensed that many times very odd decisions were taken. And with all our feedback, it was complicated to understand why that was happening. It just seemed like incohesive. So some people believed that groups within CIG did not combine efforts efficiently. And in such a large community, you'll always find people like questioning and criticizing what they don't understand. But that, however, was compensated somehow by a game in constant evolution. And besides our frustration, like I said, there was like progression of some sort. So that gave us hope, and it renewed our hope all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
Understandable. Okay, so do you got Red Lear, Sunday Snake? You guys got any quick questions to fire off that aren't specific to a single flight model in JP's direction, developer based? Before I start popping off a few of these chat questions.
I'm good.
I lived through it. Let's hear the chat.
I guess last thing I got is really the kind of physicalized components that were a staple of 1.x, 2.x. I mean, when you would shoot the wings off a gladiator or off a glaive, remember that thing? You would be pulling 25 Gs in that thing when you'd shoot the wings off. When you did when you dropped all the missiles from your loadout with like a Gladius or whatever, your ship, the mass of the ship would change, and you would get more maneuverability than a ship with a full loadout of missiles. I don't know where the current, flight model is based on the kind of physicalized realism that existed related to mass and ship performance. I feel like that's been totally dropped at this point. I know that JP, you can't really speak to the inside knowledge about that, but I feel like they've gone a different direction since. I guess that's not really a general question. It's just seeing if you had any kind of comment on that or anything like that.
Well, I mean, you look at the system that I wrote, which, the core mechanics were the core mechanics through almost all the way, through to the point where I left. It didn't change drastically. But based on tuning, we had times where it felt like an arcade shooter, and we had times when it felt like it was, it had nothing to do with physics, right? And that has more to do with how it's tuned than the underlying, flight mechanics. And it is a 6 degree of freedom Newtonian rigid body simulation. And we actually, I haven't even spoke to this yet, I meant to before, we actually implemented a degree of rotational simulation that you don't often see in games, where when an object is rotating in space, it's going to tumble. It's not going to just rotate about a set axis, right? And that was part of the system, and IFCS had a compensator for that, so that when you had pristine control, the ship would rotate about the axis as you wanted it to, but then as you started to take damage, you'd start to get a little bit of wobble and things like that. So the point is, that was the system that underpins all of this. And there were times when people said, this is the least realistic flight sim I've ever played. It just depends on how it's tuned. And I think the same probably is true today, because I know David and I know Chris and I know what they're trying to accomplish. And I think ultimately, the goal hopefully will be that they can restore some of that feel with ships where it matters, like dogfighting and racing, and you'll have more of the more inertia in different types of ships for different roles and different classes. That's really the only way I can see to to rectify these major differences between people who love the game one way and hate it another way. You know.
I guess I have one more question related to all that stuff, which is it, again, you may not know where it is now, but it is part of a flight model construction decision matrix, how heavy the calculations are underpinning all that stuff, because if they're facing significant netcode challenges or server side bottlenecks, they may, from a technical perspective, one side of the development team may come to you and say, we need a lighter flight model. Is that true?
Yeah, I think so. When I was working on it, the only part of there are two parts. The only part of the core mechanics that I thought it was questionable whether or not we could support this, on servers with large player counts, was positional control for third order motion, because that gets very complex. The equations on that are insane. So, but that's for AI, and and if that's being applied to just large capital ships or something like that, then you're rarely calculating a positional solution, right? So even that depends on how it's being used. The thing in my model that I think there was very good reason to think it was too heavy was, how do you translate the accelerations that we determine that we want to have on the ship? How do you translate that? Well, actually, two parts. How do you look at the thrusters that are on a ship and calculate what the maximum accelerations are that are available at any given moment based on the true state of the ship? And then how do you translate those accelerations into actual thrust that shows up visually on the ships and moves the thrusters around and fires those thruster plumes and all of that? That, I think, was about 90% of the processing, And I don't know what they've done to change that. I'm sure that it was always my intention to replace that. I had a solution in mind to remove that. I don't think it had to be that heavy, but that was probably the main thing that was holding it down back then.
Hey, Snake Eyes, do you have any questions yourself for JP, just in a design perspective, not particularly just a specific flight model, before I start cracking open these chat questions?
No, I'm fine with what you guys have mentioned so far.
Now I'm gonna try and read a couple questions, maybe 3, 4, something like that, that I think are suitable that I know that you'd be, or at least am confident you'd be comfortable with. The other ones we'll leave in chat, and we'll give you this document at the end, and then you can talk to these guys. Just so you guys know, I've spun up a channel in Discord called Flight Discussion. So in my description underneath the stream, you can click the Discord button, join that. We'll all be active in that afterwards, just from a tech space. And I also want to mention too, spam this Twitch channel in your Discords and tweets and get more people in here, because I'm coming second to a roleplay podcast right now and I'm going to lose my mind, okay? So more people in here, please. But the first question I had, which I thought was a really good one, let me just find it here. It was from Braven Tooth. He said, do you think that the Star Citizen engine, with the crazy vast scope of thousands of players, is capable of having combat with a 300 to 500 markers in speed? So 300 to 500 km, I'm guessing he's talking about 300 to 500 ms mark. Oh, ping. Sorry, he means ping. With all the calculations in the background that actually works without issues. So he's saying, do you think that having combat with 300 to 500 ships in an MMO environment is feasible with the SC engine?
Okay.
At least from your experience.
He meant speed, by the way.
He meant speed? Okay, I thought he meant ping. So then speed. Yeah, speed. Take away the ping part. Speed.
Okay. So my understanding, looking at it from my perspective, writing the flight system, was it depends on what those ships are. And if you've got 500 fighters all duking it out, that's going to be hard to manage. If you have 400 capital ships in the game and only 100 fighters, and it's more a matter of like particular areas, right? So in a confined area where everybody's processing all the same things. It's really a question of how many highly maneuverable ships can you manage. It's not even necessarily a question of player counts, because you've got a lot of players on these ships. Especially the larger ships. But the larger ships just aren't going to be doing maneuvers that are going to.
So they're not gonna weigh as much in the physics side of things because they're so slow and sluggish. Yep, keep going.
Exactly, and when it all comes down to it, the core mechanics of these larger ships are going to be so lean. I mean, you can even just do a second order model; nobody's going to notice the difference.
Yep.
And so at that point you're.
So
golden with that. So it's really a question of how many fighters can you have, and I don't know if there've been any estimates on what they're going to have.
Yeah, and that's let's just say, to what percentage would you be comfortable?
By the way, in the ballpark of 10,000, I believe was the
I think I read in Forbes magazine it was 30,000, but I'm looking at JP's facial reactions here. No, he's not even moving a muscle, but. But do you think?
I have no idea what they can do.
Like if you were heading a project, right, and your goal, like an MMO yourself, whatever, and your goal was do you think that's feasible? Is that something that you could talk about thinking you could deliver? 500 ships flying at those speeds, fighting each other.
500.
Yeah.
500.
Space flying above 500 meters per second.
Oh, so he just means that. Oh, so he meant thousands of players. So check that, not 500, thousands of players. So
thousands.
2,000. Let's just settle for 2,000. Yeah. Could you deliver that? Do you think that's possible?
I mean, I personally could not deliver that. But
do you think
I really
people
don't
could?
know. Do I think it's feasible?
Yeah. Achievable, even.
I mean, I think the question is, has it been done before? I mean, I don't think it's that much. I mean, at worst, they're going to be at the same level that other games are. And then you start talking about, well, what can we add to that? Like with the complexity and the depth of the simulation. At worst, you're going to be at that level that other games are. Unfortunately, I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I mean, I think that they were already making changes when I was there. For example, early on, we had the luxury of being able to run the entire IFCS simulation on every client, server, remote client, local client. And that allowed you to have lockstep physics, and that's how we were able to have 300 meters per second combat using an FPS networking system at the time. But they started, when I was there, they started moving portions of IFCS out of the local client so that there's less processing, but that's all going to be going on the server, so that's still going to be a bottleneck at that point.
Yep.
But yeah, they were already making decisions like that, and I'm sure they continue to make those kinds of decisions because there's a certain reality to that. That's why I personally don't want to look at game development as trying to achieve a certain multiplayer threshold, because to me that's the most limiting thing.
And that's the hardest hurdle to cross, isn't it? Is getting across that. And it's really interesting. You look at Eve is investing in another company that's kind of trying to cross that hurdle exactly with his data centers all across the world, negotiating across. It's really interesting to look at the results. I don't think they're close to getting it, but they're in the ballpark of being able to have thousands of players in a single shard duking it out. Right. They're getting close to that in real time without the time dilation. Hopefully
that's a lot of significant sacrifices in all kinds of other areas of gameplay. So I think that's where most people don't know the actual technical realities of some of that stuff. I myself am not an expert in the matter, so if I were looking at it as an investor, aka backer, you look at what you said. You look at what else is possible in the industry, what you've seen accomplished in the industry. You add a margin for absolutely, like if they were a genius level, they're coming up with technology that nobody's ever developed before, then you tack on another 10% onto what has been accomplished so far. You don't tack on
Yeah.
1,000% onto what has been accomplished so far. So I think
Yeah.
that's, we haven't been communicated with what a realistic expectation is.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Starting to feel like they're being sold a bill of sale, but not like, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
And this game doesn't need to have 300 people dogfighting in a single dogfight to succeed,
Exactly.
does it?
No.
And so that's why we wouldn't mind if they just said, hey, look, we think this is going to be the limit, so we're going to start designing in that direction. Like, at least then we've got some, like, a path forward and, a clear goal or direction in regards to, okay, this is what we want to push for, and this is what the performance wants to look like. Except we read in New York Times that he's saying 30,000 players, and we're sitting here going, God, it can barely handle 60, fucking 30,000. Where did he get that from?
I was never really privy of what those things that were going on. And I will say that when I was still there, they brought in a guy to run the network team and start getting that all in order. And he's a physics programmer, and so his focus is very much centered on simulation. He understands it. He understands what needs to be done. So I put a high level of confidence in him.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear about the Battle of Endor syndrome?
No.
It's many years ago, about 1999, 2000, when Free Space 2 was a thing, before the dark ages of the space sim genre. A developer from Volition spoke up for the problems that the game engine had, because users could actually access the editor to create their own space battles with it, and then people would be able to play and play in those space battles. But the majority of people editing those space battles would put big spaceships and loads of small fighters playing together. And the majority of PCs back in that era couldn't handle that, and they called it the Battle of Endor syndrome, because everybody wanted big laser beams from big capital ships everywhere.
Right.
And this is, we're going a bit back to that. We're going to have to balance very well what the game is capable of to create those battles and create that kind of atmosphere.
Exactly.
I think it's great to hear John say that one of the most limiting things that's diametrically opposing progress in all the other areas of the game is obviously the player count goal, because everything increases exponentially with each player that you put onto the server. Because these days I've done some really good hard looking at what at myself and what I really want, because I got caught up for a long time in wanting the next MMO to be the next World of Warcraft. I want the next thing, but only bigger and better. And it kind of started to occur to me that I really don't think that large player scale stuff is necessary for a good multiplayer experience. You look at places that have a fairly good number of players, like World of Warcraft, for example. You get a bunch of people in the same area of World of Warcraft, and it's a bunch of idiots hopping around. Do they look like amazingly heroic champions? No, they look like stupid players with stuff that they're just hopping around in the auction house. It doesn't feel like, oh, that guy's the baker. Oh, I need to go talk to that guy over there. He's behind the bar. He might have a tip on a mission. No. None of that is happening. You're just in a big gaggle of idiots hopping around. So in order to create that feeling like you're in a living, breathing universe, I really feel like the games that have accomplished that the most with multiplayer really used AI and sprinkled multiplayer in a lot more specifically, Red Dead, or some of these games that you encounter other players, but they look special because they're not everywhere, and
it's not entirely player driven.
Yeah, and then they specialize in making the AI feel really lifelike. Conversations are always different, and their animations are great and all that stuff. So you still feel like you're in a living, breathing world. Right. And then when you encounter another player, it's special. You pull that into a space environment. You do the same thing. Like you're talking about, you want these huge space battles. You can create those, but you just can't create them for 10,000 players at the same time. What if 100 of those players were real players? And you even knew it. You could see which one was real. You're probably going to target them specifically. Meanwhile, all this stuff is happening around you. You're getting the same feels, right? You're just not trying to tackle the same technical objective.
And I think just before we move away from the networking side, I just wanted to mention one thing too is, and this you could probably attest to this, JP, with what you're building, is that the best example is classic WoW, right? What the original WoW came out in 2003, whatever. It was around then, about 15 years ago, right? Now, it had a limitation, like, you know, if in a single battle, you were lucky to get 40 people to be able to verse each other, right? Before the server would start to fall over. Now, fast forward 15 years, we re-released classic WoW. And, you know, I'm thinking 15 years difference between memory, CPU, graphics cards, all server technology, cloud tech, internet is far better and more efficient now since all these technology based advancements that we've made. And then we re-released classic WoW, and that limit has only gone up. It's now 500. If you have more than 500 players in classic WoW on tech that feels like it's 100 years newer in comparison to when that game released, you can only get that number up to the times of 10. So it's super interesting to me that even something like a 15-year-old game, 15-year-old graphics, simple mechanics, still struggles to deliver and push past this limitation that every game is facing when it comes to what's deliverable in an MMO. From the outside looking in, it feels like it's impossible to deliver a real single shard sandbox MMO nowadays.
Right.
And that's something that you're dealing with on your end, right? Is what you're creating is you're looking at the experience, the gameplay first, and then you're going to look at the player count and stuff. But the limitation isn't the servers and the hardware, is it? It's the internet, is it? Is that the bottleneck, or where do you think we can point at the bottleneck for is this deliverable to be? Is it the tech side? Is it computing? Is it the internet? Is it hardware? Is it the engine?
I think the internet is what it is. That's a baseline that you're always going to have to be working from. And it's nice to be able to predict what's it going to be when we release, but it's probably not going to change that much. We don't know, but that's the foundation. And then everything that you do in tech is like, how much extra can you get out of that? Like, can you get more out of that than the other game over there? And so I think the guys at CIG are have some good ideas and they're working on some things, but it's hard to significantly push the bar after that. Ultimately, you're going to have the two lines that intersect. It's going to be the quality of the experience and the player count, and you just have to put those two together and find that point where they meet and build everything around that, because you're not going to have it both ways.
Yeah. And that's what's so with what you're building, for example, okay, say you want to put in 500 players in a single space battle. Where's your limitation going to be? Is it going to be Unity? Is it going to be the server at which you run on it? Is it going to be the game physics? Or what do you think?
I always think that physics is going to be the final determining factor. Not physics, I'm sorry, networking.
Networking.
Is going to be the final determining factor on what I can do, which is why I don't even consider it at this point. In terms of Unity, I'm developing my flight model actually as a standalone library because I want to have the ability to use it in any game engine, and I also want to consider the possibility of making that available for other people to use in their game engines. So, which is the kind of the approach I took on SC, kind of writing it as middleware. So I'm kind of doing that now. So Unity is just what I'm writing this in to kind of prove the system and flesh it out. So hopefully that won't be a bottleneck. Definitely Unity has some limitations. Physics, all I can do is I look at each individual thing that I'm working on, and I say, how can I achieve this fidelity with the greatest optimization, and look at that and study it and see, how many microseconds does it take to do an iteration on this, and that's all I can do. And then whatever that ends up being, that's going to define, how many players I can have in a local experience. But, then also the question of how many players can you have multiplayer. I feel pretty good about multiplayer because my goal really for this game is just to have small skirmishes between PvE and PvP. I'm not going for any kind of an MMO type of a situation. So, there's a lot you can do there.
Mm-hmm. So. I got another question from Acid Burn. It says, which item or update caused the most significant break between 2 and 3.0?
Between 2 and 3.
Yeah. So what was the?
Actually, I did discuss that. That was the movement of the. If I understand the question right,
yep.
It was the movement of IFCS update out of the physics thread and into a worker thread where there was no guarantee of how quickly or how frequently it would update.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine for the high level logic of the control system, but it didn't work for the part that was actually generating accelerations and driving the physics simulation itself. And that's why when you were flying the ships, IFCS always was designed to be a system where the ship would fly perfectly if it was pristine. But as you started to take damage, then you would start to see kind of the underlying physics to emerge because the flight control system is not able to compensate anymore. It's telling the thruster to do one thing, but the thruster is doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
So it had this error correcting in it, so that over time, it would get worse, but it was a gradual decrease as you take damage. But once we got to 3.0, that was all we had. The system itself was introducing error into the simulation, and IFCS was constantly error correcting and fighting that. So everything you did, you were being pulled this way and wobbling and things like that. And so that was a pretty big break.
Mm-hmm. Here's another one. What advice would you give to developers to empower them to bring back a more skillful and enjoyable combat experience from Star Alliance? So what would you advise if they were to try and start bringing back skill and an enjoyable flight experience? Where would you focus on?
Well, first of all, I want to say that
even relate to your game, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I was there, we had the same kinds of struggles that I know they're facing today, and that is everybody you talk to has a different idea, and different groups have different ideas. And I really enjoy talking to all you guys about your concepts of flight, but there are guys that I hang out in Discord and we talk about it, and they're polar opposites. And everything that you say, if I did that, they would hate it, right?
Yeah.
And they make good points, and like I said, my role as a flight model developer is to create a system that can fly ships the way you want and the way they want. But but CIG is dealing with that, trying to make a balanced game where they have to really lock everything in, and so my advice to them would just be listen to everybody, but don't take anything that any one person says as this is it, and continue to iterate and iterate based on player feedback, and it'll get a lot better.
Just chip away at it. Yep.
Unless they're ship combat players, in which case you should listen to everything.
Yeah,
they
unless
say.
the name is Virgil.
Only
ultimately, I hope that they can listen to players like you in order to get a certain visceral dogfighting experience. And they can listen to other players to get more of a trading experience.
Yeah, like a caterpillar or something.
Exploration,
but only the players that played before 3.x.
Yeah. If you didn't play,
even with that.
Yeah.
You can't find anybody who agrees on anything.
So like for the caterpillar, they could talk to like Tickles, because I don't give a fuck about the caterpillar, right? But when it comes to actual dogfighting, do not listen to anything Tickles says.
I think what the most interesting thing is, though, they've had these patches where they've had essentially lightning in a bottle, and they've done it multiple times. It's not like they're not capable of doing it. It's just for some reason they always move away from. They catch it, and then they're just like the next patch. It's like. And then just throw it out. And it doesn't make. I mean, from our perspective, it's impenetrable, right? I mean, we know that for design reasons, they do things a certain way, and they develop the game around the technology that's available and all that. It's just to a player looking into that, trying to peer into that black box, it's incredibly frustrating because you can just go from these wild swings of having the best time of your life playing this game, and in the next patch, it's the polar opposite of it.
Yeah, even from a workflow perspective, if it would be vastly simpler for them or faster for them if they understood what they had, if they could really understand the lightning that they had in the bottle, that would mean that, okay, we've got no choice, or we're backed into a corner, we have to disassemble this and go in another direction, but we want to recreate that. So make sure we understand what that is, and then we can just put that up on the board and drive toward it in this new system that we have no choice but to build. But it doesn't seem like they did that. They just didn't.
No, they did. They wrote the expanse on the board.
Yeah.
But
So-
go ahead.
Just say they definitely had the advantage of this really unique development experience that we've had, developing in front of people and getting the game out in front of the whole community, at various stages. And that's a great opportunity to see these moments, like you say, these lightning in a bottle moments. And thankfully, a lot of those moments have been recorded and saved by the community, and so it's still available, and the community itself is still available. I don't think we're necessarily, I don't want them, if they see this, I don't want them to see this as we're saying, roll back to this version or that version. Just look at it and see what emerged from the flight systems at that time that the players really connected with and the players really loved, and how you have your own way of doing it, but see what you can do to kind of bring some of those things back for various parts of the game.
And I think that's what the vehicle experience team is, though, right? And that's what they're doing. Like, they have had a summit, they've been very open about it, and I think that's really what they were trying to boil down, was that kind of information.
Yeah.
So that's why, I mean, as I'm one of the most salty people when it comes to like flight in this game being broke for so long, but I can tell you.
Redler, do you think so? Do you think you're
you know what I mean? Like, I'm a little salty, but like, I have confidence that there's people out there in the company that care and are trying to do the right thing. So
and they do.
Yeah, and I agree. I completely agree with that. I hope that there's enough free reign and stuff in there for them to play around and stuff, and to wherever the choke is coming from, whether it's management or resource or whatever. I hope they can definitely look at it and realize the importance of delivering on that. The next question, which will be the last one before we start going through these flight models, because we are behind schedule.
Yeah.
All right. So, hey, so from Braven Tooth again. Thanks, Braven. I know that you've got some good questions and you're mindful of what he might or might not be able to answer. But he put, how long have you been, or how have you been since leaving CIG? And if you're willing to talk about it, what secret project have you been working on? And he said he's glad to see you're sporting a beard.
Wait, did you not see the beard that I have had in the early years?
I guess not. I think I looked at a video and I didn't think you have the beard in it either. It was a CIG one official, but
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was doing a dev.
He had a big bottle of whiskey in his hand all the time. I'm not sure what that was about.
I needed it back then. No, I mean, things have been really good. I was blessed, the fact that I never really even had to take the job at CIG. That was totally something I did for the joy of it. I've been an indie developer, and my wife is really supportive, and she's a physician, so money has never really been an issue. And so, when I left CIG, I just took a year off, basically just did nothing but hang out with my family. And then after that, I started playing around with rebuilding this flight model. So it's been really low key, and I'd really like to get something out there and get back into things a little bit. This was a great opportunity for you guys drawing me back in here, because I haven't really been following Star Citizen and haven't really been interacting with the community at all.
Which is funny because your name gets brought up so many times, always in high regards. So yeah,
I need to do a Derek Smart and put up some sort of like.
That's how I found out. I was like, I told Snake, I said, who's this JP people keep talking about? Like, I hear Red Lear mention JP all the time, and then I DM Red Lear. He's like, oh, I think he's in this. Right. This is his Discord name. And then
my wallet mentions him all the time.
Yeah.
He's a mythical godfather.
And that's the thing too. Red Lear,
the Star Citizen flight model.
Red Lear spent how much made you spend on because of the flight model in its previous state? How much?
Jeez, I don't even know. But I mean, like,
I don't know if you're allowed.
It escalated fast, and I mean, honestly, and truthfully, when I found Star Citizen, I think it was like December 2015, and I didn't want to get back into Eve because I just I love space and Sims. I didn't want to get back into it, so I stumbled into Star Citizen. Right, I started watching some streamers, whatever. I bought my first starter pack. I bought an Adventure Titan, and it's not like what hooked me wasn't that, oh, hey, this is going to be an MMO. That definitely drew me to it, or any of the big lore, or all that stuff. It was literally the flight experience and how exhilarating it was, and how much there was some ability. Like, there was no leveling tree, right? It was basically your inputs and you get better, right? And obviously it was terrible. I mean, I used to send friggin' Tempest missiles at friggin' Raventooth all the time. He loves me for that. But like over time, you just got better and better, and it was an exhilarating system. You could just play it and learn on, and just zip around and fly tons of ships and have different experience with different ships. I would fly 350Rs in Arena Commander to outrun 11th Hour and Renegade Squadron, just because I wasn't as good as them, but I could outrun them and try to steal their kills. Like I had an option in a ship to do that. And then later on, down the line, I started flying different ships and getting more aggressive, and I slowly got better. But all of that is gone. But that is the reason why I bought in so heavy to SE, was that experience. It ate me up.
Yep.
I mean, there really isn't an equivalent out there to other than Elite Dangerous. I mean, to find a cockpit in a spaceship you can fly around and shoot other ships in, you would think there'd be alternatives, because we're all in the video game world. We're like, competition out there. It's like, I'm going to eject out of Star Citizen. All right, where's the other games that I can jump into a cockpit and dogfight in space? And you're looking around, and they just aren't out there. There aren't any. There's one, maybe.
Oh, there's a couple of people that I've got a couple to mention, but we can start.
They're coming. I mean, they're in development, right? But I'm just saying that they're a rare breed, right?
Tons of loads of early access games at this moment.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a really good time to be in this development space.
Yeah, and hopefully
genres changed.
Yeah, and hopefully, exactly. It's starting to become more popular, and I hope that these other developers that start bringing some real competition when it comes to flight and enjoying flying spaceships and shooting at others. Let's start backtracking now, because I want to give Snake Eyes a bit of the mic, and start looking at these other flight models. So just for anyone that's in chat, if you've got a question, put it in there, put it in the doc. We might revisit the questions before we wrap it out. Otherwise, I'll hand this doc over to JP, to which he can answer in our Discord after the show in text at his convenience. Okay, so don't give up on the questions. If you've got them, keep throwing them in. And let's go to, there's also I don't know if Devilnut is still in here, but there's a poll in regards to how you enjoy flight. I really want to chew that out towards the end, so if we could get more people to fill in for that would be great. Now, Snake Eyes, are you ready for this? I'm going to start driving you through these. So
let's go.
So let's start with the 2X flight models. Okay, so this is I believe 2.4 and 2.6 is what these videos refer to. More so 2.6.
We fed mainly the majority of the 2.x alphas, but 2.4 and 2.63 are the ones that we mainly focus on, because they're the highly regarded alphas of that.
Yeah, and the 2X for sure.
Yeah, 2.4 was very famous. 2.5 wasn't as famous, because that was, as far as I can recall, the patch that broke ESP. And
I think was that the crotch cam patch? I can't remember. There was the crotch cam patch, and then there was the dead guy in your face while you're flying around in Arena Commander patch. I don't know.
That was dead corpse in your cabin.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? Just let me just focus on this for a second. We had a bug with a dead corpse in our cockpit, and we would still fucking play the game.
Yeah.
Every night.
Yeah. You would just sort of like duck around his
look around. And the funny thing about it is that you would have to kill the guy with the corpse in your cockpit.
Right.
So you'd check around their helmet to see who they actually were, and then tell your teammates to kill that guy so that you could be able to see through the cockpit.
It was like an Easter egg hunt, dude. It was like a mini game in the game.
Played it, yeah. It was hilarious.
Braven, get your butt out of my face!
They made battle royales off ideas like that, so that's funny. Are you ready to go into this video? So I'll let you drive as soon as we go in. So All right, so guys, this is the 2X flight model, which I'll transition to now. It's got a video. I'll be playing the video really low, and I'll let you kind of walk us through what's in there. I can see Bayer's in here. Nice to see you. But what we'll do is we'll go through what we're looking at, key points of that flight model, and strengths and weaknesses. I'll let you take it away, Snake. So, Snake Eyes. So here we go. Transitioning now. Tell us, what are we looking at?
All right, this was the beginning of the 2X era. That was 2.0, and this was the first alpha that had jerk introduced into the flight model. Mm-hmm. So ships were actually moving in a less twitchier manner than what they used to in 1.x. You had an extra layer of difficulty because you had to take that into account while calculating inertia and gaining control of your ship. Mm-hmm. However, what we're watching now is DD playing with Track AR, if I'm not mistaken, or HOTAS. He was playing with HOTAS here, and as I was saying, there was a higher perception of realism in 2.0, and it started precisely with that alpha. One of the most important things was the fact that you by tuning in the flight model, the adjusted jerk and acceleration stray values for all ships, provided inertia cancellation, which is basic and important because it gives you a good sense of control, because you can project it to all 6 degrees of freedom. And you can use that to create beautiful images of just moving around. This is Brave and Tooth. This is to around about 2.13 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And it's cool because you've got like the joystick input graph here, or the diagram, or whatever, and you can see how he used to play around with his ship and use the environment towards his advantage. In the forums, we used to have like this video running around portraying how you could use in 2.0 your ship maneuvering capabilities to do more tactical combat instead of just like the arcade experience that people used to talk about, the famous FPS in space that we had in 1.x. I don't think we had it, but lots of people complained about it. And that totally changed. It totally changed. If you look around here, I mean, he's using his environment. He's zooming in and out just to check where exactly he wants to pinpoint his shots on the enemy. There were auroras playing around. It wasn't a question of attacking or defending. It was attacking and defending at the same time.
Yeah. You notice he's also using, he's pushing his ship to certain limits. With small movements and rotations, he's blacking out, he's reding out, but he's controlling that. He's rolling it off. And
this is where that skill ceiling is. Yeah. Yeah, and you can, and that's something that I could just quickly, that's plain, for someone who hasn't played this, I can notice two things. He's got way more control of his ship than we have currently. He has inertia. He has.
So
there is inertia, but it's not.
Footage that you showed before.
Yeah, he has inertia, but not anywhere at least 10, probably at most 10% of what we have, maybe even less. And then the second thing is, the limitation feels like it's on him inside the cockpit, not the ship itself. It feels like he's wrestling with blackout. And then thirdly is this looks amazing, but you know what it also is? It's slow. This is slow, but slow is good.
Well, I was about to say he's going fast and slow, and there's reasons to do both, not just end up in one condition and then have to stay there.
It's about the relative velocities, right? So relatively, he's able to go 0 to 350, and the other person can accelerate 0 to 350 fairly quickly. But nobody's accelerating 0 to 350 and then going to 900 and doing a joust or whatever.
Exactly.
Right.
I think this is a key point, Sunday. This is a key point because adjusted SCM speeds provided a more consistent feeling of momentum in all directions and a less arcadey experience. But that, again, has a lot to do with the changes that came in 3.5. And I think that is a great comparison that we can talk later on. Oh, look at that. This is me playing against Master Caswell, training with fixed weapons at this time. These were sabers. Sabers had just recently been introduced into the game, and they were the thing. And mass drivers became a thing, which is something that has repeated itself, every now and then
a couple of times,
around the game. Yeah, because they were the alpha weapons, Accelerations were still aggressive and provided decent maneuverability, but you could avoid DPS races. And you can see here range control, which is very important. It's something that you just simply do not have anymore. Range control is important because it gives you that sense that you can move back and forward. And I don't see people moving back and forward anymore. It's just like long distance kiting, long range solutions what we have now. And they insist on moving, bringing combat closer. But I really do not know, with what we just mentioned about SCM speeds not being capped anymore, or at least giving that option to players. I don't know how they're going to solve that, because that is the main reason I think that combat is distant now, And obviously, I mean, you can see the accelerations. You could avoid circle strafing, which was a very annoying thing that people would find in the game when they started playing, because they didn't have like the sense of inertia control, so they would just circle strafe to one side. But we weren't circle strafing here. We were managing momentum and then finding the right moment to boost away. And
another small detail here that I think is really important to kind of bring up is look at that pip lead indicator and look at that line that ties that indicator to the attitude of the ship. And that's important because when you shoot at a pip, you're shooting at the projected impact point at that moment in time, right? So it's like a derivative of whatever this speed acceleration curve is of this ship. So having that, both the attitude indicator, that little arrow on the nose of the target that you can see, plus that line to the pip, lets you then adjust your aim to be not necessarily at the pip, but at some point either in front of or behind that pip, based on the acceleration of the ship, which you can infer from the change in that line to the pip indicator. And that's a really high-level dogfighting pilots will use this to intuit what this ship is doing, right? Because you don't know exactly what thruster inputs a pilot's giving, but if you have those indicators, that gives you a really good sense of what's actually happening with them.
God, take a look at this video. This is just, I mean, I'm getting hard on now. This was what used to be like 4 versus 4 true AUG versus AUG combat back then. Well, anyway,
it's hard to look at because we're just not anywhere near this anymore. This looks like a new game to me. This looks like, oh my god! Like if this was a game trailer, I'd be super impressed, right? Like
the other thing you need to remember too is
we lost them.
ESP works so well in this era. Like I guess 2.5 bro, but ESP was so you didn't really realize it was there until you turned it off. And I can tell you we had parity between you did not know who was a mouse user and who was a joystick user unless you got into a Discord and asked them. Like you wouldn't know. And both there was competitive people on both sides. And it was so fluid.
Yep. Wow, JP.
There's a lot that went into it. It's not just.
I think you got about 200 viewers in tears right now. But yeah, it looks so amazing, and it's funny because if we were to use our definitions, you'd almost describe this as arcadey, but which is just another word for fun. This just looks like straight up fun. It looks like a lot less flying, a lot less loss of control. And just this fluid, slow-paced aiming combat where because it's so slow and because you're so close to these ships too, you're choosing where on their ship you want to aim at. Like you can see he's purposely aiming for cockpits.
260, by the way.
I haven't seen a cockpit like this.
This isn't slow. This is intentional, right?
It's intentional. Yeah.
You can make deliberate and intentional tactical choices. It's not necessarily slow. The relative velocities of these ships is way higher than it is in their existing game right now.
It's just different degrees.
You had 6 degrees of freedom
Yeah.
and the acceleration in each of those degrees to outmaneuver your opponent. But you had to counter the G forces that came with it, but that was part of the skill ceiling.
It's just
nobody complained. Nobody complained about DPS races or jousting.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen one joust at all.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's what I meant by Sky, high skill ceiling and sense of progression for players, which is so important. And CR, mentioned this in Star Citizen's original marketing. I want people to think that they can go out there. Do you guys remember Galactica when they had like this the really bad Cylon ace that was killing all
the one in the asteroid field. I remember exactly. He had a name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Was it Gary?
Scar. That was
Scar. That was it. Yeah, because he had a scar on the ship. Yeah, I remember. Keep going.
Yeah, my dream was getting better at this game. Not only because I wanted to be. I didn't want to be an esports pilot. I wanted to be the guy that killed the great and nasty space pirate Roberts in the game. And I could only achieve that if I was good at this game. And I could do that with my teammates.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we used to play in this confined environment of free flight. This is fucking free flight.
Yeah.
And you can see the positional advantage there, right? You can see everybody going for those top shots, right? They're trying to
Yeah.
get on top of you.
And that's
like,
what
think aside, whatever. But
Four, by the way.
That's like to credit to Sunday's credit. That's what ends Redley. That's positional combat, right? Is actually being able to try and attack angles so that you can aim at certain parts of the ship. Right now, you go into dogfighting, you're aiming for a little circle on the screen. You do not give a single shit about what part of their ship. You're not aiming for cockpits. You're not trying to clip wings off to disable weapons. You're just trying to shoot a dot into a hoop. Yeah, you're just shooting into a hoop. But because of positional combat, meaning everyone can get these angles on each other, we find ourselves you guys found yourselves aiming at actual ship parts. It's a tough watch, man.
You'll see that you didn't get pickups at the beginning of 2X because they weren't implemented on Arena Commander.
Mm-hmm.
But some guy at STIG had a really good idea, and that was placing pickups in a space sim. We really complained about that, but that those were just minor problems compared, because we could avoid that by just playing in free flight. There were no pickups there, and we could just play round-based games, because we didn't like the scoring system that they had designed for squadron battle. And what we really wanted was to play in free flight round-based games, because that would be the closest thing that we were going to get to the PU when things would eventually technically work the same way. And you would get high amount of DPS, etc. And we knew that playing in free flight in a close quarter game with your teammates, close together in a mixed team, you could get that. Anyway, so conclusions about the two.
Real quick, I was hoping to actually.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Let
the man who made this talk.
Sorry about that.
I was
carried away.
looking at ESP and how it's working here, and I just wanted to say some things about ESP. Back then when I was tuning it, it was, basically I would set up a randomly moving target, and or have it move at various rates or whatever, and I would just see how hard is it for me to get on target and stay on target with various ships, and my goal was, and this is just based on my skill level. My skill level is not anywhere near what you're seeing here, but based on my skill level, it's trying to find that sweet spot where I can get, because I can tune it anywhere between. I can tune it where the ship is attacking for you. You don't even have to do anything but pull a trigger, and you'll get a kill. Or I can tune it to where it's impossible for you to ever get on this ship, right? Or basically the same as if you turn ESP off. So I'm trying to find that sweet spot where I feel a sense of accomplishment having gotten onto the target and holding on to target. I don't feel it's too easy, and I don't feel too frustrated by it. And I think at this point we really had achieved that. At other points we didn't. It was a struggle, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Just quickly, it's just looking at this. The vibe I get as a player who didn't play 2.6, I've seen footage, 30 seconds here and there. I haven't studied it until now, until the last few days. But looking at this, if you were to put this up on like, say, sitcom, we'd all be cheering. This looks like an evolution of what should be coming from the flight model now. This looks like a newer version. Like, you get what I mean? Like, this looks like a finished product.
Radio chat.
Yeah.
And now you know why there's so many of us that are angry and salty.
And
for the last
instead,
2
we're
years.
looking at the past. We're looking at what this used to be as under the assumption that we should have upgraded from this, but instead we've just massively downgraded, which is sad. I'm at a loss of words looking at how amazing, just being like, wow, this game's so fun. Like, this looks fun. I want to play this. I can't play this because I'm already playing it. Like,
yeah,
I crave to play this. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, there are plenty of times in the 2.x era when this wasn't the experience you had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so much of this is just the tuning. I mean, the flight model allows that broad range of tuning, but you know, when they hit that sweet spot, it's not just tuning. It's in tuning not just of ships, tuning of weapons, but there are other factors that go into it. And so very little of it, I would say, you know, very little of it is the actual flight mechanics, which was my core job, right? And so as long as the new flight model has as much flexibility and allows them to do the same things, they can reproduce any part of this that they choose to. You know, this is not something that's just on the cutting room floor.
So it's achievable.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
through balance, through tuning, this could be done, couldn't it?
Not that complicated. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, conclusions of the 2X era. One of the things I thought was the biggest achievement in late 2X era was the fact that there was controller versus controller equality, and that was, you know, carefully crafted with a proper working version of ESP on one hand. You know, none of that, you know, gimbal assist shit. Mm-hmm. And there was always, you know, there's always been like horrible levels of controversy and, you know, in controller versus controller issues, but especially with mouse interactive users versus joystick users. But if you look at the leaderboards in, you know, 2.4 and especially 2.6.3, high-skilled combat rank pilots used HOTAS. They used, you know, dual joysticks. They used homers like me.
Yep.
And they'd use, you know, mouse and keyboard. You know, you had like Malagos, you know, like Mouse Jesus and all that kind of stuff. But you had them blending together in the top of the leaderboards. So you had quality in high levels of expertise within the game. You know, you had fixed gun mouse players, interactive mouse gimbal players, everything. You know. Another conclusion is that some of the changes in the post 2.0 alpha builds were that the extra health pool points given to ships to increase, you know, time to kill of a target. These changes were originally, you know, thought to increase the survivability of many ships that did not feel competitive in, you know, PvP environments, because that's the only environment we'd had up until 2.0. You know, they had like low resistance to sustained fire. So, you know, time on target and times, you know, target saturation were two factors that greatly influenced the way dogfighting evolved and in the game. And these factors are also greatly influenced by the ability to outmaneuver an opponent. You know, so staying away from their cone of fire was an effective solution back then. And it's, you know, I just don't see it there anymore.
It's funny because JP. Just quickly, Braven put in, riding the inertia was so good. It's funny that you say that because right now, inertia is something we wrestle with. It's a consequence. It's a negative to us flying. We lose control. It's our enemy. We're constantly wrestling with it and having to deal with the consequences of how we were flying 5 seconds ago or even 20 seconds ago.
You have no acceleration to change to change it, right? You have no math,
exactly.
There's nothing.
But in here,
you're just stuck.
These people are using it as like a weapon. It's they're using the speed that they get to then ride it out and then get angles on people. So it's like a benefit back here, whether it's a complete consequence now. So it's interesting. But sorry, we've interrupted Stanky there a couple of times. So you fire away.
Or like again, you go back to a flight sim that's modeling real world stuff. You know, your airspeed can help you and can hurt you, and sometimes you want higher speed, sometimes you want a lower speed, and right now it seems like it's in a place where if you get inertia, it's only negative. There's nothing it can do to help you, versus in this case, it could carry you into a direction you didn't want if you were not in control, but if you are, then it can help you. But my question, I guess, is around ESP and what the decision, like why would a developer choose something like ESP or heavy aim assist based aiming paradigm versus say working with like bloom and hitboxes instead, and making it just the player can get the crosshairs on the hitbox, then they get the hit. What was the idea behind trying to add whatever amount of aim assist worked best or felt best?
I don't remember us ever actually even discussing any other options, and I don't mean any other options besides ESP. There were several things that we tried to achieve this type of aiming, but I don't remember us discussing back then in the early days, and I'm talking about back in like 1X days, different approaches for that. I think it was just a given. This is what Chris wanted, and we were trying to figure out how to do it. And if you turn ESP off, there's that sense that you're fighting your control. I think that has something to do with just the realism of the flight model, and it needs some kind of assistance because you're not having instantaneous changes in your rotations and things. But so yeah,
could you accomplish a flyable, fun, competitive model with, say, just working with bloom and with hitboxes? Could you basically put it in the hands of the pilots if they can land their shots, or is there absolutely some amount of aim assist that has to go into a game like this?
I think there are different ways to solve the problem that we had. The problem that we had was if you're expected to shoot a pixel on the screen, you don't have enough control to do that.
Gotcha.
So.
And I mean, I guess for input parity, if that was the case, the mouse would just be king 100% of the time, I would imagine.
I'm going to transition us back to the other cams, guys, just so put your pants back on.
You can say that about most video games, though. The mouse is just
for sure. Yeah, I don't disagree. A mouse is a superior input device, absolutely.
It's kind of funny because I feel a consequence when I have my mouse because you run out of track. Like a joystick, you put into like a top left corner or whatever, or far left corner, and you can hold that without moving it, and you don't have to worry about running out of any track. But with the mouse, you do run out of track. So there's some times where I sit there and I'm like, oh, having that joystick would have been nice because I'm not constantly wrestling with the mouse pad as well. But then you get the precision of the mouse. So just something I noticed being a keyboard mouse pedal guy myself. But it's hard to look. I'm telling you, man, like it really is difficult to watch that because it looks like what you'd imagine. Like if you were to buy the game now and you'd look at that, you'd be like, oh man, like that's probably what they're working on. But instead it's what we had, or what you guys had.
It opened up many wallets, I can tell you.
Just from screenshots of like the HUDs and I just look at it, I'm like, I've actually been catfished in the past looking at something. I'm like, is this like internal testings? No, this was like 2 years ago. Like, what? What do you mean this is 2 years? This is a better HUD than what we have right now. This has got to be the next iteration that they haven't released yet. No, it's that's not going to exist.
Bravo, JP. Bravo. Looking at it, I gotta say that's really amazing. And if what you have is even flyable to that degree, that'd be really impressive, because that just like to loop back on this arcadey description of what you'd call it is. It looks arcadey and fun. Like, I mean, I don't even know if like it's just my perception of what is arcadey, but that just looks like simplistic fun. Like, yeah, it looks skill-based and stuff, but it just doesn't look like it's trying to do too many things. It doesn't look like it's trying to... I can see inertia, and I can see people like... And it's like they're only losing control for half a second or something. But it's so crazy to me to see, just how simple and fun it could be if they just management decided to steer in that direction. Because... the evidence is there. Everybody that plays the game back in that period worship it, and JP walks around like a god amongst men. And then you people play now, and it's a bit of a struggle. It's not even a bit of a struggle. I mean, let's be real. We were all giving this a 2 out of 10 before. Like, the current state of flight and combat is a 2 out of 10. And you look at this, and in comparison, like just looking at that, what would you guys rate it 1 to 10? Like me being not someone that's played it and comparing it, scaling it up against what I'm playing right now, I'm thinking like an 8.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would, if I were to give 3.4 a rating, I would say it was like a 7. I do remember complaining about things, wanted to have things improved to make them feel better. And if I were to give that a 7, and I would look at 2.6, looking at all the tools you had in the HUD and stuff like that, and all how smooth it looked, I would have to go up in that direction. So like an 8 or something, like obviously things can be improved, but yeah, it looked very well fleshed out,
Yeah.
Like for me in 2.6.3, I really enjoyed that patch. I mean, I did enjoy 2.4. I know a lot of people enjoyed What X, but for me in 2.6.3, I won't say it was perfect. The thing I didn't like, I love the feeling of the flame model, but I didn't like the fact that to achieve that feeling, you always had to have boost held down. So I would have liked some tuning in there or whatever, but definitely it was like, it was up in the high marks, like an 8 for sure.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. And I think we mentioned this, that, I mean, Boost and Afterburner was still a work in progress.
Yeah.
But I think that they could have been developed further, and they could have been tuned. And boost recharge rates could have been like one of the key points, or separating boost fuel and maybe just making it like overheat the ship, as we mentioned many times back in the days. There were like so many different solutions, but they decided to just unify the whole ship.
And this is the problem too, right? It's like all of these can be built upon. Why knock it down and start scratch every time? Like this.
Well, but the thing
you
is,
can get an 8 into a 10.
It just broke, right? Like everything broke because so many things changed, and like obviously JP was still there, but like things broke that he didn't realize broke. It wasn't like when 3.0 dropped, they said we're going to change the flight model. It broke.
Unnaturally unraveled.
The only thing that wasn't back by the time I left, though, was really ESP. The main reason they had to change the flight model at a fundamental level was just because I was moving on, and I wasn't to a point where I could hand it off to them, and they were going to be able to continue with it the way they needed to, and so they really had no choice. They had to start over from scratch, and I think they take portions of my system and they moved it into theirs, but it's largely their own system now, and they understand it and they can iterate on it and move on from there.
And it's kind of interesting to, I see something you're talking about a sim, is the previous flight model that you used was heavily based off of real physics, wasn't it, JP?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that the flight mechanics that I put in it are as close to realistic physics as you'll find in any space game, including Kerbal.
Which is so strange because it was like the new flight model to which we're all flying was marketed towards us as this is real. This is going to be what real physics is like. This is what it's going to be really like in space. When that was your entire motivation to building all the previous work anyway. So it's kind of interesting to know that this originally was heavily based off of physics prior. There was no changing it to make so.
I don't have any reason to believe that it's not still as heavily based on physics as what I had when I was there. It's how you tune it that determines whether it feels arcadey or it feels simulation.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And the tuning is
Dave's a smart
terrible.
dude,
We had the most complex arcadey game in history.
And it shows too. And that's, I mean, if you want to add a lot of inertia and drift because you've watched The Expanse, it looks like The Expanse comes at the cost of fun, and looking at this, it's just crazy.
Remember what Sean Tracy said during the presentation of Theatres of War at CitizenCon. He voiced it several times, like he was trying to do some kind of inception. The game needs to be fun. It already looks pretty, but people won't play it if it isn't fun. And I think that there has been like an influx of people within Cloud Imperium Games saying, hey, we need to do something about it. And I'm pretty sure that voice, I mean, that Sean Tracy saying that at CitizenCon was a bit of a call to say, yes, we've got visual fidelity now, but we need to make it fun. And I think that would be like a real, that would be like a real change in attitude that we all need.
Yep. And because that's the thing too, right, is we need to be passionate about this game. We need to be passionate about playing it. And the problem is these other fields, like, I can see people are going to enjoy salvaging. I can see people are going to enjoy drug trading, hauling, stuff like that. But a passion is going to lie in the flight and the combat, right? That's a replayable niche, and it needs a lot more emphasis and a lot more importance than it's currently getting, because this is something that is specific to Star Citizen that won't be anywhere else, that they could really score a home run with. And, it looks like they've kind of fallen far off the mark with. Still watching this videos are just crazy. We should start making our way to 1x though, but Snake Eyes, you did this real justice. Make sure you guys read up on the text here after the show here to see kind of how we described it too. But looks amazing. Now let's go, before we go into 1x, I'll go back to the normal podcast scene. And Snake Eyes, how about you kind of talk to us about what the difference was between 2x, 1x, what we're going to notice differently, what we should look out for.
All right. So just before we actually go into the footage.
Yeah. So I will bring up the footage, but just remember, we've only got, I think, 2 minutes worth of footage for the 1x stuff as opposed to 10 minutes. So it'll be harder to sit on that one.
I mean, early versions, prior to 2.0, I guess that one of the key points here is that, instant reaction for ship movement to all inputs from player controllers, that didn't appeal to many, but centered, players' skill development and attention on maneuverability. The biggest debate back then, revolved around the inherent advantage of certain controller methods. And, maybe interactive mouse was one of the champions. There were people back then in the forums before Spectrum and that. There were people saying, I wanted to feel like iWar, or I think Diaspora felt better, but you had a non-stopping growth of Arena Commander players wanting more, and I think that one of the things why that happened was that knife fights were a thing. Close head-to-head combat was thrilling in many ways, but frustrating as well for new players. I'll try not to delve into controller versus controller balance and weapon balance, because that's just another debate out there. But there was a steep learning curve, and that separated newbies from seasoned and more effective players, which created a very big effect of frustration with players that didn't want to have it dished to them constantly during the first phases of the game. But man, I mean, back then, missiles have always been broken, but we could avoid missiles, even though they were, broken. We could avoid tempests, which were broken. We could avoid, any swarm of rattlers. Skills. Yeah, competitive equality was achievable, but some people think that competitive equality came in better in post Alpha 2.0 versions. But there's always that highly regarded 1.3. So if we go on to the footage, I can.
Yep, I'll transition us right now. Here we go. We're in.
So I love this video. I'm showing off because in this video, and this is dedicated to Shade, because he used to put me very nervous, and I used to look at the Gladius. The Gladius is moving away from the cone of fire. Instantly. That was instant, input and reaction from the controllers. That allowed me to strafe easily, and I could just, Balathor, which is, the guy's perspective here, he was trying to aim at me, but he just couldn't catch me. And that gave you that really fulfilling, experience that you were just capable of avoiding and dishing, you could dish the damage back at the same time, And this is 1.3 with Track AR. I mean, it felt smooth because 1.3 was the first patch to include a certain degree of inertia, because mass think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but mass and weight was calculated in the physics engine now in 1.3.
It looks so smooth.
And it looked smooth, and
Yeah.
it was still twitchy. Yes, I mean, early versions of prior to alphas was, as we mentioned here in the bullets, provided instant reaction, and the obvious effect was a more unrealistic yet fast-paced combat. There were fewer ships, which is very important. There was a small ship ecosystem, which had made things easy to balance, and attributes were very clear. They were correct, different characteristics for each of the ships, and each ship would have a clear role within combat. TTK was low, but the PvP community praised the capability of maneuver away from the opponent's cone of fire, as we showed off before. And that was fundamental to achieve competitive equality, because it was a question of just handing in your hours of training, with regardless of your controller. There was margin for high skill ceilings. Didn't CR mention high skill ceiling combat? Night fights were really a thing back then. And 1.3 with the inertia effects, I hated 1.3 when I first played it, and I remember Crayon praising it on the forums. I remember Shade praising it in the forums. I thought, what the fuck did they do to this flight model? But it was just a question of adapting to it, because the PvP community always, says
they're going to
no
reject
changes
change every
because-
time. Yeah.
Yeah, they reject changes.
They
because,
got good at
they want
one.
their meta.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, we did our best to try that mentality. We tried to hold that
Yeah, we
mentality
did.
in 3.5. We were absolutely withholding negative thoughts about it. As foreign as it felt, we were like, listen, boys, just hang in there. You always
Damage
hate
control.
something you don't know how to use. Just hang in there.
Eventually they gave out, but Snake is so right there. We were trying so hard. We're like, no, this is great. And we're like, everyone go fly down to JT and see how it's like an atmosphere before you judge it and all this stuff. And then 3 months later we're just like, okay, this isn't bearable. Like, we've given it all the time. We've tried to change flight styles. We've tried to explore all the different ships to see if any of them had the personality to which you could actually control the ship. But the reality is you're 80% out of control, 20% in control now, and that's just not even acceptable in any video game, let alone space.
Look at the turning point here. I mean, yeah, obviously. I mean, that turning.
And this just makes flying look fun, doesn't it? Like, watching you kind of like ride the wave of inertia. Like, it feels like you're kind of like surfing around the map rather than just this fucking, cloggy, kind of clunky, sliding out, drifting inertia-ridden state we're in right now. The
community, and I think that's one of that's my best resume. I mean, the community ended up embracing changes as necessary to add extra depth and sense of simulation. Now, we knew that it was just a question of just adapting to it. And we had terrible bugs. We had rubber banding. We had so many problems, but we still go on and on and on every night to play it. So it's not a question of how buggy a game is. So that really got on people's nerves, obviously. But it wasn't so much about the bugs. It was more
people would wear it. Yeah.
The flow, the gameplay, the gameplay, everything, And
I can tell, looking from this 1x or 2x footage, this does feel a little more instantly responsive and not as inertia driven. Like, it felt like there was a bit more inertia and, like you said, that kind of jerk when you were changing direction before.
Totally.
I can definitely see, those controller input lag. You kind of felt like in 3.9 you feel like you're getting DDoS. You have so much. You have next to no input control, and you've got all lag. But looking at this, I can see it's more instant, and I can see that 2.6 felt kind of like a good recipe of like in between, having this drift, having inertia, being in space, but also having control of your ship and having fun. So I can see where, like, when I look at this flight model video compared to the last one, whether it was the model itself, JP, or the tuning, I can see that this does look like, makes 2.6 look like a step of progression. You know, like I look at this video and then I look at the next one and I can see progression here, and then I drop down to 3.4 and it changes pretty drastically, and then 3.4 progression goes out the window. It got knocked down completely and rebuilt from brick 1. So yeah, I can see a pattern here, and I could tell if I were to look at these videos separately, you know, this one looks like it was more work done. So yeah, wow.
Please allow me to add one last thing.
Yeah, go for it. No, take it over completely.
Several members of the community. This goes back to what Sunday was actually mentioning before. Several members of the community. You know, I know Crayon, Nimrod, Whitesnake, you know, and many others have, you know, worked on very instructive videos about this game and explaining their vision of how things are evolving. Because a historical view of the flight model is always important, because you can't disregard everything. You need to listen to the community from that bit.
Yeah.
And one of the videos I really liked from, you know, post 3.5 is one of the videos that Whitesnake made to talk about some of the effects of how gimbal assist affected the combat experience. He did it very constructively instead of just like shitting around like I do. And in that video, he really managed to showcase how you could not attack and defend at the same time. You just couldn't have a knife fight because you weren't focusing on that flight control anymore. You either do one thing or you do the other, but you cannot do both things anymore. And I really stress them, you see, because the ability to maintain a firing solution over a target and sustain fire over it, you know, target saturation, is part of the aiming learning curve that we had before. And the ability to be evasive or elusive is also essential when combatants, you know, reach a medium to high level of their sight of flight combat skills. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the reasons why 1.3 was golden for many. It didn't matter that there was a low TTK, because the FM values provided, you know, effective compensation for this. It included high maneuverability, effective acceleration, which is basic for disengaging. You know, it has been mentioned before, how to disengage without just going and just boosting after burning away in a straight line. You know, decent rotation speeds and balance speeds. 2.4 had that too, and in many ways, late 2.6 did as well, to be honest. I mean, I think 263 was a circumvented path of prior concepts in many ways, but that's, you know, that high reflection flying was fucking hard to adapt to, Rattler. And, you know, I mean, I enjoyed all the patches. I've got 1.3, highly regarded 1.3, 2.4, and 263.
Now, when we talk about instant inputs, which is something that was lost between 1x and 2x, JP, is there a reasoning for that, whether it be networking, whether it be MMO based or AC based? Because when I think of input, like immediate inputs up against delayed inputs, I think of like CSGO versus something like Apex, right? Like where Apex is really accommodating for your ping, it's really accommodating for your networking and stuff like that. And then CSGO is like 10 more ping can be devastating because it is so fast paced, so fast reaction. Was there any reasoning to do that? Was it to feel more immersed in the ships? Was it to help out with networking? Was it to just add another brick to physics? Do you know what the reasoning was to steer a little bit away from that?
No, I don't think it was even intentional. No, the things that you're describing definitely are a factor, but my original algorithm that I used for acceleration, the change of acceleration, when you're controlling a ship, was using an exponential curve that was an asymmetric acceleration curve, right? So as you change your goal velocity, you get a lot of your, if you average out the acceleration over time, you get a lot of that early on. Very quickly, you get a big boost in speed as just part of that underlying algorithm for changing velocity. That's very different from a linear acceleration, or an instantaneous acceleration is fast, but it's fast both ways, right? So this gives you a kick as soon as you start changing your inputs, and then it eases out of it so that it doesn't feel so fakey and so rigid. So you get kind of that combination of we want to have fast, responsive play without it feeling faked. And so when I switched to the new model, I put in the jerk, and when I originally implemented that, I treated jerk the same across all axes. So you had no ability to have asymmetric jerk where you would say, I want the acceleration to ramp up more quickly and then to ramp out more slowly. Later in the 2X days, I actually put that in because we started to actually recognize, this was not well understood back in those days. What the differences were and why it made a difference when we changed that underlying algorithm. So yeah, I put in a third order version where you had asymmetric jerk, where you could really duplicate the same feel without having to use the earlier model, but that had the benefit of still being predictable and something that you could use for AI and for things like that. And that was in the system by the end of the 2X days, but we never really got around to using it. It was available for the tuners to bring into play, but they never did. So I've actually spoken to David recently about bringing that to his attention and saying that's in your code. If that's something you might want to look at. So that might bring back a little bit of that kind of responsive feel.
Yeah, it's interesting because, if I were to compare the two, I'd say 2X looks better to me. It looks more fluid. It doesn't look as quick. I would describe it as surfing almost. Like it looks like it looks. I can't attest to what it feels like, but it looks like you're surfing around the flight model, right? Using your thrusters and stuff, and you've got this fluid, smooth motion rather than this kind of janky get here, stop, get there, stop. So they both look really good, to be honest. I find it interesting that he shoots the asteroid and the asteroid starts spinning. I've never seen that in AC.
Early versions.
Yeah. Yet again, that looks like a trailer for what it would be 2 years from now. But it's impressive.
Like the mirror balls. Do you guys remember? Well, there's this development thing. I don't know what it's all about, but there was like these balls, and they were like mirrors in the middle of Arena Commander. And that was, I suppose it was a bug that they were there, but it was so funny. You'd see like these giant alien balls flying around, and Broken Moon changed the brightness every 1 or 2 patches or so. And one day you'd see very well in that map. Then the next patch you wouldn't see a bloody thing around. So it was funny.
Yeah, you struggle with glare in the game still. Like there's some AC, there's an AC map that glare is just like impossible to even see someone's pip on. So yeah, I think that's why Redlear wears his glasses all the time, right? Redlear's because
correct.
That's literally it. I remember asking him when I played I played Star Citizen for 2 weeks, and this is back a year and a half ago when I was a little nobody, and I was like, wait, are you wearing those sunglasses because of the glare? You're like, yup. I was like, oh my god, that's why. And I was literally looking at getting some sunglasses.
Insider knowledge to the quantum drive effect of the Banu Defender, so I was just wearing it preemptively.
Yep. But I just wanted to go ahead. Go for it.
So yeah, looking at the comments over there, I can see that the age-old debate is raging right now between arcade or fast twitch play versus more inertia, more quote realistic play, and I want to point out that, and I've said it a couple times, but I want to reiterate that there's no reason that a game can't have ships that do what we're doing in 1.3 and other ships that are doing what we did in 2.6 and other ships that are doing what they're doing in 3.4 or 3.9 or whatever, and certain ships, you look at what you guys are showing in this video, the reality is not every player can do that. And this appeals to a certain type of player with a certain skill level. And that was something we talked about all the time was, well, okay, so now we have this flight model, we really like it, but how do we start bringing people in? And so there have to be different levels and different experiences with that. And so it would be great to have ships like that where players like you can go in and have an experience, but than other ships, maybe larger, a little larger with multi-crew or whatever, that have more inertia. And if they get into a battle, then you have to find the balance through things like shields and weapons and all of that.
And that's
but, I mean,
that's
if the flight model's done right, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah, and that's how you win over the whole community, right? Because some of the instant feedback we got for 3.5 was, hey, this is great, I can feel the weight of the ship, this is amazing, I've never had this before, but they were flying caterpillars. And so, and we're not asking for a caterpillar to get some maneuvering thrusters and impulse boosting. We're asking for the Gladius, which is the most, agile or supposed to be agile fighter in the game, has these issues where it feels like what used to be a Vanguard back in 3.4 or whatever. So that's the thing, is you can achieve both of these through balancing if you start balancing the right things for the right directions. That's kind of why when we go to these pie graphs, is that we don't consider the Vanguard an issue. Like, I don't think there's anyone in our Discord and the other competitive PvP Discords that are complaining about the Vanguard's maneuverability. The Vanguard is slow, it's got inertia, it's got drift, because it's supposed to have that. It's a heavy tank. But it's all these fighters that got written off, which we have the problem with. Aurora, Vandal Glaive, Vandal Scythe, Vandal Blade. I'd give $50 to anyone who's seen a Vandal in the last 3 months. Okay, because you have not seen one come off the pad. I guarantee you, if you have, they were doing it to show someone. There's not been a single reason to bring out a Vandal ship for the last 6 months to 9 months. You don't see them anymore, which is such a shame, because they're my favorite ship, and I'm dying to buy a $400 ship JPEG off them if the ship was more flyable, right?
Yeah,
so,
and the reason Virgil makes a heat map like this is to talk about sort of, if you were to compare the number of combat fighting ships that were medium to small versus the number of cargo ships of any size, or mining ships of any size, you'll see a heat map in the direction of all these combat ships. Why do you think that is? Well, it's because JP even said it, both from an anecdotal immersion perspective and from a technical perspective. It is much easier to accomplish the feel of a big ship. You don't have to create all these simulations. There's not as many calculations going on, because their entire character is completely predictable and docile, and therefore you can accomplish that in all kinds of different ways, no matter what your flight model is. What is hard to dial in are this long list of smaller aircraft that have pretty granular differences in maneuverability, in rotational speeds, all these types of things that are supposed to feel a little different along that entire list you see on the screen. I mean, we're talking about like 3 or 4 cargo ships, right? And they all sort of are supposed to feel like heavy semi-truck cargo ships.
Yeah.
But these are all supposed to have characters of their own, and there's 20 of them right there.
Yeah.
So
the Saber, the Saber feels like a freelancer. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why you would try to balance and tune off of this list instead of any of the other game loops ships. Not because the other game loops are not as valid, like mining or cargo isn't valid to play. It's that it's easier to accomplish those targets than it is to accomplish a balance between all of these ships here.
And it's the same with like other areas of the game, right? Like shields and stuff. Like, we don't need to have the absolute best tip of the top shields that can stop all the damage. But I remember, when we were talking to Salty Mike last episode, is that one of the big problems with traders is traders have nothing. There's no time to get away. There's no outplay for the trader, but you could balance specific shields for traders to give them that window to get away from the combat-based ships, to give them that outplay to get away. And the problem is that doesn't exist. And then the time to kill on the fighters is also way too high. So fighter versus fighter is taking way too long, and fighter versus trader is way too quick. So the time to kill balance there is completely disproportionate and an issue. And it's the same with the flight, isn't it? The tuning of the flight model is that there's not a big enough gap between those, whereas when it comes to the actual combat, they're almost the same. And it's scary. But I just want to compare this again one last time. So this is, if you're trying to PvP in this game, if you're trying to just fly based off positional combat alone, not even including the meta, okay, then this is what you're flying. You're flying anything in blue. If you start adding the meta into it now, okay, so if I go to get rid of it, oh no, I don't think I can, but I'd have to start ticking off ships out of this blue list, like the Buccaneer here, that's gone. What else is there? The Vandal Blade is gone. Those are the ships. Actually, no, there's a Mustang here somewhere too. There, gone. Those are the 3 ships you're flying.
No. The Arrow's got 1 shield, so take that one off.
Oh yeah, the Arrow. Yeah.
Honestly,
So-
okay. There is no positional combat.
There isn't, right?
You're flying a Gladius, you're flying a Hawk, and maybe you're flying an Avenger Warlock, and it's for memeing. Like, you're using broken guns, you're using broken EMP, you're using auto gimbal. You're not getting positional combat with fixed weapons and outmaneuvering your opponent, causing a blackout. You're just using broken meta to fight. That's all it's left. That's it.
Yep. So if let's just see. If I put the saber here, let's just right here. I'll go this, and we'll just make it a quick blue. Okay, and then what we'll do, it will get rid of the cross. Okay, just to make you guys happy. That is what's playable from a combat perspective. Those are the ships that are competitive with each other. You could maybe make a debate for the Hornet. If anything, it's the 4th worst there, but this is it. And mind you, the Saber only got reintroduced 2 months ago because they finally fixed the shield hole that we were all begging to get fixed. But that's a new one that only just came around. But this shows you the state of the game right now. From a combat perspective, these blue 3 ships are the only ones playable. And don't forget, there's 4 variants of the Hornet. There's variants for all of these ships, right? The 300 series, the Reliant series, the Vanguard. There's 3 other Vanguard ships in there. They can be competitive. And there's some Torp boats that are competitive just based off the fact that they're only launching the Torp. But this is the state of it, right? And then you go to 3.4, and from my understanding that the 2.6 list is even longer than this, but look how many things are competitive in the 3.4 and earlier version of this game. Anyone could kill anybody in these ships. Like, it was possible to be an Avenger and beat a Glaive. A Glaive could beat an Arrow could beat a Buck, a Vandal Blade could beat a Gladius. The balance was there.
I mean, we got to remember in 3.4 though, there was also cannon meta. Like, cannons were completely broken.
Yes.
They were just like one-shotting everybody. Again, we were still in like meta. I mean, yes, there was more shit.
We've always had that.
Yeah.
I mean,
but but I mean, that's.
But there isn't ships. There isn't ships that couldn't have a cannon. Like there was no ship that was stuck without the cannon. Yeah,
fixed weapons were kind of ESP was still borked. I mean, there was no G forces. But yeah, I mean, if I was held over the flames, I would choose 3.4 over anything else in 3. Well, besides 3.13. But I wouldn't like it, but I would do it.
Watching those videos, it's clear to me I'd fork out another $1,000 if it's going to get me 2.6. But 3.4 was kind of just like where me and Snake and Sunday have the most information from. We always go to head-to-head play with each other all the time. And that's why it was super good. But I completely agree.
Even in a broken model.
And from a combat perspective, it was 10 times more playable than what we have right now. And then you look at 2.6, and from a flight and combat perspective, it was even more playable than that. So yeah, I can definitely see what you're talking about. And that's the thing, right? That isn't acceptable. Like this is absolutely ridiculous. So if there is anybody, like JP mentioned that there was people in tuning before, what are the tuning guys doing if we've got this?
And you weren't capable of showing, prior to these versions, how many ships were meta flyable.
No, the scene took like 2 hours to set it up, but yeah.
People with Gladiuses, you had people with Hornet, you had people with Super Hornet, you had Glaives.
Yep.
You even had Buccaneers and I mean, I'm talking about 5 ships that could easily be metas. The Saber as well, 6 ships that could easily go meta, just combine in the right ship configuration, and unload out. I mean, when we went to CitizenCon, this last CitizenCon at Manchester, we literally assaulted David Coulson, and he was very, very nice to us. I mean, he answered all our questions.
He's a nice dude, man, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he was really nice because he was trying to answer everything that he could. And he kept on talking about bringing combat closer, etc. I just don't know how they're going to do that.
And that's the thing too. That's something I want to hit at before we move to these other video games that we're going to look at for their flight models. Is that when I look at the 2.4 videos, so I'll just go back there, or the 2.6 videos, you're looking. These fighters are both fighting at such close distances that you're actually seeing the ship up close, and you're picking where you want to aim your pip at. Yeah. You're aiming for the parts. Now, is that why the gimbal? Is that why we're so? Is that why we're so like? Say the flight model went in this direction. Okay, say they had a magic button or a lever that they pulled, and it went right back to this. Do you think that the way that the flight is being flown, the FM or the balancing is right now in this video, do you think that that's the prevention? Or sorry, that's the key to getting fixed weapons back, is to bring these ships closer to each other with positional combat. Then we'll actually be able to aim at each other.
You need to be able to actually control your ship. You need to be able to aim with the nose, like, period.
Yeah, so is the fact that the flight model steered away from this the reason that we can no longer just like aim the nose of our ships up against ships and therefore not be reliant on auto gimbal?
Well, I mean, there's the tuning of the ships. There's also the devolving server-side, client-side performance. The pips just going everywhere. Like, you remember some of the patches, even just trying to shoot AI. Like, you couldn't do it. And then eventually they just dropped auto gimbal and said, okay, it's going to be for new players, whatever. And then the circle got bigger, the accuracy got better. And it just became the only solution because you literally can't use fixed because you can't control the nose of your ship like you can with a big circle on a screen. I mean, that's just...
CIG thought that auto gimbals were the answer to a question, and I don't know what question that was exactly, but that was what they originally thought. If they still think it's a good answer to that question, we're not going to see it go away anytime soon. I guess the question is, you know, all I know is anecdotally, I had a lot of fist pumping kill shots in 3.4.
Oh, it was great.
I had zero fist pumping kill shots with gimbals. Just because it's such a predictable outcome. And eventually you're like, well, we're about at the 80% solution. The loading bar is almost full, and now he's dead. You know,
I saw the best
macro better than your macro.
I saw the best clip of Redley when I was going through his clips. I couldn't find JT ones, but
was I wearing clothes?
Yeah, you did. But you didn't have the sunglasses on. But I remember you throwing up your hands and going, "Did I just one shot him?" Like, you were so shocked and blown away. You're like, "I just one shot him. Holy shit, chat!" And like it was such a big deal because, you know, you could get these fluke shots in that were just so rewarding. You know, it felt like getting that perfect, you know, shot in the head in Battlefield or something like that.
To be fair, that was probably like a cockpit, you know, front-facing shield bug. You know, that's probably what it was.
Yeah, but that rewarding of aiming for a particular ship part and getting it, you know.
Even the concept of a cockpit shot isn't, I don't think, is a bad thing to have in a game. It's a game design idea, right?
Man. Like 263 was all about shooting for the cockpit. We all use lag pips for the most part because the lead pip. Well, no, that's not fair. The lead pip is the center of the ship, right? That's what you're shooting at when you shoot at the lead pip. So people would shoot ahead of it to go for the cockpit, but most guys I knew were using the lag pip because you would just go for that cockpit shot every time.
Yeah, and the idea that you can get a low percentile kill shot right away and accelerate the curve for either your crew or just you in a fight is great. Like, it's rewarding. It's an added reward in a combat system that, you know, they use all the time in any kind of other combat genre, FPS, whatever the case is. There's some skill shot that rewards a particularly low percentile shot, and I never ever complained about even getting cockpit shot. I never was angry about it ever because it was like, well, sometimes it'd be like that, you know, like sometimes I get that low percentile shot, right? Like
a good segue, but that's why I was so upset whenever they sort of went the Elite Dangerous way, and, you know, not only the auto gimbal, but putting in like targetable components, because now if I'm PvPing with somebody, the first thing I do is target their engine put the auto gimbal on them, go ham.
Yeah.
Right, because it's no longer about skill. It's just let me just tear his engines off, which will happen automatically because it's going to fire at them for me. And then when he's dead in the water, just blow him up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
I missed that.
One thing I never understood from how gimbal assist was introduced, from my perspective as an end user, as a backer, it seems that game systems are separate from the flight model development, and then gimbal assist was so rough, and it never felt like it was properly addressed. What kind of prior thought was put into the devastating effect over gameplay? Was it there to compensate lag or netcode issues or something like that, or was it there?
Yeah, they said that at SitCon. It was a network band-aid,
that's
but
the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, but their statement was not
But it's
that. I
moving
mean, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
PS race experience.
Yep. Yeah, it's.
All right, I ranted.
You're right though, but that's it.
Sorry,
I guess that's
sorry.
just what I'm trying to nail at. Is like when I watch these videos, the big difference to me is I'm looking at a ship up close, and I'd be moving my pip to aim at the specific sides of the ship. I could, if it's a Sabre and I wanted to take off the wings, I'd take off the wings. If I wanted to go for the cockpit, I could go for the cockpit with skill. Right now, when you're playing, you're doing this. So I'll move here. You're not looking at me. You're not looking at my ship. You're not looking at the nose of my ship at all. You're just trying to shoot into the hoop. That's it. And you're just hoping that the AG solves the rest. You're not trying to get an angle on me. You're not trying to get behind me. You're not trying to do anything. You're just shooting at it like this. And it's really silly and it's really sad. Like when you look at this, okay? This is the current state of things. That's about as immersive as it gets right there. Me coming close to him by accident, okay?
Bug. What you're looking at here is a bug. I don't think anybody there thinks that that's what they're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
But look at the circle on the screen, JP. That without even the fancy maneuvering, that circle on the screen, as long as you pull the trigger anywhere with that circle around that ship, it's a hit.
Yeah, and it's
like for the most part.
And the point is like this is not in the spirit of flying in a spaceship, is it? This is just like. This looks dorky. Like if you were to see like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker and an X-wing and a TIE fighter doing this in a movie, you'd start laughing.
One of the most ironic things about this, though, is that people decry how we've gone like this simulation versus arcade argument, and to me, that's all so. That's incentivized, right? Because what is this then, other than the ultimate kind of gamification, where it becomes now it's shoot the hoop, shoot the hoop, shoot the hoop, move the hoop, shoot the hoop, and that's it. That's the game now.
Right.
And obviously, as John said, this isn't intended, but it's a consequence of the flight model's idiosyncrasies, which is what we've been kind of talking about, how that interacts with player behavior and dogfighting behavior and all that. So, I think
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just to close that thought, it's that it doesn't have to necessarily always be this, head-to-head of simulation versus arcade in that back and forth. There's balances there and flight models that you can allow players to have choices about how they want to interact with that flight model, and with different flight safeties, with different control schemes, and it doesn't have to be black and white, essentially.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, I hear two definitions of arcadey, so that's part of the problem. A lot of people, when they say arcadey, they're saying that it's hyper fast, highly agile. Moves are so fast. It's like playing Pac-Man or something. It's going to move instantaneously. And so they look at 1.3 and earlier versions of 2X, and they say this is arcadey. But then there are other people who, when they think about arcadey, they're saying overly simplistic play. And so they're the opposite. They say, when you look at earlier versions, there was more depth to the experience. But when they look at later versions, they feel like some of those things got stripped away, and the experience was less, rich. And so that's arcadey to them. And so
it's an inane argument. It's like saying, I don't think those aliens are realistic looking enough.
Well, but
it's
the fact of the
absurd.
matter is, it's
You know what I mean?
This is a simulation, whether it looks and feels arcadey or not. It's a simulation,
Mhm.
and so you can have
that's
that
at the heart
arcade
of it. That's
feel
one
in
of the
some
reasons we have it
cases.
here.
Yeah.
Is to show people, like, the point is the DNA is all a simulation. It's all based on real equations based on science. It's really just dialing in the experience, which is why we are confident that CIG has the power to do that relatively effectively and quickly, because the engine isn't really, we don't need them to rewrite the DNA of the flight model. We just need them to dial it in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now
This is a 6 degrees of freedom experience, and unless you really, really limit, rotation rates for ships, like, you're forced into face-to-face combat. Elite Dangerous, for example, just partially avoids that by really limiting ship rotations, but Star Citizen wasn't intended to be that way.
All right, let's move on to Edie and Hunternet, and then we'll reach some questions, and then we'll close this thing out because fuck me, we've gone long. All right, so Elite Dangerous Sunday, you're up. You ready?
Yeah, sure.
Can I just transition? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about it beforehand, or do you want me to just?
Yeah, I guess I'll. Yeah, we wanted to just kind of go over some other flight models that kind of do what they do well and within like a consistent kind of theory of combat within the game. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it. I just thought we should kind of call it out just because it's good for people to be aware of that. There's different ways. There's 100 different ways to make a flight model that's fun and a combat model that's consistent and has rules that people feel rewarded for playing within. Mm-hmm. I think that's an important thing to remember is when you're talking about flight and combat models, there's not one way to do it right. There's a million ways to do it correctly, as I'm sure John Pritchett is well aware, especially with his current game that he's working on himself. And he's building the game that he wants to build, which is great because if we have a bunch of intelligent, very capable people building games that they find fun, I mean, I'm sure there's a huge market of other people that will enjoy those games as well. Mm-hmm. So that's why I kind of pulled what I thought was a video after watching it. This is one of the best, I would say it's probably the best Elite Dangerous dogfighter that's ever played the game. His name is Pipko. He's a Russian guy. He's a member of my work. He flew with us back in, from 2015 on or whatever. Because we all got into Elite Dangerous around the 2014 era. And that's where a lot of us in my work specifically come from, is from that flight model, that experience, and PvP in that game. Other players like, Jolly, he was a big PvPer in the Pirate Org Code. There's a lot of other people who've kind of come over from that game and who enjoy the Star Citizen flight model, even though it's vastly different than the Elite Dangerous flight model, which we also enjoyed. So I think that says a lot about the fact that you can do it in 100 different ways as long as it's internally consistent and has fun, player-driven control schemes that don't feel like you're out of control of your ship at a certain time. So if we want to go to the slide, I can just briefly talk about some of this stuff. But a lot of the PvP in Elite Dangerous was focused either on what's called a community goal, which was a weekly event that the developers would push out, which would kind of drive a bunch of players to one area, who would then try to compete either in a PvP-related task or PvE-related task, sometimes adversarially. And that drove a lot of the PvP encounters in the game. Other than that, there was a lot of kind of, it's not exactly like Arena Commander, but a lot of the times people would go down the asteroids belts and fight each other in pre-arranged matches. This footage from here is a pre-arranged fight. It's a 3v3 between our org and another org. So this game was, the way they did the networking in this game is kind of interesting because it's all peer-to-peer, which had its problems, but it also meant that they could have networking that did not rely on centralized servers, so you didn't have some of the latency issues that you'd otherwise have. There was some desync issues occasionally and some instancing issues, but generally people from different parts of the world were able to effectively engage in combat without too much of an issue. Combat in this game is very smooth, it's very deliberate. You have something called impulse boosting, which is important for a flight model that is built around ships that are generally more sluggish and more inertial than in other flight models. So you can see he's being very evasive in this video. He's mostly doing that using boost. And while this does lead to like boost spam behavior type stuff, you had to make conscious choices between powering your boost, powering your weapons, or powering your shields. So that was one thing that Elite did very well, is it tied together all of those concepts of offense, defense, and maneuverability into one system called a capacitor. And you could power different parts of your capacitor in real time, which is that bottom right. You can see those little bars filling. You could allocate power in real time, and the best combat pilots would constantly be shifting the balance of these pips. What they're called in this game is pips. And so when you would fill up that capacitor for different purposes, like if you're about to take shots from like plasma guns, you could fully power your shield to soak those shots. You could then switch all your power into boost, so you could get in a position to fire on your opponent. And then make sure that your weapons capacitor was also full, so that you're not overheating your ship and causing it to take heat damage. They did have auto tracking, essentially what's auto gimbal weapons in this game, but they could be defeated with one simple countermeasure called chaff, right? So chaff in this game is not for missiles, but it was for defeating auto aim weapons, which means that the vast majority of PvPers in this game prioritized fixed weapons, primarily because if somebody could defeat your entire offensive strategy by pressing one button, it's why would you want to use that strategy? So most people in this game tried to get good as possible with fixed weapons, mainly plasma cannons and railguns, which were hit scan with a charge up time, because it allowed you to both utilize a higher skill cap, because if you're good enough to aim gimbals and you can get good enough to aim fixed, then why not just use the fixed weapons? But also led to another player not being able to defeat your entire offensive strategy with simply a click of a button. The physics model in this game's fully Newtonian. So you could enable and disable flight assist off on a toggle or at will. You can see right there, he just disabled flight assist off to come to a complete stop behind that asteroid, and then re-enabled it and boosted out. So flight assist in this game was crucial to combat, because every axis could be decoupled. So it's like the decoupled mode in Star Citizen, except pitch and yaw would also decoupled, and roll would decoupled. So it's not just your laterals that would decouple in Elite Dangerous. So you could actually boost and spin and flip and all this stuff in a fully Newtonian model without any flight assist, and then you could instantly turn it back on, reposition, and then boost out of it again, which led to a lot of interesting tactics that you could use in both a wing fight and a 1v1 situation. This does also have module targeting, which was pretty interesting in this game, because they did have hit scan weapons. So once you dropped a shield on a ship, by the way, at this point, this is one of the early patches in the game that didn't yet have weapons that could penetrate shields. You had to fully drop a shield to damage the hull. And to damage modules, you would have to fully drop the shield and then sub-target modules using weapons that could actually connect, like lasers or railguns. You see right there, he shot some railguns. And that's what added a whole nother layer of complexity, is when you're doing sub-module targeting and finding a weak point on a ship that may not have hull reinforcements, and trying to burn those modules out to fully disable a ship, like a power plant, or disable a warp drive so that somebody couldn't escape from you. So the combat speeds were all the combat ships were clustered pretty close together, which made it interesting, because right now in this clip you can see most people are flying this model of ship called the Fer-de-Lance. That was essentially the meta ship, because it had a big ass gun on the front of it, which was fun to shoot. It also had really strong shields relative to its size. So it was definitely the meta ship. But as they did roll out a patch called Engineers, which is a divisive patch in the PvP community, because it added a whole lot of grinding to be PvP capable. But what it did do is unlock a whole lot of other ships to the PvP meta, because you could kind of customize and build a ship around attributes that you could min-max in a really kind of customizable way. So that was kind of interesting that they added that, because I don't think anybody wants a meta where everybody's flying a Saber, or everybody's flying a Gladius, or everybody's flying Fer-de-Lance kind of thing. But what Elite did was it did keep ship performance clustered pretty close together, from my recollection, which I don't feel like I'd ever be flying, for example, an Arrow versus a Warden for the most part with meta ships. Everybody kind of boosted and flew at speeds that were not orders apart, which is good, I think, for a combat model, is that you don't have these huge disparities in ship performance, because it kind of drives some really weird flight tactics, I think, that might not be conducive for dogfighting.
Is that the hit scan I'm looking at?
That's hit scan, but it has a charge up time. So you have to hold it and charge it for half a second, and then that's a railgun that then it's hit scan.
And the projectile speed is crazy. How satisfying is it when you shoot a relatively slow shot and it lands? And it's obviously just visual math. It's, you know, if you hit the pip, it'll land the shot, but it still feels like such a skill shot, you know?
Right. So this guy's using a combination of hit scan weapons there, the railguns, with the slowest weapons in the game, which are plasma. So it's cool that you could do loadouts like this where there's a definite reason to use both a hit scan and a slow weapon in a like this is an ultimate meta ship he's flying right here, and that is still preferable rather than just loading up all on multi cannons or Gatling guns that just aim themselves, right?
That's definitely added depth that Star Citizen never accomplished, which we always thought would add cool, like, you know, you're talking about soft them with one thing, finish them with another or whatever, you know?
Right, and so you can see he had the module, the power plant sub-targeted there when he was shooting that guy. Because he was trying to get a power plant hit with those railguns, which would immediately knock the ship out once the shield is down. So I think there's a lot of really cool things that Elite did with their flight model. And
yeah, I was about to say. It
hasn't...
The shared power systems, I'm like a huge fan of that. I think that like him having to divert power to make actual decisions during the fight, I really like that as far as like some depth goes. And I obviously noticed some inertia.
Yeah, there's a lot of this model has a ton of inertia.
Yeah.
All these ships, like this ship that he's flying, that ship's the size of like a Carrack essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a fighter the size of a Carrack.
Mm-hmm. I would say based on what I'm seeing, this is a second order model, so you can kind of see the changes in direction. They're a little bit stiff, but it's not a big deal.
No, because there's impulse boosting, so you could make up for some of that stiffness using an immediate change in direction via this impulse boosting.
Which you only had a limited resource, so you had to spend it wisely, right?
Right.
That's a game design decision, which is totally fine. It's around fun, right? They're like, what would be a fun way to limit people's abilities, but give them brief chances of,
let them
control.
Let them learn the limits of their ship and start like delving into a meta of flying it. It's pretty cool to watch. Sunday, speaking of fun, what would you rate the flight model in combat together in ED?
I would say the early patches of Elite through like prior to the Engineers patch, which really kind of increased a bunch of grinding requirements to stay competitive. I mean, the flight model was definitely that was what I enjoyed. It was really hard to master this flight model.
It looks like it. It looks sophisticated but simple. Like it's like that easy to get into, difficult to master kind of thing.
Exactly, because you could fly this with flight assist on without too much of a problem. But you're not going to be doing maneuvers like this. You're not going to be effectively managing your power in real time. You're not going to be targeting effectively and all that kind of stuff and using asteroids to your advantage. It just had such depth with really simple mechanics. Like this had so few binds in this game, right? You have your shooting binds, and then you have your little capacitor priority binds, and then you had your boost bind, right? And then pitch yaw and laterals and verts, and that's it. And it didn't require a whole lot of complexity, but it was fun. And it is very arcadey, I think most people would say. But it had a space that it operated in that was allowed for enough complexity that people spent years trying to get great at this game. So Sprague says, now show Harry versus Pharmacist videos. So after the Engineers patch came out, that kind of, they added a lot of customization and boosting to weapon stats based on applying these upgrades to them and the components to both weapons and defensive components like shields, which meant that time to kills like went up insanely highly because the shields and hull and everything scaled a lot more than weapons did, which meant that you could have 1v1s in this game that last 45 minutes if people were playing to survive, which is obviously kind of ridiculous because nobody wants to dogfight for 45 minutes straight against one person. Well, some people might want to, but the majority of people are going to want probably a 5-minute or less dogfight feels about right for most people, right? So that did kind of take away a little bit from this, but I think prior to that Engineers patch, most people that I played with were in the 7 to 10 range in terms of fun of the combat model. And I really enjoyed it because there were ways.
Would you give it a 7 in comparison to Star Citizen's flight models?
Compared to the current flight model, I do think this is a much more consistent and coherent flight model.
Mhm.
I would
Totally
give
agree with that.
I would give it definitely a high mark compared to Star Citizen. After playing Star Citizen and a few other games,
Mhm.
my preferences in terms of like the flight model I do want to play leans more in the direction of Star Citizen. Not
Mhm.
Star Citizen as it exists now, but Star Citizen as it existed in 1.3
Yeah,
and as it
2X.
existed in 2.63
Yeah.
and 3.4
Yeah.
kind of thing, right?
Like I played this briefly. Like when I was playing 263, I had a lot of friends in Privateers Alliance that were playing this. So I went and, I wanted to see the difference, and I absolutely hated this game for combat. I basically just turned into an exploration person to try the game because it just was so sluggish and boring to me. And then I would come back to 263 and be like, oh, thank God.
Right.
And then the more and more we turned into this kind of like thing, I was just like, oh my God, where are we going? Please,
Yeah.
no, don't turn this game into Elite Dangerous, 'cause it's just
I
not
actually,
fun for me.
I'm actually an example of someone that switched to ED as an alternative because I was fed up with Star Citizen.
Yeah.
And I would only go back to Star Citizen for ETF phases, and then once the first PTU waves would roll out, I'd probably just leave before Live would be released.
Mhm.
And then I moved to ED, and I started to get interested with PvP, and a lot of what Sunday just explained was very refreshing. I do know that Engineers was controversial for some PvP players, because I understand as well that that there's much more depth in the configuration and planning of how you're going to build your ship, and if you add the extra layer of team-based combat, then you've got to really plan it. But I found it refreshing, and I've actually learned to understand it and to enjoy it to a very, very decent degree. And I think that currently I'll go for Elite Dangerous PvP. Definitely, I wouldn't even think about choosing between one and the other, because the current state of SC from the combat perspective is just exasperating. In
I
many
will
ways.
say that the early years of Elite Dangerous, like the first 2 years I played it, was the most fun I've ever had in a video game. And that was a lot of because the game had great core concepts and it was fun to play, but the community took the game so seriously in terms of like org drama and personalities within the game and all that kind of stuff. Everybody was extremely dedicated to the game and to their org, and it just felt like a real kind of living project that everybody was participating in, and that was really fun to participate, because there's a whole metagame that you could participate in that we're missing, for example, from Star Citizen, that just doesn't exist in any meaningful way because the game is not at a place right now where you can really sustain that.
Mhm.
And so that was another component that made that, and it also kind of smoothed over some of the rougher edges about some of the patches not being great and some of the mechanics not being, perfected, but it allowed for a lot of wiggle room there, and you gave it a lot of credit because it did have such a vibrant kind of org-based community around it.
Now, are we good to move on to HunterNet before we answer some questions and wrap it up? All right. So, again, you can attest to this, Snake Eyes, too. I know you had experience with ED, and Sunday and Snake Eyes have some experience with HunterNet. But just first off, let's just talk about what HunterNet is. HunterNet is a one-man band early access game that's closed for now, that will be open in the future with arguably a really fun, replayable flight model, isn't it? And an experience. I'll let you take it away.
Right, yeah. So HunterNet's a game that I came across due to some of my org mates playing it, and I know that they got it from some other members of the Star Citizen community, because there's a lot of us that are just kind of general space combat fans and like to play the genre in general. The guy who's been developing it, Fernando Z, he's a one-man shop. He's been building this game, I think, for a year or two, and he's got some longtime testers in there who are dedicated to the project and have really helped out with the project over time. So it's a great little small community. You're able to get alpha access to this. It's a closed alpha, but I'll link this in the chat after we talk about it a little bit, but through his website, if you join his Discord, ask him for a beta key and then give him your background and talk to him for a little bit, he'll be more than happy to accept some more alpha testers. And having people who are interested in space sims as kind of a general interest is really valuable to him, to bring in all these perspectives to kind of get feedback on the game.
Yeah, he's super active with the people playing it. Like, listen, like I remember you mentioned, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to this, I'm assuming I am, but you mentioned how you had, you know, some small criticisms to which were acted upon within like a 48-hour
Well, not even
turnaround.
criticisms, but they were just ideas, right? So just, I would like to be able to do this in your flight. The example is, so he has a flight assist off mode in his game. That was just for lads, right? Just like Star Citizen. And I asked him one day, I was like, hey, could we get roll flight assist off in here? And also, could I get pitch off flight assist off in here? Within 3 or 4 days, he had added those into a test build of the game and then pushed those through. So so being able to provide feedback like that to somebody who really cares about the genre and really cares about making a fun, great sim is just, it feels so good to be testing in a project environment.
Yeah,
I'll be honest,
and that's what we crave,
from
right?
multiple developers, man. I mean, I've seen EFT devs do that thing. I've seen them literally, both on a streamer's stream, like a streamer that they had faith in and trust in. It instantly changed something in the game that moment.
Told him the patch.
They had a podcast of all these streamers and talking about things, and they all agreed, you know, that their community agreed and all this stuff, that this was it. And Nikita was like, "Oh, dude, wait, okay, it's changed." I'm like, what?
And even more to this, to Fernando's credit, he play tests with the play testers every Sunday afternoon. He gets in there and we team dogfighting and participates in actual PvP as it would exist in situ in the game. So he's constantly, and he wants to make a game that he finds fun and other people find fun, and be very playable and accessible to everybody, from an extremely skilled person to somebody who wants to get good at a game.
And that's the communication we crave, right? Is like this relationship with these developers that we can be like, man, I love the Gladius experience, but the Sabers feels like it's like, you know, just to be able to talk to these guys, like the people that are spending 10 hours a day,
and
who are, it's I used the term which made Snake laugh the other week, I remember, is they have these game testers or these play testers in all of us, and instead of them having to pay us these $50K a month with dental wages, we're fucking paying them. We're paying them to work for them. So please use us. To any degree.
Help us help you. But, and to see both large and small, because if it was just HunterNet making changes on the fly, you're like, okay, it's a small, agile developer, cool. But I see, you know, EFT and Battle State Games, which is a very large developer. You know, it's not Activision or something, but it's pretty big. It's a big game. It's an elaborate game now. It's not like a simple bit of code that he just injects. You know, he's able to do that too. It's really just the desire to have that level of agility in the evolution of your game that you need to do it. It's just motivation, pure motivation is really what it comes down
and
to. And it doesn't seem like
it's constant iteration too.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just allow me to add one thing. I mean, I think you made an excellent presentation of HunterNet. As far as I know, I mean, Fernando is been working on this for a long time, conceptualizing this game for maybe 7 or 8 years. So I mean, he's not coming from the let's say he's not an angry ex PvP Star Citizen fan. He is someone that comes from conceptualizing different flight models, and he has slowly evolved to eventually create HunterNet Starfighter. And he focuses a lot on something that we, you know, the joystick and controller geeks really love, and that's the fact that he is really focusing on technologies like Track AR, and you know, he's building up the game from scratch, taking into consideration all these peripherals that we usually use, and on many occasions in many other games, you know, what you get is that developers only think about these things right at the end, And I think that is, that is a change. That's a refreshing change. And the reason why I love HunterNet is that without it being like a next generation graphic card burner, it brings me back to that feeling that I want that team-based PvP combat, and it works pretty well.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, do we want to go to the
you ready? Group? Okay, so here we go.
So I took this footage. This is bot gameplay. So right now in the test environment, you can load up an arena with bots, and then people can join the game. There's servers all over the world. I took this with exclusively bots to just kind of demonstrate what the flight model and this specific loadout I have with this light fighter is like. I didn't want to do time? This is sorry.
This seems sped up a little. Is this?
No, this is fast. This game is fast. The ships, but look at my top speed, like 350 meters a second kind of thing. But it feels so fast because of the way that the ships handle, and the way that the pips are smooth, and the way that everything just kind of ties together. So what I like about this game is that flanking and angle advantages are really important. So when I target a ship, the ship will change from green to yellow to red, the box around it, depending on what I am doing in terms of which side or angle of the ship I'm targeting. You'll get a damage multiplier based on if you're hitting a ship from behind, the front, or the side, because that essentially reflects the priority of the shields in the dogfight. That might be a mechanic that changes, but that's something I think that adds a little bit of depth to the game as it exists now, which was cool to find out. Player movement, you're limited not by the ship's, the light fighter's performance. See, I'm getting that G-load warning constantly when I'm playing this game because I'm pushing my pilot to the limit constantly in terms of G's and acceleration. So you're limited not by the ship being sluggish, but by what your pilot can actually handle as a person who's flying in this ship. So that's something that's a lot of fun, is knowing that you can pull these crazy maneuvers, but maybe you can get away with it and maybe you can't. Maybe you get what's called a G-lock, which is a gravity-induced loss of conscious, and you black out, and then you're an easy kill for somebody else. So that's something that I think is always interesting in pushing the skill limits of a game, right?
Reminds me a lot of a certain Star Citizen patch, you know?
Yeah. So this is really, what's also interesting in this game is, and you might see evidence of it, I don't know if I have, I think it occurs in here. When I have a ship targeted and it flies behind an asteroid, that ship is no longer on my radar. It's no longer
I love that idea.
It breaks the lock you have on the ship.
That's so immersive. That's so good.
Right. You can use physical environments to your advantage in a lot of ways. See, look at that turn right there. Immediately flanked on him. Flanked him again on this heavy fighter. So that's something I really like about this game, is that you're pulling off maneuvers constantly as a natural part of staying under somebody's guns or outside of somebody's range, just based on the abilities of your pilot within this sim.
But that's like kind of how it is. Like that's kind of what we wanted from like SC, right? Is like this whole like immersive, the pirates come out from behind the asteroids and stuff. This guy's nailed it himself. Like,
yeah. So
ambushing.
What I really like about this kind of model as well is that it's not pixel perfect aiming. The hitboxes are relatively generous because it's all fixed guns. So for the combat speeds, for the maneuverability, and for the smoothness of the aiming, it feels really well balanced. And here I just go and kind of end the simulation. This is like a spawn point, so it auto kills you. But it feels really good the way that targeting works, because I don't have to pixel perfect aim, because it is a more kind of arcadey style. But I feel like I can hit any kind of ship using a fixed weapon without any kind of issues with pixel perfect aiming or velocities that seem overtuned or anything like that. So it's really about relative balance of all these different values that I think this really brings to light how important that relative balance is. Another thing that I kind of glossed over is energy and power in this game. If you see when I'm shooting, that little bar to the left of my radar is decreasing. That bar is also my shield energy. So shooting pulls energy from my shields into my guns, and that reduces my defensive capabilities, which means that a shot from an enemy is going to do more damage to me, and I'll have to choose between trying to be evasive I'll have to choose between tanking shots, and I'll have to choose between returning fire. So when you look at some of the best PvPers in this game, of which I'm not one, they're really good at balancing the energy usage towards a tactical reason, right? So maybe you're using a cannon and they want to kite you, so they're going to use less energy for shooting and go for opportunistic shots once they're able to rapidly close the distance with boost and boost in close. And then they'll keep their energy high so that a cannon shot doesn't one-shot them.
So Sunday, you're using a mouse here, right?
Yeah, he
Right,
wiggles
this is a
his mouse like crazy for anyone wondering.
Have you tried joystick at all?
So joystick with this game is a little bit more difficult for me to use. I did play with joystick just to see what it was like. Fernando has been, over time, even the short amount of time we've been playing this game, he's been adding different relative mouse modes, different like VJoy modes, and tweaking all that stuff so that eventually, I don't know what his goals are for controller input parity and all that kind of stuff, but I generally play flight sims and space sims with a mouse, and I have so much fun playing this one with a mouse because it just feels so, I don't know, visceral, the way that the ships move and control, and I'm in complete control of my ship at all times. It's really a great departure from kind of more drifty kind of flight models, like maybe you'd have that feeling playing Elite or the current Star Citizen model or whatever. It's just a different style of combat.
I've only played like 10 minutes of this myself because I just haven't had time to really dig into it. But and I use a HOTAS. It does feel like I'm less competitive. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it seems like I can't really move a stick like he is right there to keep a pip on target.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean I don't think it's going places. And the reality is I probably would favor cannons over repeaters in a stick because you're going to be going for landing shots, specific shots, and not all your shots.
Right, and there are cannon weapons in this game, so then that can be a control scheme kind of thing where control scheme could be just as effective using a joystick for aim if you're using a cannon, which allows you to take those. You don't need constant time on target kind of thing, but you do then benefit from a little bit better control from like maybe a dual stick kind of format.
What Sunday was talking about, the choice between offense and defense, is just an example of a developer putting in a mechanic that is similar to like a dogfighting in a fighter jet or something. You want speed, you have to give something up to get speed. You either give up fuel or you give up altitude. That's a choice that you make that is like a non-negotiable. And there's a lot of choices that you make like that throughout the course of a dogfight, and it's kind of harder.
Right.
You have to come up with versions of that in a sci-fi dogfighting thing because these things don't really exist, right? And so that's one stab at it, which makes sense. You have a finite amount of energy in your ship. You want to hit like a truck, you're going to have to siphon from your energy source, which will take away from your defenses. So I think that's one good example of what we talk about when it's like when you are coming from a game design perspective, an altitude above the game, making the systems work like that, where players locked in combat in a dogfight are making these choices on a moment-to-moment basis.
Right, and the intention of kind of bringing up both Elite and HunterNet is not to compare them directly to Star Citizen in any way. That's not the point, because I don't want Star Citizen or these games to become like each other. I want them all to be their own game and to be their own style of combat and have their own strengths and things that I like about them. So it's not to say that, but it is to say that there's plenty of ways to do flight and combat models that are fun for players, and they can be in highly divergent, different styles. So I did want to bring up HunterNet specifically, and Elite specifically, just because I have a lot of experience with those games. Well, HunterNet, I don't have a lot of experience, but I have played it pretty heavily for the couple of weeks that I have had access to it, and I was really excited about it. So I wanted to kind of just bring that up in case other people were excited for that style of combat as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think that in the context of Star Citizen, as long as they further develop this flight model in ways that add to players being able to make decisions about how they want to operate their ship as a pilot in the ship in that flight model, and give back some player control, I think we'll be in a good place eventually. But that has to be like a deliberate design objective, and it can't be, we're just going to make these changes based on technical requirements or some other kind of model requirements. But it has to be a deliberate act so that players can feel like they are the ones responsible for the performance of their ship at any one time. And that's kind of all I got on those two models, but I appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk about them.
And what can we take from those that, or I shouldn't say word it that way. Given now that we've gone through each one of these flight models, 2X, 1X, we've gone through ED, we've looked at how other games handle it. What do we think we need the most? And this is a question for everybody. So for me, it's this. If I was to focus in on exactly what I feel we're lacking now after watching all of this footage, talking about all of these things, it's positional combat to the degree that we're actually maneuvering around each other and getting angles. It's close-up dogfighting, and it's the complete removal of cruise speed in any combat capacity. Because
it is,
and to me that solves the auto gimbal problem, because you could delete auto gimbal if you're flying at that closer speeds and you're looking at ships that closely and you're not having that difficult time bringing your nose to the ship all the time with all this excessive inertia. What do you guys feel like we need?
Well, one, they're not going to get rid of auto gimbals ever. But if they want to keep auto gimbal, they need to make it be what it was meant to be. A crutch for beginner players to just get in the game and be able to hit something reasonably with, AI or whatever. But if you come across a competent pilot, well, it's time to kick it up a notch, whether it be manual gimbal or fixed weapons. As for the flight, it comes down to positional combat is basically the key. To do that, you need, rotational acceleration. You need to put meaningful G-forces back in the game, which really comes with accelerations. And, that'll fix fixed weapons. There's underlying issues like networking and, desync and that kind of stuff. But just from a high level perspective, that's really what's wrong with things. It's just a slidey mess. It's like when 260 came out. It's the same problem. Like the flight model's there. It was just the tunings. It was just a slidey mess. And we've just had a slidey mess for way too long.
What about you, Sunday?
I think it's going to be important to separate, once again, cruise and SCM. That can't be a unified system that you can tap into during combat. It just doesn't allow for positional combat to exist. If I can accelerate on a spectrum that goes from negative 1,300 meters a second to positive 1,300 meters a second, it just doesn't allow for positional combat to exist within a 3D space, to my experience. And maybe there's a way to do it, but I think that's one of the main differences that existed back in the 1.x and 2.x days, prior to then trying to bring the system into the PU with a travel speed. I think that's one of the things that's been hampering developing a coherent combat model for quite a while. So put in that barrier again where you can't just tap into travel speeds in mid-combat. Like Red Layer said, auto gimbals, they have to not be a PvP type of meta weapon. They need to be the original intention, which is for either new players or for maybe turrets or whatever. Because if you think about it, trying to aim a turret on a ship where the pilot is flying in a different direction than you could even intuit, because you have no idea where the pilot's flying. Having an additional level of aim assist to help you hit fighters, which is what a turret is supposed to do. It's supposed to be a deterrent when fighters are aggressing upon you. I think it makes sense from a defensive kind of capability. So get rid of auto gimbals from PvP fighter meta, split the unified cruise SCM combat speeds, and then I don't know, we just need to add in some more player control limits, like G-forces need to be an issue again. But then also on the flip side of that, increase the amount of G's that I can pull. Let me be the decision maker as to whether or not I want to black out, right? Don't protect me from myself. Let me make that decision. Let that be a part of the skill cap.
Lift the ceiling,
Right.
And that was basically G-safe, right? Which most pilots in 263 just turned off.
Right. And then on top of that, last thing is make fixed weapons relevant again. And just bringing down combat speeds will help do that. Bring down, time to kill is a separate kind of conversation because it's linked a lot more to the component stats, which can be tweaked at any time. So I think that'll do a whole lot to kind of help. We just need to get rid of the circle strafe kind of meta and the drifting and all that kind of stuff. And I think those will help do that.
Yeah, and the drifting is so excessive. So I agree. I agree with everything you said. Snake Eater, what about you?
Well, I would love the flight model to get tweaked right away. Basically, Mavs become stronger. I part of the concept I did buy into with 3.5 was thrust centric. The idea where you hit the burners and boom, you feel like you're back in your seat and you're a rocket ship. But obviously, you give up everything to do that type of an idea, but not give up the ability to turn that off and do fight positionally like you guys are talking about. My only concern with all that desire is that it's ship to ship, or at least ship class to ship class. They have to dial in each one specifically. So if I were to give them low hanging fruit to go after, while in the meantime, it would be weapons and shields. Like just delete regen altogether for a while. Just let people chew through shields, change shield values, but per however expensive the shield is, create a meta within like a hierarchy. But delete regen or something so that you can actually chew through it, and once you've gotten through it, you're close to winning the fight. Somebody knows they've got to leave. And then the cannon thing, like again, the gimbal stuff it was always going to be this way. If you're going to have a maneuverable thing, you're going to never have enough time on target to chew through 2 minutes worth of shields. Like, you're never going to keep a pip on a target for that long, which is why cannons were always the meta. In real dogfighting, you have Gatling guns, chain guns, but you don't have to hit the airplane with all of them. You only have to hit them with a few of them, and they've probably taken enough damage to their engines to be out of the fight. So, either, I think the best case would just be make cannons great again, make chain guns just sort of a itemization on the way to cannons. You want to practice flying or kill AI or whatever, you do that on your way to the cannon meta. But I think that you could return all of the offense and defense in the game to a fun place all at the same time, because all the ships use essentially the same guns, the same gun system and the same shield system, whereas tweaking that flight model is like a ship to ship adjustment. But yeah, really just the weapons and stronger maps, and go from there.
Yeah, for me it's the obvious. I mean, you have to steer, like, I'd wish that they would steer the flight model and the flight balancing, really towards the direction of 2.6. The combat experience looking at that was drool worthy. And then the big one is just reevaluating some basic balancing, because like anyone that is capable of dogfighting knows that there's about 2 to 3 ships that are competitive out of 100 that are purchasable, and that's completely inexcusable, and it's hurting your own product. You could sell more ships if you make them worth flying, and these are just values and attributes to a ship. The work is done. We were
buying ships like hotcakes. We were buying multiples of the same ship to work the meta at the time. Did they even know that? Did they even know people were buying like duplicates and triplicates of the same ship just so that they could rotate meta weapons? Like, if they knew what they were doing, they would continue that going on.
They'd be making themselves even more money. Yeah, like we would be just throwing the money. Heartbreaker. We'd be throwing money at the screen, which is exactly the problem, right? But listen, what about you, Snake Eyes? I know you haven't been too much involved. You just kind of look at it from the surface level. But what would you like to see change when it comes to the flight experience?
I just skipped 3.9, but I've been like really onto basic ETF testing. But mainly, what I do is make SCM meaningful again by disallowing that full range of speed control from minus, as Sunday said. I think it's you can't go like completely from minus 1,000 meters per second to plus 1,000 meters per second in the 6 degree of freedom and full directional control. Allow better control, maybe by adjusting acceleration and general thruster strength to get back the control of the ship, make it feel like people are back in control. I obviously think that a gimbal assist needs a complete overhaul. It would be great to get rid of it, but if it has to stay because someone considers it has to stay in the game, then I agree with you guys. Just limit it to non-PvP meta.
Yeah.
Just nerf it to the ground and just make it accessible for people to, easily get into the game.
And there's some immersion reasons you could nerf it, right? Like you could just say it consumes power or something. Yep.
Or you could be like, you need a special like military technology hack radar lock on this AI target to be able to properly, predict their movements. So you have this module. You build it.
Or Chaff broke the gimbal. Broke the tracking.
I'll tell you what. Chaff can break the gimbal in ED, but there was a bug in Star Citizen in 1.x patches where Chaff would actually break the lock on you, so people would not be able to shoot a missile.
That's great. That's actually really great.
Pips on you.
God, could you imagine?
Yeah. I mean,
people lock you chafe to drop the lock and drop their targeting, and you do it right. You're going around an asteroid or something.
Cool. It was a bug, but I actually thought it was
that's
cool.
amazing.
Like a gameplay thing, But and there's many ways of maybe rethinking how gimbal assist should work. And finally, I think that one of the things I would really get into is. I don't think that weapons need like a serious balance pass or anything, but I really think that ships, or at least the majority of combat capable ships, should be retuned in some sort of form so that they felt different, so that they felt that they were, so that they felt that you could have like different personality in each of the ships like it used to be before.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to the balancing of this, I think they need to completely separate industrial-based ships and dogfighting ships or combat-based ships and put them in two complete separate areas and, approach them completely different. If you want to feel the weight and inertia and significance and mass of your ship because you're in a caterpillar, that's great. Give that to them. But then don't give that to the Arrow, which is this tiny little mosquito fighter that's supposed to have more MAV maneuvering capabilities than any other ship in the game. There needs to be a gigantic difference between those, and I don't think that's there. And I think that's a problem. They need to reevaluate how many ships are flyable. No one's flying Vandal. It's depressing. We all love the Vandal ships. It's the unique alien ship in this game, and they're completely written off right now. So they need to look at that, and they just need to try to focus on the fun aspect of the game. And the thing is too is constant iteration. Just keep changing these numbers absolutely recklessly when it comes to the balancing. Find out what works, find out what doesn't, but do something. Don't just drop in this flight model which we received in 3.5 and Chris Roberts said, hey, we know it's not that good right now, but don't worry, it's a work in progress. And then we never see any work or any progress ever since. Year later, nothing has changed besides a Saber shield hole getting patched and a mass driver nerf. That's it. And a whole year worth of combat. That's as much as we've gotten. So that's where we need to start seeing.
We've
some
been through it
results.
Before, man. From 2.5 to 2.6, believe me, it hurts.
And to be honest, I want to mention this too before we start wrapping this up, is that the results from the poll aren't surprising at all. It's 80% with 42 votes that people are not enjoying flying in combat in this game, and it's 10 people that are yes. And I'm pretty sure one of the people that voted yes was Nicoatin by accident, and the other guys are 9 people that dislike me and are trolling. So it's pretty crazy to see the percentage of people in here that really aren't enjoying this game for its combat and flight, which is the whole point of being a game. Now, I've looked at the questions, and I'm just going to give you one, John, because I could only see one that I think you'd be comfortable with asking. The rest, everybody here that has questions, please feel free to ask them in the Discord. I'm going to say it again. We got a flight discussion channel in our Discord. You can get to that under the stream. JP will talk to you guys. We can all talk about it and discuss these things. He can get to your questions once he's seen the document, if he's comfortable with answering it. But one question before we start closing this out, JP, is, having worked on a project indie yourself, and previously with some other companies and stuff, do you ever think you could return to a large development project behind a big gaming company or developer? Do you think you'd ever want to step away from indie and go back to a larger development?
No, definitely not. I wasn't really interested in doing that to begin with. When I joined Star Citizen, it was this great mix of indie spirit, but with the ability to really just do anything. It grew a lot during the time that I was there, but that doesn't appeal to me. I'm done with that.
Yep. Perfect.
Cool.
And listen, we'll all be eagerly waiting, and you'll be in our Discord when you decide to move the curtains away so that we can see what you're working on in a public sense. And I'm sure a lot of us will be eager to play it. I know some people are going to be eager to play Hunternet too. I don't know if Fernando's in our Discord, but either way, you want to play, hop in our Discord, DM Sunday, he'll point you in the right direction.
I linked the website, so just following directions on the website will get you there. You can say that you heard about it here or whatever, but he'll talk to you and hook you up. Yep,
perfect. So listen, I think we can start closing it out here now. I want to thank what we'll do is we'll do it like we meant to last episode. And I just want to talk about the episodes and the podcast in general. The whole point of this podcast too, from day dot, was never to come in with, fire all the devs, rah. It was to have these deep, intelligent discussions and look at both sides of the fence when it comes to looking at these gameplay implementations, and then look at how they can unfold in the game itself, and really trying to deep dive into these things. Now, I don't want people to be all, attacking CIG developers, or, making it living hell for anyone. We want to work with these people. If anything, we've been dying to get these guys on the podcast. I'm in Chris Roberts' DMs. He's not replied to me. Go figure. But I'm literally trying to get these guys, on the show.
Did you pad ram him or something? What happened, dude?
Yeah, Xylo's gone a bit cold on me. He hasn't replied to my last 3 messages. I think he's upset with me for a reason. But we want to have a good relationship with these guys, and to really, after being jealous and seeing the success of other companies that have these amazing relationships with their players, and then together, through feedback and a lot of gameplay and play styles, build it like a really great game. And that's why we're all here. I haven't pulled out any of my money yet. I'm still fully invested as I was a year. I still have hope. We all want the game to succeed. We just want to try and talk about both sides of the coin rather than just the one that you're going to see on Reddit or whatever. Go ahead, Stan.
Yeah, we all believe that the developers are busting their asses to produce, godlike content in the game. It's not that we don't think that their intentions are pure when it comes to this stuff. It's really about choices and design, game design types of things. And we figure, if we are their clientele, we're their market study, why not, just, have some input. And especially in, a lot of people are like, well, it's an alpha, wait till it's done to have input. Like, no, that's not when you give input. You give input while it's being built, so that they don't have to double back again and break something to fix it or to build it again. So right now, we're just trying to provide some input, like, and Nikita, it doesn't all have to be yeses, right? I mean, like Nikita and Escape from Tarkov, he tells them no all the time. He's like, no, that's not going in the game. No, we're not interested in doing that. Yeah, that's too difficult. That's just why it's not happening. It's just too hard. Like, and everybody's fine with it. It's just because it's on a level, They're like,
just some honesty.
You can tell me to fuck off. It just would be nice to know, like what's happening. But the idea is definitely to be constructive with this whole platform. It's not to be destructive and not to point fingers. It's all on the up and up.
I agree. What about you, Sunday? Anything in closing?
In closing,
Yes.
I think we kind of hit on so much stuff. We went a little bit even more broad than I thought we would get to, and we got a lot of stuff. I guess you can get to as much as you need to in like a 6-hour podcast, right? So
sorry, I'm sorry.
Golden bullet, man.
We got there.
Golden
we got
bullet.
everywhere. But yeah, no, I agree with everything that, all the sentiments that we have, and trying to get some more access to talk to people that are passionate about the project and all that kind of stuff. It gives me warm and fuzzies thinking that we could actually have those kind of productive discussions with people that are currently engaged with the project, even though that's probably a pipe dream, given that that's just probably not how they do stuff. But I think that as long as we keep trying to reach out more to people that are working on the project, people that are invested in the project, and all the other stakeholders, it's at least the most you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, I agree, and I think it was good to kind of drill into a little bit what made the other iterations of this game so compelling. And because I pushed this game so hard during 263 to everybody that I used to play Elite Dangerous with. And the fact that a lot of those people spend hundreds of dollars on chips now, that now it's this flight model, and it's like, well, did I just scam all these people? It's just like totally different game at this point. So I feel kind of guilty about that kind of thing. But, I think that hearing that it's possible to get back to some of the characteristics of the other flight models is encouraging. We'll have to see what the kind of political will or gameplay objectives SIG has to achieve that. So I don't know. I think we're kind of doing pretty much the most that we can do, which is bring it into a structured kind of open dialogue with as many people as we can, and try to get some
bring both sides of the argument. Yeah.
Right.
Which is something we always focus on with the show, is being like, oh, okay, we've got to get another guy from the 2X era because otherwise we're lopsided on the 3.4. Like, we always try to make it even. We try to make it stimulating, and we try not to be as concluded or before the show starts. We try to be open-minded and all that stuff. Redley, you next, in closing.
I'm done, man.
Oh, that is...
It's over, Dad. I just want some cookies, Mom. Bring down the cookies, Mom. Dad, I'm in the base. Let's go, Mom. Jesus.
Do you purposely have that mod on? You still got the microphone mod on? Okay, good. And now, what about... Redley's lost it on the medication. And hey, Redley, I know that you were sick earlier. I hope it's nothing serious. I'm thankful for you being on too. We're all sitting there going, God, if Redley lives throughout the night, we'll be lucky. But I'm glad that
Don't worry,
glad that
I'm
you're
living
out
off
and about.
of Dayquil and NyQuil.
Dayquil.
Absolute soldier to
game.
be coming down with the flu at a time like this, and not even shy away from the podcast at all, which had a lot of us scrambling. So it's really good.
We had people pull out for less. Let's say that.
Yeah, dude. A lot of people pull out last 1 hour on us.
Wow.
Yeah, not happy. But and then now, what about you, Snake Eyes? Anything in closing?
Well, yeah. Personally, I Star Citizen for me has been very important in my life because I've learned a lot from game development, and this 7 to 8 years we've been following it. The end users, the backers, the community. I think everyone has evolved now and has a better understanding of the game industry as well as game development and physics engines and game engines and flight models. So in this project, which is the first time in history that we're following this sort of open development, the users, we can provide a lot of feedback. The great majority of it is like oversimplified, and there's good feedback and blunt feedback and bad feedback, and there's salt as well.
Yeah.
And it's a blessing in many ways, and it's a curse, because we all, now feel entitled to, we can tell our nutritionist that we don't understand why they're telling us to eat so much protein and things like that. So, I mean, we know much more, and I know much more. As far as Star Citizen, I miss Star Citizen so much, and I feel those days are like long gone, and I would totally be actively playing this game if I even had like 40% of that flight experience that I had back then. I'd definitely be sailing my boat to see our land again. But yeah. Well, I'll just cross my fingers and hope for the best and see if I can play with my friends at some point in time, rather sooner than later.
Yeah, and I think that like, and I want to reiterate too, they are close to delivering, what we want. Like the ships that come out look so good. The armor sets that they come out, so good. Microtech New Babbage is insane. Like, some of the stuff that's coming out of there is just so ridiculously off the chain, AAA, like, nothing more to say. You cannot critique them on art. We can't spin up this show and critique them on how New Babbage looks. We'd have no position to do it. It looks amazing. The work that's coming out of there is crazy. It's just the small... I wouldn't call it small, but it's combat and flight in particular that we feel we need to critique them on, and maybe we don't give them enough credit whether it's due. But some of the work that is being done there is amazing, and I hope it's just, and I'm confident it's just a project management, mishap when it comes to the delivery of combat and flight, and hopefully. Us being honest in the podcast and stuff helps steer them in a direction. Sunday, I knew you couldn't handle it, dude. Right before we close, you end up doing it. But anyways, so I'm just glad that didn't break it all. But with that being said, I'm super thankful for you guys coming to. JP, in closing, what you got to say?
Well, I just wanted to thank you guys for having me on here, and ever since I left CIG, I've been away from it, and I haven't really kept track of all the changes, things that are going on. So it's really fun to kind of get back in with the community a little bit and talk to some people, and it was definitely not my goal coming on here to try to cheerlead for any particular state of the game, any earlier version, but I just wanted to be able to answer questions that you guys had about it and try to illuminate anywhere that I could. So yeah, and also just to make sure that people understand from my view, having been there, I have no doubt that this is going to be a good game, and everybody wants it to be a great game. So
yeah, and on the behalf of everybody that's dogfought or PvP'd competitively in your game, we all thank you for the huge amount of work and passion you put into the game. Like, everybody loves you. It's so obvious in the chat. And, looking at some of the work you've done is something to be extremely proud of. And, for most of the community to be up with pitchforks, wanting that JP experience that we had with you and the team members you shared it with, must feel pretty good, because I tell you what, like being a guy who didn't really get to play much of your work because I wasn't into the project before, it looks like a game trailer to a newer version of what we're playing right now. It looked amazing, and I really hope that we can get back to that point and bring in all these people that loved the game and some new people that could get in and really just immediately start having a lot of fun. Whether it's described as arcadey or not, is up to them. But is definitely getting back to that point. But I want to thank everyone for watching. And like I said, we're desperately trying to get some CIG folks on the cast. I'm literally going to start a movement to get Chris himself on here, okay? Like, I promise you, chat, right now, okay? I will have fucking Chris Roberts on this podcast. It will happen. It'll be like Nikita with EFT. He's gonna be on it. I'm gonna find out his email address. I'm gonna start emailing him as well as DMing him on Spectrum. I found his Twitch account. I found his Twitch account. He only follows Tarada. But I DM'd the Twitch account, okay? He actually does. I swear to God, he's got a Twitch account. I found it. But I will get him on this show, okay? It will happen. But so what I'm going to do is we'll follow the same procedure, okay, as what we should have done last time. I am going to play the intro to this podcast, this episode in particular. Then we'll do a final thank you, goodbye. See you next week. Talk about the next episode real quick. 1 minute or so, and then we'll roll into the thanks for watching scene. So enjoy this cutscene we got coming up. We worked pretty hard on it. It just shows you I want you to look at like our facial expressions, like Snake and stuff does. I think he's the only one with the cam on it. When we get these kills, see how excited we get. Enjoy the intro. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes, in 4 or so minutes, and then we'll close it out. So for the guys, the webcammers and the people on the show, don't leave yet. We'll give them a final goodbye soon, and I'll play it now.
Hailed as an accident by developers, on a moon orbiting the gas giant Crusader in the Stanton's system sat a small structure with a single trading terminal. This single structure introduced Stanton to the drug trade, becoming Stanton's first black market power resource with huge financial upside. The community went to war. The year to follow, some of the bloodiest, laggiest, controversial, and organic gameplay came to life in Star Citizen. The objective: control Jumptown.
This fine?
Arrow. Boom! Got Jolly. Jolly's down. Yep.
Oh my god. Watch all of them. Got him. Woo! Dear, you fucking cheating bitch. Gotta go.
There's a forced contact. There's a forced contact I'm seeing.
Here we go.
Oh shit! Oh my fucking god! See you later, dude. I'm hiding. Okay, I'm hiding in here. Yup, it's fine. Let him come in. Let him come the fuck in.
What?
You've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Self-destruct this bitch. I think we get the fuck out! We get the fuck out! Get out of your chairs! Get the fuck out of your chairs! We're running! We're running! We're running! Fucking leave! Just get out of here! Run, team! Fucking run! I'm fucking stuck! I'm fucking stuck!
Armageddon!
Oh my god, I'm getting the fuck out! Fucking out! We gotta get the abandoned ship! Abandoned ship! No! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh my god! Yeah, get the fuck out! Open the damn door!
Get out!
Get the fuck out!
I'm going down with the ship.
Get out! Oh shit! Oh yes! Yes, this is so good for us!
Yo, okay, so that's it. I hope you all enjoyed the show. I want to thank Noodle again for hosting us nice and early for the second time in a row. I love you, Noodle, and Devil and stuff for helping moderate the channel, doing the polls and everything. Hey, I want you guys to give us feedback on Twitter, okay? So hit up, look at our tweets when we advertised it. Talk about what you think we could have worked on, what you think we did really well. Give us some feedback on Twitter, please. Okay. You know, we want to know where you guys' heads are at. So,
Chris Roberts.
Yeah, yeah, and get Chris Roberts on the show. Okay. But besides that, I think that's it, guys. I think we can close it out now. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you learnt something. And stay safe. All right. Good.
This was just a pre-show, right?
Yeah.
Thanks,
That's it.
guys.
Goodbye. Oh, and just lastly, okay, some of the people in the org thought I wasn't going to play this song as the outro, and you were so wrong, okay?
Swish, swish, swish. Another